didn't week 2 get off to quite the start yesterday. We saw the records tumble. We saw the biggest score of the season by a team, 217. We also saw a 22-ball century. That's also a best. It smashed the old record. Right now, we're going to see some more matches and we'll get to paint the picture of the Final Four slowly coming together. Hope you settle in for a big day of cricket. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series, Germany, Krefeld, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, good morning wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome back to another huge day in European cricket. It will be day 9 here in Krefeld, and we have 5 10-over matches coming your way. Like I said, we're slowly painting a picture of what Final Four will look like, and Finals Friday is now only 3 days away, so settle in. It's going to be a big day of action, and we're starting with match number 41 by Boosters. Although they've only played half of their game so far, despite that they're in a very good position. They are taking on the side from Aachen in the first game today, Aachen Rising Stars. So that's going to be a big game. I do have some toss news a little bit earlier. It was the Boosters that won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Now, one player that I'm always looking forward to watching from them is Aritharan Vasikaran, and he is a guy, one of the few guys that has hit 6 sixes in and over. He did that right here at this ground in 2021, and he's likely to open the batting. I've liked his move up the order. I think that he is so dynamic. You've got to get him out there and give him the greatest possibility of facing as many balls as possible. And as far as how the Boosters are going, of course, they won their big clash with the Bayer Spartans, so a bit of a derby there, the Bayer Erdogan derby, and so they are actually the only undefeated team so far in the competition. They're 4-0, but they do have a no result in there, so they're 9 points out of 5 matches. If they keep winning, they're every chance to top the table, so they'll certainly want to do the job here. Over an Aachen Rising Stars side that has struggled for results, haven't they? They're 1-6, and so I do think that finals is off the table for them still. They'd like to play the role of spoiler. They're a pretty proud team, and again, they've got some good players to watch out for. I do think Adib Askar, he offers a lot with his leg spin, and he's also likely to open the batting for the Rising Stars. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, not a cloud in the sky right now. I'm absolutely loving the weather today. In fact, we should get the warmest day yet. 29 degrees is the expected maximum currently. It's about 19 to get this one going. So not even a lot of dew because of the extra heat today. I think the field's going to play pretty well. I do think that if the batters get in, we could see some more high scores. And how was that yesterday? Jamshed Khan with a 22-ball ton. He smashed the record for fastest century by 3 balls. Quite incredible stuff. Another incredible human being will take you to the first ball here in match number 41. And the news from the toss, Rico, is the Bayer Boosters. They are back. They've got some time to express themselves with the bat because they will be batting first after winning the toss. Let's get ready for the first game of the day. Match 41. It starts very shortly.
Good morning, cricket lovers. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo on, yes, a beautiful, glorious day, day 9. Can it match the historic day that we had yesterday in day 8? And, well, I certainly do hope so. One team that can give us a fantastic start could be the Bayer Boosters. More on them in a moment, but let's take a look back to what a sensational day that we did have yesterday. We started off with match number 36 when the current challengers were taking on VFB Gunzenkirchen. And Gunzenkirchen, they're in good form at the moment thanks to, well, one man particularly, Ace Press was in good form, 33 he scored in the player match performance, chasing down the 80 that they needed to win that match, and they did it with 20 balls to go as well. So good victory for them. Also, Madan Gopal starting to show what he can do with the bat as well. Then we saw another fine performance from the Gunson-Kirchen batters. It was, a 154 partnership between Ronit Satapathy and Ace Prus. Again, Ace 63 of 23 and, Ronit 82 of 34. And put 155 on the board. It was too many, really, for Ryan Sports. They struggled, and particularly because of the fine bowling from Ace as well. It took up 5 wickets for just 7 runs. A player of the match performance from him, not just with the bat, but with the ball as well. And the young man, 19 years old, of course, is in fine form at the moment. He's certainly one to look out for. Then we saw something sensational, didn't we, in the next match. Match number 38, it goes down in history when we saw Jamshed Khan. I mean, Vinny made reference to it there. He scored 120 out of 30 deliveries, but the 100 he scored was just on 22 balls. It's the fastest 100 that we've seen. He was sensational. The Digital Black Caps, who were sensational, they put the 4th highest score that we've seen on the European Cricket Network on the board, 217. They joined the 200 club. Only 10 teams have done that. And, of course, the current challengers just had no reply, apart from Ame Patel, who made 55. And that match was done and dusted pretty quickly. Next up, the Black Caps, well, they were doing it again in the runs again as well. This time it was Udit Mehta, who scored 70 of 24, was supported well by Mohammad Raheel. And Raheel, well, he's been in good form with the ball. He took a four for in match number 38, and he was on the money again in this one as well. Took 2 for 6, so 168 to 84 in favour of the Black Caps. Ryan Sports, things not going their way, but were things about to change? Well, they certainly were. We did see the team making a debut on the European Cricket Network finally get a victory after losing 7 on the spin. They got their win, and it was against the current challengers. The challengers posted 104 for 6. Same Patale 33 of 17, and the captain Rohit Narayan made 29. But once he got run out, they collapsed, and they left the door open for Ryan Sports to bring up their first victory, and they got there with 10 balls to go. And Mohammad Saqib, what a knock for him. The guy who had a broken finger when he was keeping, they switched him from the keeper's role. He didn't come onto the field, but they needed him to bat. He went out there and he played a hero's knock, 38 not out in the player match performance to give the Ryan Sports their first victory. That's why they got 2 points on the board. The same number of points as the Acton Rising Stars, who take on the Bio Boosters this morning. So you can see there, this is all about trying to spoil the party of the Boosters and maybe trying to inflict the first defeat to the Bio Boosters. They have been sensational. What can we say about this side? As really touched on, they had one match that was abandoned, but other than that, they played 4 matches. They batted first in each one, and in each match, they batted the opposition out of the equation. They've scored an incredible 610 runs in the 4 innings that they've had. It's been quite amazing. The last time we saw them was day 5. They had a win against the Bayer Spartans, 159 to 106, and then they beat Ryan Spartans 151 to 51. They're averaging 152 per match. They really are sensational. Guys to watch out for from them is Thinesh Rajakul Sangha. He's been absolutely brilliant. Arithran Vasikaran has been good as well. Indran has been in good form, and also Sandeep Rathore has found his form again. The Boosters 130 to 99. Favourites to win this one. And once again, it doesn't surprise me with the amount of runs that they've been scoring. Acton Rising Stars, well, they're 1-6, aren't they? They did have that one solitary win against the Blue Bond Stars in match number 5. And, of course, they're hoping that some of their players can find their form ready. Would probably be one of the key ones for them. And someone like Usama Ali as well. And just keep an eye on the likes of Harsh as well. So we're ready to go. We're ready for the first ball of match day 9. The battle of bat versus ball commences, and he's going to start with a huge wide there from the bowler, Zain Ul Hassan. A very good morning to everybody around the globe that's tuning in. Big morning. Good morning to everybody on our chat. And the likes of Dia Maria, Dave, Kroom, we're all on there. Ivan as well. And also to you, Siddharji. I hope you're well. Sasri Akal. And Maya is on there as well. Good morning, everyone. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, Aibo1. And well, welcome to the action. And an edge, this will go down to the boundary for 4 runs. As Vinny touched on today, because of the hot start, there's very little dew around. There's a touch, but very little. And the thing is, on the actual field of play, because the mowers have been on there again and they've cut the grass has been picked up, there's practically nothing. And you can see that straight away this morning. The ball will race away to the boundary. I don't think the bowlers will have as many problems, or the fielders, with the slightly damp ball. It's going to be an absolute scorcher. It's going to be another wide. So 2 wides and a boundary so far. It's a bit of a lucky boundary, you have to say, for Wessie Current. But look in the book, he'll say. And well, there's a few people thinking that maybe Bayern won't score as many runs as they've done before. Well, as I see this one sail over for a big 6, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. Boom, shakalaka. And that's the first of the morning. So we've seen the first 4, the first 6 as well. And the boosters, they're up and running. 12 of the first 3 deliveries. And they've just been awesome. And the one thing I like about the boosters is, I mean, it doesn't matter who goes out there to bat, they have one thing in mind, that's to attack, and somebody always comes off. I mean, it won't always be that way, but for the moment, that's what's been happening. Just chipped up in the air, doesn't carry. And now the throw comes back to the striker's end. Not the best of throws, really. The wicket keeper, he's down and out and saying, what is that? Aki Singer. Yaar, je frågar na mere gloves na mari. And doesn't get this right at all. It's a little bit of the sort of backfiring helicopter shot, and then the wicketkeeper, oh, he's all over the place getting there. But Pratik Harsh makes a good stop in the end, considering it wasn't the best of throws. Short, cut away. Fielded by the sweeper out there, gets it past the inner ring. Got 3 men on that 30-yard circle, and the sweeper out on the offside, and they've also had a man out on the leg side boundary. But now it's time for Indran to face his first delivery, and a left-hander will have the field changed to him, and straight away they'll go to square leg and long on. Even though he likes to hit more the mid-wicket area, so let's see if he targets that space between the long on and square leg. I get the feeling that he will, especially if the ball is not pitched up. And well, it's pretty well bowled, and hesitation from the batters again. They think about the run, decide against it. That will be the end of the first over. So 13 come from it, and a 4 and a 6 in terms of the boundary count. Loving the banner there in the background. And just to remind you that there is 20 days to go to the Euros of cricket, and that is of course when the Cardomania will rock the world, happening in the province of Andalusia, Malaga. And well, come on down and join as well, don't you? And I can tell you what, you see the sunshine there? Not a cloud in the sky. Well, I think it will be pretty much the same there in on the Costa del Sol. And, I'm liking the work there by Spring Productions as Elvira, showing us how multi-skilled and talented she is as well. I'm liking that. I like that look. Bit of both. See a bit of both. Good job. Well, not taking these singles, the boosters. I mean, there's a couple that I think have been turned down here. They're not the fastest. I think there, if you go on the hit, you get the run. Chance for us to see Amshad Shazad with the ball. And, over pitches, and this gets driven. It's going to be 4 runs, and nicely picked up by the man who's making his way back into the cube. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu will be with us shortly, but that's a really nice shot. It's beautifully timed. You can see the difference this morning. Normally, there would be water skidding off that ball, but not this morning. Nice shot. Now this one is punched down the ground as well. Well, he says, well, you know what? Forget about the offside. I can go on the onside as well. Two beautiful shots they executed by the batter Vasikaran. First of all, you saw the off drive and now the on drive, just over pitching slightly is Shazad, and he pays the price. Cuatro más. Hello to Level Russ, who's saying good morning to everyone, and also at the same time, good morning everyone. If you're liking what you're seeing, don't forget to like us and spread the word. We want to grow our family. We want to grow it big as this shot as well. This is out of here. Vasikaran goes 4, 4, and 6. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es una grande. Well, what a shot that is. And, well, this over now from Ahmad Shah. Dangerous of going magical. Shazad, what's the reply? Well, it's another full toss, and it'll go in exactly the same place as before. And this one's hit even harder and goes to the boundary even quicker. He's just not getting the line right. He's got to get the ball to pitch, and he's not. This is thumped down the ground by Vasikaran, who races on to 29 with just 10 deliveries, 31 without loss. So who was that who was talking about they won't score as many runs this time? Think again, sir, think again. Well, we're just trying to find this delivery. I get the feeling it is only to our right here. I don't think it went all the way back. Well, there's well, we're having a little bit of a tea party here, and Maximo is involved as well. We do find it in the end. It must have buried itself. Anyway, can he get this one to pitch? Shazad, 18 has come off it. There's a ball to go in the second. Shazad to Vasikaran, who is pretty ruthless, and once again not wanting to, or not willing to, take the single, and it is the end of the over. I suppose if you're hitting the ball so well to the boundary, you're probably thinking, why take the risk? Indeed, over complete, 31 without loss, and already they have the upper hand. The man who's been doing a fine bit of fielding this morning already joins us in a very sunny and very bright Commentary Cube. Good morning to Vinny.
Good morning to you. Why don't we first have a look at the table? Kind of a contrasting time for these two teams, isn't it? By Boosters 4-0. They do have a point thanks to a no result against Bomb Blue Stars in there as well. Ark and Rising Stars, though, 1-6. And that finals off the table for them. I can confirm those bushes are particularly spicy and spiky is actually what I'm trying to say. I only just glanced it with my hand. I can already feel it tingling. But I'm experienced. I know. I see. Do you see? I don't know if it was on the camera, but I was going the stomp method. No, to try and find the ball.
We didn't see on the camera. I don't think the camera can get you there.
It was right in a little bush there, but yeah, hopefully that doesn't turn up as a big rash.
I think you should put something on that pretty quick, because it's gonna. Those stinging nettles, they get
These
you're in trouble.
bushes are the most dangerous bushes, I think, in world cricket. Anyway, time for over number 3, and it's going to be Zainul Hassan. And it comes out, and he's going to be whacked away for a boundary. So, yeah, pretty decent start, to say the least. And it's Indran. He gets off the mark. He's kind of been starved with this strike so far, hasn't he? But the lefty gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, he's not going to hang around, is he? That's one thing you can be certain of. These guys, they've got so much depth in their batting. So many good players that can come out there. I mean, you still got Thinesh, who could come out there. We know how brutal he can be as well. They've just been, well, batting teams out of the contest. And Sandeep Rathore, don't forget the brilliant knock he had the other day as well. That one is a wide. And it's quite amazing, really. They've, in the 4 games they've been able to play, remember one was a no result because of the weather, 610 runs. They average it in 152 per innings. Batting first. I mean, it's awesome.
They're flying, aren't they? And they've come a long way. I mean, the Boosters, remember the first time we ever saw them in ECS cricket, I think they made 30 for 8 off their 10 overs. So, I mean, they've beaten that in 2. Well, that was quite an interesting tournament back in 2021 because they ended up scraping into 4th in their group, and that meant they had to play the Düsseldorf Black Caps in the quarterfinal. Guess what? Black Caps, they were 7-1. They were flying. It was the easiest match to predict ever. Black Caps lost it in a golden ball. Boosters knocking them over. Yeah. And so it was a very, very memorable match, even though it was a couple of years ago. It's a swing down the leg side, and doesn't stop him appealing. I was going down by a mile. You see, look at that. It's a good swing, though, isn't it? Really goes late. Probably hits him maybe just on leg stump, but going an absolute mile down the leg side.
Yeah, be encouraged with the movement, Zane, but he's got to use it to his advantage, though.
Indran. See how he counters that in swing. There he gets a ball that's outside the off stump. I think it was a slow ball there. Just hit across it. Looking straight in the sun here. Hey, I've been missing Maximo, and by Maximo, I don't mean sixes this time. I'm talking about Maximo, the robotic lawnmower, and could see Maximo's back. It's quite an amazing bit of technology. Apparently there's all this kind of grid under the grass that, apart from providing electrical interference to our systems, it basically tells the robot lawnmower where to go. Yeah. It's pretty cool. I'll be all right. It's been a bit of a persistent hassle through the first 3 overs here. So, yeah, robot lawnmowers. What's next? Robot commentators? I often think you could do now, and we shouldn't give them ideas, but AI could probably do. There's enough data on you and me that we could commentate matches without actually coming. We could just sit at home. They can give us 10%. Anyway, this is going to be driven, and that's going to go through the offside. 4 runs as Indran gets his second boundary of the over. Nice shot.
I don't know about you, but how many of these you seen? Because with where that sun is at the moment, it's very difficult to see.
It's an east-west ground, so you can kind of see where the shadows are at the moment. But yeah, it's kind of top right of the screen. The sun is blasting down. Would be going down the leg side, but clocks it. And the result will be a leg bite into the power play. Decent one for the Boosters, who've won the toss and elected to bat in match 41. They are 42 without loss after 3 overs.
Well, that one clocks Indran on the foot because you may have noticed when he was running, he was hopping a little bit, so he's caught a bit of this. So maybe on the little toe, I reckon. And you can see, though, a very healthy power play. Not bad over there from Zain Ul Hussein to finish. 11 come off that one, but they're already in the 40s. And they'll be looking to get that acceleration in now. 13, 18, and 11, the split of the overs.
It's been the hottest day so far. Can feel it already, Rico. We're up to 20 degrees. Let's have a look at the run rates over the first 8 days of action. Yesterday, pretty high scoring. No surprise when we saw that 217. I will say some teams weren't really pulling their weight, so it wasn't quite up to what day 3 was, which was 127 per 10 overs. But all up 11.8 per over. So 118 is par. You can see how that's gone up. It was 87 per 10 overs in 21, 103 last year, 118 this year. So pretty consistent rate of growth there. And it just shows you that these teams are finding ways to score more runs. Indran goes leg side, and he's going to go all the way. Misjudgment, I think, out there from the fielder, Mujtaba. We'll check it out in the replay, but I've got this down at 6. What did you see, Rico?
It's 6. Should have been caught, though, or should have at least had an attempt. He comes too far away from the line. Look where he is here, and then where the ball goes. I think if he's on the line there, look,
no,
it's
not
4,
6.
actually.
It's just 4. Well, that's even worse.
Yeah.
When you're a fielder and it goes over your head and it's only 4, because that's in a game that's not televised. You always say it's 6. That way it seems it's not so obvious that you're out of position. But having said that, I mean, he's looking right into the sun there, isn't he? Azim Mujtaba. And so not a great start for Asker as he gets hit to the boundary. Indran gets a bit lucky there.
Yeah, he does. I mean, they've got the field. That's the annoying thing is the field is set for that. They set the trap and then, well.
That wasn't a clips though, unfortunately. Now, this is a miss hit. That'll just be 1. Yeah, so I mean, the buyer boosters really typify the improvement in batting across the board here in Krefeld. If I wanted to go right, let me go right back to the archives and I'll tell you what they were averaging in each year of their ECS journey. Vasi Karan's an interesting one as well. I remember back in 2021, he was pretty hesitant to open the batting. He kind of liked the middle order, and sometimes he just wouldn't face enough balls. See him taking responsibility now. just seems a lot more confident in his own ability. This will just be a single as he moves to 30 in just 12 balls.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's definitely a confidence thing. I remember being here last year, and of course, I wasn't here the year before, and I'd obviously, heard about the 6-6s, etc. But he didn't fancy himself going out there. He was coming in pretty low in some cases, but not this time round. He's always been at the top of the order, and it certainly has made a big difference. Indran, well, this one is going to go, and it ain't coming back. That is a biggie. It goes into the jungle, and well, the player is going to go in. He may not come back out. Oh, hang on a minute. The ball miraculously comes back out.
I've got the biggest respect for anyone that actually finds the ball in the bushes here, because my hand's still stinging from trying to fish one out.
I think there's a grizzly in there that threw that one back. Thank you, grizzly. The grizzly to grizzly action. Okay, that was a huge hit from Indran, who's been hurt because he's not running very quickly now. But he said, I'm not thinking of running, and when you're going to be bowling full tosses, but he takes one hand off this one. Where's this going to go? Oh, he's dropped it. He gets 2 chances. He saves the boundary, but Indran, he gets dropped again. And now what's the fielder done? What's Fahim done to himself? He seems to be hobbling around. Well, Fahim drops the catch. And you don't want to give him too many opportunities.
Well, he's gone out there because basically Mustafa said, well, you have a go, because I didn't see it. I think that Fahim saw a little bit more of it, but not a lot more. Like I said, just look at the shadows. That tells you all you need to know about fielding on that left-hand side of the field. As this gets hit down to the sweeper, deep mid-wicket, that'll be the end of the over. And they will get an overthrow here. So 1 becomes 2, and it'll be 57 without loss after 4. Remember I said I'd tell you how the boosters have gone, and it wasn't actually the first game. It was their first day. But against MSC Frankfurt, they only made 30, right? So that was the first day. We said, okay, they're probably going to struggle. But then they beat the Black Caps by Golden Ball in the quarterfinal that year. But they only averaged 78 with the bat in 2021. Last year, they averaged 104. And this year, they're averaging 153. Yeah. So it's pretty much twice as much. But that's really a sign of, number one, confidence, but number 2, that they've just, developed the skills required to score runs consistently and fairly safely as well.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're seeing across the board, aren't we? When we're going back to places, I think the way I look at it, after the first year, when we went back to places, we saw a huge improvement. As this one's down the ground, is going to be 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro 6 carreras. Nice shot. Well, then just not getting the ball to pitch, are they? This is another one which just gets turned into a full toss. And Fahim Jan is the man who's bowling now. I think the captain says, well, you had a chance to take it. You missed it. Now you can have a bowl. You try bowling at him. Indran moves to 26, but he's had 2 chances. Yeah, I think after the first year, the big notable improvement was in the fielding from the teams. Well, he's asking the question, and I get the feeling he may be gone here. And
I thought he might have been bowled, but I think he's probably stumped if there's any question being asked. We'll have a look at it on the replay. It's very close to the stumps there. He's gone.
Yep.
He's gone fairly comfortably. Clean take. Pretty clean keeping there from Pratik Harsh behind the stumps. And so it will be for him that gets the first breakthrough. Indran, nice little cameo for him, but it ends at 26. The score is 63 for 1.
Well, John does exactly what the captain said. He said, you dropped it, now get him out, and he does. So good work, though, from Harsh. And it's the 26 from the unlucky ball, number 13 for Indran. So he gets his team a start. But, well, now this guy comes out. Sandeep Rathore, wasn't he good the other day? He smashed the ball all over the place. They've just got so many talented, hard-hitting batters. He scored 77 of just 31 deliveries, helping the Bayer Boosters get to 159 against the Bayer Spartans. And, of course, went on and won that match. So, yeah, going back to that, I think after a year, the fielding was vastly improved. But now I'm seeing the batting, and I think it's all about understanding that it's a case of going out there, being aggressive, and hitting the runs. There's no such thing as take your time or get in. Just get out there and start blasting. We saw that in Dresden as well. I think this year as well, the amount of runs that we saw in Dresden, we were there, of course, 2 weeks before here. Yeah. It was just so much more. I think we saw that in Sweden. Yep. I think you were in Sweden this year, and the amount of runs that were being scored there.
I mean, look what happened in Hungary to you as well. Look, yeah, I agree. But it's not just going out there and slogging. So it's partly an attitude thing, but it's definitely a skill thing as well.
Yeah.
You know, like actually hitting proper cricket shots like that. And mind yourself, Rico, because that one is out of here. Maximo and Diana Horace. Lucky she got out of the way because that's clunked straight into her chair on the full. 6 runs.
Well, this was a blast. And, well, good to see that Diana is awake. Otherwise, yeah, that would have taken her out.
That was a shin burner waiting to happen, wasn't it? Oh, well, and that's right on cue. I mean, that's a proper cricket shot. Holds his shape. Smashes over long off for 6 and wants to go again, but this time he can't get under it, and we'll just get a single. Want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. So hello to Dave B. Nice to see you with us. Also hello to Neville, who is in the chat. Hello to Maya, who's watching from Germany. Hello to Kevin Kroom, as well as everyone else that has said hello. Dee Marie's in there, I can see. Drop us a message and let us know how your morning's going as we get ready for the last ball of the 5th over. It's been a successful one for Jan, but has gone for a few as well. This is a tough one for Ahmed Shahshazad, but he does well. Knocks it down. They think it 2. Hesitation could be trouble, and it would have been trouble to throw it down up for the bowler. But they will get away with it. It's the end of 5 and the score 73 for 1. Close call.
Yeah, that was a close one. They took on, I mean, I think it's the right thing to do, but look at the running the first one. It was so slow. And then and there's so much hesitation. So a good throw and he would have been in trouble.
I mean, their eye contact was good, but neither of them kind of knew if they wanted to run or not. In the end, they said, oh, let's just go for it, as it is the end of the over. I want to say a very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, and we've got Rico Full with me as well. Now, guys, it's hot.
Yeah.
All right. You can probably tell that here. I don't know whose idea it was to zoom in the camera this much, but let's talk about it. I mean, I feel like I'm just sat down here. You go.
Let me get a bit closer.
Shall we talk about it? We're both wearing a
Yeah.
very similar outfit. And this will happen from time to time because we don't talk in advance.
No, we
about
don't.
what we're gonna
Not
wear.
planned at all.
But we're pretty similar. Anyway, that's a nice close-up of our melons. Why don't we get back to the... someone's dropped the ball there, haven't they? Anyway, that's all right. And we'll get back to the action. It's over number 6. It's going to be Ascot with his leg spin to bowl the second over. Yeah. Well, I mean, look. They did
just
point
wanted
the
to
camera.
focus on our shiny
They
foreheads. That's what it
pointed the
was.
camera in the right direction. It was basically, it looked like we'd been put in a witch's cauldron of boiling water. I think that's what it would look like. Anyway, now that you've seen enough of us, let's get back to the cricket. Adeeb, good bowler. Now this is probably going to travel back to the wall as Ahmed Shashi is up, but that's going to be 6. Maximo Rathore with his first bomb.
Yeah, well, Sandy Rathore, he batted so well the other day. And this one, I mean, he does well because it's just slightly, he's not right there for the shot, but he manages to get enough power in it. And that's why he only just gets it over the head of the fielder on the boundary. Shahzad.
Flatter and outside off, but again, good shot selection. And that's what's really impressed me across the board. As you said, the scores have been going up. I just think better decisions are being made by batters, and this is a really good example from Rathore, who just basically plays the ball that's bowled at him. It's short, it's wide, and he plays the correct shot and executes it nicely. 4 runs.
Yeah. His shot selection, picking the right ball, and if the bowlers aren't bowling that good full length, then you're going to be in trouble. Speaking of trouble, how's your hand?
Still stinging a little bit. All right, he hasn't timed this at all. Catching opportunity, can't blame the sun this time, and it's taken. So it's going to be a quick one from Rathore in the end. He's going to go for 13. Pretty well taken out there. That's Akil Sugathan, who's shown he's a pretty good pair of hands. And it kind of slides on a little bit quicker than Rathore thinks. So he'll become the second man to fall. The score is 84 for 2.
Yeah, good catch, isn't it, on the run. And it's all about wanting it. You want it, he sets off, and he gets it. So nicely done. So a wicket for Adeeb Asghar. Gets rewarded. 1 for 26. As, well, one dangerous batter replaces another. And Thinesh Wajakulasingam, this guy's been in good form.
Now it's hit leg side and just be 1. Rajakulasingam took one of the catches of the tournament a few days ago.
Yeah.
It's been quite dramatic, the different kinds of weather we've had in just a few days. When you think back to last week when the rain was around, but when the sun comes out, it really cooks up here. This one does a bit too much. It's called wide.
Glorious sunny day. Got 3 men on the leg side waiting for the The cross-legged hit, but he goes for a blast out of the off. Oh, that's a tremendous shot. Well, the power in this from Vasikaran is just sensational. And he's saying, well, you ain't got a man over there, have you? And he hits this flat for 6. That is power. That is an awesome shot. End of the over. We're in the 90s. 92 for 2 at the end of the 6th over. But what a hit that is. And Vasikaran moves to 40. Have a look at the scorecard there. So Vasikaran still going. He would put a good partnership together with Indran before he fell to some great bit of work from the wicketkeeper, Pratikash. Second retort, maybe a little bit too much of a hurry, but like I said before, it's the way these guys play. They don't hang around. You saw that from the very first ball that Thinesh Rajagulasingham played. He just went for the big shot. It only just bounced before the man at square. But that's the way they play. That's their game plan. Get out there, be aggressive, and don't hold back. Yeah, he's gone. He gets a little snick on this, so that is a huge wicket. They get the wicket there of Thinesh quite early. He'll go just for 1. So now you've got, well, 3 of the top 4 back already.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, got to keep taking wickets. And, yeah, just a little feather on this, maybe down towards the toe of the bat. As Ahmed Shahzad, he was pretty confident, just turned around and got on with it. It's a left arm up being brought back to take a wicket, and he does. Well held behind the stumps as well by Harsh. He's having a pretty good time behind the sticks. And so that will be the 3rd wicket to fall. The score is 92 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good one to get, isn't it? Because, all right, you've got good runs on the board, and the other batters should come out and give a fair bit of support here to Vasikaran, who looks set.
Still are going at that 15 plus and over, though, which has been their rate so far.
Interesting. I mean, he's a tall guy, but he sort of almost collapses on himself here. He doesn't really use his height advantage at all. Don't know whether he gets that one wrong, but that one looked a bit awkward. This one gets played out into the offside. He's very wristy, isn't he?
Yeah, he does have that snap of the wrist in his action. He gets a bit of extra pace from. Vasikaran gets the strike back. And by just saying to Ahmed Shahzad, look, I need you to get out the way so I can do my job. Tip ball. This is punched away and will just be a single. So it's been pretty good over this for Arkan Rising Stars.
Yeah, it's been pretty tidy, isn't it? And he came back, Shahzad, and he went. It was pretty expensive in the 2nd over. And they brought him on to take a wicket, and he's done that. He's delivered. He got the big wicket of Rajagulasingham now. Well, maybe he can get that of Thivakaran, who's just come out there. Oh, it's a wild swing. And no balance, no shape in this as one hand comes off the bat. So it's a dot. So very good over this so far.
Nice to see Apu Murali of Clone CC in the chat. Hello, Murali. Hopefully you're well. Nice that you can join us. Thanks everyone else for your messages. Keep them coming in. Right, last ball of the 7th. They've just clawed back a bit, haven't they, in the last few minutes, Arkan Rising Stars?
Well, he has a big swing at this, and this is racing away to the boundary, but he won't get there. They're going to have to run 2, and they will. Oh, well. There's a little cheeky backflip from the wicketkeeper here, and he does get it on the bows as well. You'll appreciate this one,
yeah, a little bit of a sneaky there. Again, Ahmed Shahzad. And, yeah, I mean, I quite like this. You basically set up, especially with the throws not coming in too fast. It was a bounce throw. The keeper just giving it a little bit of the old through the legs and knocks the bails off. But the batter wasn't napping, and that'll be the end of the over. The score is set 96 for 3 after 7. Okay, we're excited about the ECIs this week, aren't we? Because it's a star-studded ECI, really. Yep. See, Ahmed Shahzad just bowled that over. He's in. And also, Haritharan Vasikaran is in for Germany. And also, I always like Mini Boom Boom, Shahid Afridi Jr. He's in the squad once again. Let's see if he can get going. This is up. It's in the air, and it's going to be 6. Maximo. Perfect start. And that, in fact, brings up Vasikaran's 50. And so we were just talking about him, weren't we?
Yeah.
And right on cue, he comes up with a milestone.
Yeah, well, that's why he's in that squad, isn't he? He's in good form at the moment. And, well, this will put a smile on the selectors' faces as well, seeing that he's going out there, gets a 50 to himself, takes his team past 100 mark. Well, now he goes for another big one down the onside, and this sails over the boundary as well. This is an amazing hit, it really is.
Well, this is shades of 2021 now, when he hit 6 sixes in and over, and he's completely fearless now. He's past the 50, he feels zero pressure, and it's hard to imagine a ball he can't hit for 6 at the moment. So, interesting name I saw in is Ace Pruss in the ECI squad. I think they're looking at him for the ECC, so a chance for him to have a look. And yeah, just having a look at Belgium as well. You're looking at a very good side there as well. And Netherlands 11, don't forget that they are defending champions of the ECC. Slightly different looking squad from them, but still some very good players in there. 2 of the Zulfikar triplets are in. So we've got Assad, the keeper, and Sikandar, the medium pacer, and Batter as we get back to the action. And this is going to be 3 out of 3. Well, we're on here, Rico. This guy's got form doing this before, but he goes 6-6-6 to start the over.
Yeah, well, we know he's done it once before, and on this ground, just pure, clean hitting. That's all you can say. And, well, just a minute ago, we were saying well batting for his 50. He's moved on to 65.
Oh, and he misses out. And it's the effort ball from Sagatan that gets past him.
Yeah, it's well bowled from the bowler. He needed to do something different, and Sagathan does. He bangs this one in. And that'll be one for the over. That gets signalled there. You can see by the umpires. Umpires being on the board here. That's Smith, Nando, and Guru out there in the middle.
Yeah, gets a wide. It was a good surprise ball, that bouncer, wasn't it? Because I think it was unpredictable. It had the desired effect.
Sagathan knows he doesn't want to pitch up. That's the thing. But he goes too wide, so he's going to have to bowl it again. Oh, wow. What a hit. This is just brutal. That's the only way to describe that. This is a monster hit. He absolutely crunches it. And, well, this is the fastest you'll ever see that Grizzly move, because he's going at the speed of knots.
Yeah, that was an absolute bomb, wasn't it? Well, 4 out of 5's not bad. His over goes magical now, 25 off it.
Into the 120s already with a ball to go in this, the 8th. Oh, what a strike that was.
Could go supersonic here with another 6, and who's to bet against him? He's already used his bouncer in the over. And this innings, again, look at that run rate. It's been keeping over the 15, even though they have lost those 3 wickets along the way.
I don't think this ball is lost. They get another ball. It's the fact that it just goes so far. It's probably still going. That's the problem. Well, they have the Autobahn here in Germany where you can go as fast as you like. Well, we've got our own version of it here at the Krefeld cricket ground, because that ball is travelling and there was no speed limit to that. Wow, what a crunch. Okay, will he go for another?
Yes. But he might have got it wrong. Well, he has, although the keeper's got a lot of work to do, and he's not going to chase it down. In the end, they'll get 2, but still a devastating over for the Rising Stars, as Vasikaran, with the help of White, puts on 27 in the 8th, and the score's 123 for 3.
Yeah, they're, once again, I think from here on in, with Vasikaran set the way he is, and if he can be given the strike again from Thivakaran, we'll probably be eyeing up getting them to a 150 score. That'll be the plan here. But it looks like it's going to be the captain, and Mabushar who's going to have a bowl here. See if he can just, well, slow things up a little bit, bowling his first. So Mabasha to have a bowl. They'd be disappointed performances from his team this year round. Just that one win, as this one gets, well, sort of carved away or sliced away, however you want it, but he gets past the man at third, who seems to be having a few issues himself. The fielder not moving freely at all. I'd say it's obviously a bit of an injury problem for him. He's there at third, so he doesn't have too much to do, but he's not able to get after that one at all. So 4 off the first, and Thivakaran now making his contribution to this score, 127 for 3. And I think this will be out. I reckon that's good work again from the wicketkeeper, Pratik Harsh. Now that's going to be another one. He's second stumping. It's good delivery from the captain because he draws him out the crease and nicely taken. And then he takes the bails off with the batter well short. So, nice take. Just got to make sure that those gloves don't get past the stumps here. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's okay for me. He does a really good job. And then on the way down, takes the bails off. Pratik Harsh and polite inquiry, and the umpire says, well, just to make sure, I'll check it side on. I think it's always a good thing to do because there's a lot of things to look at there for the umpire. And one thing you've got to be sure about as well is that the wicketkeeper's gloves don't get past or go over and beyond that line past the stumps, and they don't. He does really well. It's a very, very good take from Harsh. Well bowled from the captain as well. So Thivakarun will go. He does assist with a boundary.
That's very tidy work there. Thivakarun just there for a short time as well. Ashok Andrew gets a bat. And he's going to get a bit lucky, and he's going to get 4 first up. Little edge, gets past the keeper. Yeah, once again, well, Abdi Bhaskar definitely has some issue because he's not moving freely at all. He's going to have to go get that. As I'm covered in spider webs all of a sudden.
Yeah,
they're after you. Well, I've got my own issues.
They obviously like the colour green.
Yeah, obviously they do.
That'll help. It's another boundary. Not quite where he wanted it. A little bit similar to the one that Thivakarun hit, but Andrew will be happy with that. This is clubbed pretty well to the man at the cow corner area and makes the stop at mid-wicket. So, Thivakarun back on strike. He'll want to go after the captain for sure. I don't think he'll be pitching this up. Well, Iniyat. And he doesn't. And he gets these wickets. So, well done to the captain. Picks up 2 wickets in the over. And he gets the dangerous Thivakarun. That's a result with the score at 132 for 5 now. And Thivakarun was the man that could have taken this score beyond the 150 if he kept going. And he ends up just knocking his back onto his own stumps. And that's going to be the end of a very good innings from Arithran Thivakarun. He hit the ball well, didn't he? And let's just have a look at, well, I mean, he ended up with 73 of 25 deliveries, 8 sixes, and 4 fours, a strike rate of 292. That's exceptional hitting, and what a good half century that was.
Yeah, it is. As he's still there, 73 of 24. In fact, no, I've got to update my scorecard. Yeah, 73 of 25. There you go. There's always a ball behind now. This will be 1.
He's gone, right?
Confirmed.
He's gone.
Well, you can't take your eyes off the game. That's the thing.
It's happening so quickly.
On a scorecard, I had him still in, but they hadn't given him out yet. But yeah, can confirm. Out. 133 for 5 after 9. And Iniyat, pretty decent over. Picks up the big fish and gets 2 for 10 in the 9th.
Yeah, he's probably wondering why I didn't bowl himself earlier now, isn't he? It's one of those. Captain says, okay, I'll bowl the 9th. Nobody else wants to. And he bowls a really good one. Okay, 10 runs come off it, but he picked up 2 wickets. He got the dangerous Thivakarun as well. Okay, where can they get to now? So in the last over, a bit of spin and no runs there. So nicely bowled. It's John who's bowling it.
Yeah, could they get the 150 here? Not as easy when you've got a couple of fresh batters out there. Oh, he tries to get funky. I don't know if this will even go for 4, but it might. It will. Well, he gets plenty on that. Prasad gets funky, gets 4.
Well, the sun is out, and you know what that means. Sunsea sand and sexy cricket. Nice shot. I'm liking it. And, well, what a lovely shot that is. You haven't seen too many funky shots, but that one certainly is right up there. And a little bit of class from the batter, Prasad.
Yeah, they're going to stick the fielder back there now as well, try and protect it, so he just hits straight down the ground and we'll get a single.
Yeah, Prasad gets a 4, now hands the strike back to Andrew, who's got a boundary himself, didn't probably know too much about it. It was a thick edge. So 138 with 3 balls to go here. And there's a bit of a full toss. It's going to be in the gap. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So that brings up 140, 142 now. And uses his feet here well. A little couple of steps to it. Hits it on the full, gets it in the gap. 4 runs. Wasn't the best of deliveries from John, actually. Just over pitched.
True to form, aren't they, right now? I've got 142 with 2 balls to go.
Goes for the same area.
It's going to be 4. It's going to go straight through the fielder. And so, yeah, tough one. Together, it's a good fielder, but it was an awkward kind of length in front of him, an awkward distance in front of him that it bounced. In the end, he can't make the stomp.
Yeah, he was drawn into the catch, wasn't he? Gets drawn into the catch and finds himself in a position where he's not going to take the catch or be able to stop it. So 4 more. So they are now, well, a shot away with the ball to go from 150.
And they'll creep up on the 150, 147 now. Fucking Rising Stars. Question is, where's the run's going to come from? They need someone to go big, don't they?
Yeah.
Sugarthan's hit the ball pretty well. He's listed to open. Asker in there listed to open as well. Okay, this is the last ball, and it will go for 4. So they do bring up the 150 in the end. True to form, the Boosters, they've been on 15 and over pace this whole tournament. They're one of the most improved teams in the last couple of years on ECN. And they're going to finish here. 151 for 5 in the 10 overs.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. They keep up this, well, incredible pace that they're scoring at. So once again, they're bringing up the 150. They've done that in every match bar 1 that they've played, which is quite incredible. And on that match, it was 130 that they posted. They certainly are the Boosters, and they're hitting the ball well. What a start this was. 2 glorious shots from Vasikara. 1, it was the off drive, and then he followed it up with the on drive. That was an opportunity, though, you have to say. It was Indran who had 2 chances, really. That was the other one. He was dropped on 8 and also on 14. But no, he wasn't to survive this. Good work from Harsh. Really quick hands. And Indran tries to get back, but he couldn't. This could have been another great bit of fielding there right in front of us from Shazad. But unfortunately, he just lets himself down a little bit with the throw. But then Vasikaran really did start to get going. But there were opportunities. That was a tremendous catch as Sugarthan came in to remove the dangerous Sandeep Rathore for just 13. And then there was the call behind as well, Harsh in the action to get rid of Dinesh. And then we thought, well, maybe the Achin Rising Stars could get themselves back into this match and try and restrict to around about the 1-2-5. But it wasn't to be because, well, Vasikaran started to crunch the ball big. The Master Blaster woke up and he went ballistic. Hit the ball well. This was more good work from Harsh. That was once again, excellent work from him. It really is being so good behind the stump. That was the current that went. And Mubasha came on. He picked up a couple of wickets, including that of Vasikaran. But then right towards the end, well, the big hits continued. And they did get past that 150 mark. Ashok Andrew, 17 or just 5 deliveries, 4 fours. And also the Murali Prasad play that were exquisite. The shot to get 4 for himself. So he finished off 6 with just the 4 deliveries as well. So there's the scorecard there. And one thing as I've always drawn on from the Boosters, no matter who's going out there to bat, the one thing they've got in their mind is not to waste deliveries. And they did that again. 73 from Vasikaran. Absolutely superb hitting from him. He was well supported there by Indran at the beginning. And then you had little contributions there from Rathore, from Ashok Andrew as well. But once again, the key thing is going out there, hitting boundaries and not chewing up too many deliveries. 151 for 5. We have a look at the bowlers. I think the captain may ask himself the question why he didn't bring himself on the bowl earlier. He picks up 2 wickets just for 10 runs, so he's probably the pick of the bowlers there. Wickets more or less for everyone, but you'll see, I mean, I think Ahmad Shah Shazad, he bowled quite economically, as well as Zain Al Hussain, he was economic as well. But I think it's just the powerful batting. Sometimes it's you just don't know where to bowl at these guys. And also on the extra front, they did well. Just the 8 extras, 7 of those in wides on 1 leg by. But once again, the Boosters, they look to bat another side out of the competition to get 150 on the board, and Action Rising Stars have just got the one win to their name. Well, that's going to take some getting, isn't it? Join me, Rico Paul and Mr. Maximo will return in 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the first match of match day number 9, match number 41. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to a beautiful day here at the By Cricket Ground in Krefeld. You're watching the European Cricket Series, and we're also watching the Bio Boosters looking to continue their unbeaten run. Once again, they put the runs on the board, 151, a team that has now scored 761 runs, and well, when they bat first, they look to bat you out of the game, and that's what they feel that they would have achieved against the Acton Rising Stars here. But it's not a done deal yet. The Acton Rising Stars themselves know that they need a good start, a good power play, and try to apply a little bit of pressure on the boosters. Man who's going to start up with the ball is going to be the Pakitharan Prabha. He will know that a couple of good overs early on, and you apply the pressure straight away on the batting side. Acton Rising Stars, just the one win to their name, and that was a good win against. This gets played away, and no run. Yeah, just the one win when they beat the Pond Blue Star. And that was in match 5, and that's when they needed the likes of Ron Reddy, who, of course, not playing in this match, so you're always going to miss out when you haven't got your top batter with them. Ron Reddy has been in good form. That's nicely played, and he probably will get 4 runs for this. It's a bit of a touch on it. No, he slows it down, actually. So that's good work from the fielder. Gets a hand on this, and he certainly takes all the pace off it. So that was Dinushan. So gets the hand, takes the pace off. Welcome back to everybody as well that's joining us. They only take the 1 run as well, which is not good. And that's a lovely shot. He's sort of clipped off his legs. It was more of a thump than a clip, really, because it will race to the boundary. What a good hit this is. Gets himself in a good position. And then he's leaning a bit to the right, but he hits it good. So Jan, 6 runs, good start from him. Maybe that's why he wanted to take the single. Backs himself. Goes in the same area again, and this time is going to be 1 bounce for. I get the feeling the field might have to change here slightly. I get a feeling they'd be pretty keen to bring the 3rd up and push the mid-wicket in that area, have a long on a mid-wicket. No change as yet. That's the area where John wants to go. A very busy chat this morning as well. Stephen Kelk has joined the early birds, and Kai Bai there as well. Hello to everybody. And it's going to be another. Well, how about this? You want to have a good start? You want to have a good power play? This is the way to do it. So it's another boundary. So Fahim Jan, he says, well, if they can do it, i.e. the boosters, well, we can do it as well. He certainly, and that's the reason why he said to Sigarthan, don't worry, just take the single. Leave me on strike. You know what? Oh, look at this. He's now walking down. And probably will be a wide, or will it? No, not get signalled. I mean, interesting to see this again. I mean, the bowler banks is it, but this has to be a wide for me for over the head height. Surely, this is, I'd like to see this side on, because he comes a long way down, and the ball's still going up, and you've got to call him for the batter in his crease. And, oh, you see, he can't believe it. Yeah, I'm not surprised he can't believe it. That's a wide ball, folks. And it gets missed. And end of the over, they get 15 from it. So, well, they're more or less where they need to be, aren't they? And we can remind you, well, it can't. That's not true. That is not true. I reckon there should be 243. That sounds more right. Have we ever got to 400? I'm sure. If we have, then I've gone to sleep and I've woken up again. We're on a different day. I think that's 243. I think there's a typo there. We'll get that adjusted as we go back to the action. It's a slow ball to start off with. It could be gone. It will be gone. Slow ball does the job. Sigarthan will go. And Prasad comes on and he takes the wicket. So, slow delivery, catch taken. Well, we'll get that. Everybody's in shock. He's at 443. What happened there? Okay. Well, anyway, I can tell you what's happened here. We'll sort that graphic out. It's a slow delivery. It's probably close to being called a wide if he leaves it alone, but he puts it right into the hands of the fielder. So Sugathan will go for one on ball number 3. And Prasad takes the wicket off his very first ball. It's a soft dismissal, really, though, isn't it? Because it wasn't. It's one of those. It wasn't a ball that you would say deserved a wicket. It was just a slow loosener, sort of a full toss. And well, Dinesh takes the catch. Prasad gets the wicket. That's a better delivery. You get a wicket from that one, you don't mind. Prasad making things happen here at the moment. New batter that comes in is Zain. Really good bowling. He's getting this ball to swing around a little as well. Gentle breeze starting to blow now as well. Sort of playing from left to right. There we go. That's better. 243. I told you, just a bit of a typo. 243 matches. Again, it's the pace of it. So that you're thinking it's a full toss. So you can see that Zan thinking, yeah, full toss. I'm going to whack this away. But it hardly gets to him. And then it starts to swing pretty late as well. So he almost hits his onto his own stumps. I think the keeper standing up, Indran as well, just stops the batter wanting to come out and play this the way he would like to. Oh, there's a snick, and now they're asking the question, has he taken this? And there's nothing from the umpires here at the moment. I'm not sure what. They're on the walkie-talkie. Now, the two umpires need to talk about this if he's taken it before it goes down. I reckon he's held this. This is great reflexes from Indran. So let's have a look here. So he doesn't take it first time. Now, the ball's on the way down. Does he get there? Let's have a look at this again. Does he get there in time? So I don't think the umpires have any doubt about it catching the bat. They're happy that it catches the bat. They want to see if it takes a catch. And let's have a look. Does he get there before the ball hits? And, oh, I get the feeling here, if I'm looking at that, I don't think it's conclusive. I think the ball is pushed on the ground. If I look at this, if you keep this running and if the bowler doesn't get in the way, I think the ball, oh, I don't know, does he have it? Looking at it there, I think he has it, you know. I can't see the ball. I only see the gloves. When you look at it this side, though, my first impression was that the ball was wedged between the gloves and the ground, just about here. So, just here. But I think when you look at the other way, oh, it's a tricky one, this. You've got to be 100% sure. Does he use the ground to wedge the ball into his gloves, or does he have it already? It's interesting. When you look at it from both sides, it tells you a different story, and I reckon you've got to go with not conclusive enough and not out, and I think that's what they've done. They said not out, and I can understand that call. I mean, it's one of those that you can look at over and over again. I think the match officials, the Smith Guru, and the third umpire, Suraya, along with the tournament referee, Tarun Peters, they look at it a few times, and I think it's the fair call, the right call for me. This one now goes all the way to the boundary, and that's the way it's done here on the European Cricket Network. One moment you're staring at being out, the next moment you're smashing the ball for your first runs, and after 4 dots, Zain hits this one out of the park. He gets 6. And that is the end of the over. So 2 overs down. They needed that 6 as well, because otherwise it would have been a maiden, would you believe, from Prasad, and a wicket maiden of that. So 21 off the 2 overs after 15 off the first. That one slows them down a little bit, but what a huge boundary that was right at the end. It just keeps them sort of in the game, if you like. And look at what they're playing for here, the boosters. They can go, well, above the Dusseldorf Black Caps in second spot with the win here. They'll be on the same number of points, but they've got a far superior net run rate. Okay, John, he's been good. He's hit 3 boundaries already. And what's the approach going to be to him? We are going to see a change in the bowler. And they're going to go with Sanjeevan Vignesh. Vignesh, I think, if I remember correctly, bit of a slinger. Yep, that's our man. And just a very short run up as well. He sort of takes about, what's that, about 10. Oh, my bag's turned up from somewhere here. This looks like Santa's been and he's left me a bag with some goodies in it. Where did that come from? Anyway, it's all happening this morning. And this one will go the distance. Boom! Shaka Lagya. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Grandísimo. 6 carreras. Nicely hit. It was right there though, wasn't it? It was in the swing zone, and you can see that John is pretty powerful. Anything into his body. You've got to, I think, try to get him cutting the ball. And yeah, there's that swing again. That's better length, isn't it, to him? So you're not putting it in the swing zone, in the arc. It's not in the arc. So good comeback from the bowler, Vignesh. He's got a fair bit of pace about him, hasn't he? As Vignesh. Oh, chance for call and bowl. It wasn't easy. Gets a hand onto it. Chance goes down though. John dropped on 20. Let's watch this again. Gets a good bit of it, but not able. It's one of those they can stick, and it ends up being a fantastic jalebi catch, or they get away from you. And a few people talking about the catch. Stephen Kelk says looks grounded. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Well, this is a super shot. Really is beautifully played. And well, after being stuck on 0 for 4 deliveries, he's now come out and played 2 magnificent shots. Well, how about that one? He gets down on one knee, holds the pose and says, "Photo, please." Click, click, click. Smile. Thank you very much. Lovely shot. A couple of boundaries off the over here from Vignesh. They're fighting, aren't they? Archer and Rising Stars. They're fighting. They're trying to stay up with the rate, which is around about just under 17 at the moment. And that's the comeback. Always comes back. And now look at this. This would have been out. This would have been out. I'm 100% sure this would have been out. Let's have a look. Because look, yeah, where is he? He was walking down. He was walking down. I mean, that's the throw coming back. When the extra throw was thrown from the wicketkeeper, he was in his own world. He was walking away. He's not waiting for the umpire to call over, and he's walking. And well, if Indran had hit the stumps, he would have been gone. That's how he's looking at the moment. A good recovery there from Vignesh. He does go for 2 boundaries, but only 11 off the over. So you can see that they're 10 runs behind where the boosters were at this point. But look then what happened after that. The boosters just went upwards. There was that blip in over there. What was that over there? Over number 8. That was Sagartan who bowled a really good one. But other than that, the boosters, they just kept piling on the pressure. So 32, 1 wicket down. One of Sagartan, that was to go. And we're going to see another bowler being used here. So just using different bowlers, the captain, to see who can give him the breakthrough and who he wants to use again. Ashok Andrews comes in and he's going to go big as well. This one sails over everybody and just drops short of the wilderness behind us. Once again, he's reaching for it. So it's not the worst of deliveries. It's not in the slot. But it's good hitting from Fahim Jan. Liking what I'm seeing from him. He's not giving up this battle. So Andrew gets hit for a 6 of his first. And into the pads, which isn't the best of areas to be bowling to Jan. And then it's not the best with of fielding out there in the deep as well. Trying to use his feet to stop it. The bowler is far from impressed, and I don't blame him. Got to do better than that. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It's into the pads to a batter who's very strong on the onside. So once again, You've got to try and get it. I mean, look where he's standing. You've got to try and aim for that wide line. That gets this one through, takes the pace off. It could come back from our shot. Yeah, definitely look at. It's an easy one to look at. You look at the wagon wheel with the worst one for John. All the shots on the onside. I don't think he's played one on the off. I don't think he's even driven the ball. So you've got to be saying, right, I want to go full outside the off. I'm not going to give him the opportunity to play on the leg side. And that's where you don't want to bowl it. It's on the leg side. Work to be done by the fielder, who will get there this time. And the batters literally just walk the single. Nice throw. Good arm from the man out there. And that's square. No real change in the field. They keep it to 3-man on the leg side. Square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off his back. And third stays on the boundary. So no sweeper on the offside. But so far, nobody's really hit there. Zane's hit one over in that extra cover area. And well, he just waits for this and he just clobbers it. Well, this is like Captain Caveman style. He just rocks back and he clubs it. And it goes big. Boom. Shakalugya. 6 more. And they're staying up with this, you know. They're staying up with this. And a few people enjoying this. I mentioned Stephen Kelk earlier. He was talking about the catch. He said it did look grounded. And he said, did the umpire give it? No, umpire didn't give it. That's why you waited. Went on the walkie-talkie straight away. And now this one should be out. And it's really well held. That's a good catch. Nicely taken. And that's Pakitharan Prabha, who sees it. That's the captain. And he had to make sure he get his body right behind it, and he does. It's a really nice catch taken. The wind is swirling around a little bit as well. You can just see it there in the trees. So judging this is important. The wind would have played a part in it. I like the way he gets himself in a good position and then protects the ball as he goes down. So nice catch taken. And that's the end of Zain ul Hassan, who played some nice shots. Put himself to a healthy score of 16 before he departs, with a good catch taken there by the captain, Prabha. And a breakthrough from Andrew. Gets the wicket right at the end of the over. So 4 overs completed, and it's 49 for 2. The rates at around 17. So played his part, Zain. He played a couple of boundaries, but a few dot balls is what hurts you. Fahim Jan, though, at the moment, look at his rate, 32 of 12. He's on strike here again now. He's the wicket, really, that you want to pick up. Get his wicket, and then I think the boosters will believe that they've made the match safe. And then Murali Prasad coming on to bowl. Bowled a good first over. Only went for 6, and that was one boundary. Well struck, trying to get it in the gap. Need to dive in here. Does well, does the captain once again. And keeps him just to 1. That's a good result. They're keeping John off strike. And this time, well, that was Vasikaran actually to switch places with the captain and losing his footing there. It's not really that wet at the moment, so maybe just not the right choice of shoes. Good delivery and up in the air. Chance. Vasikaran takes a catch. Nicely done. Well, makes a stop in the first place to keep it to the single and then takes a catch. But it's all about the delivery here. And Prasad is full, isn't he? Because he's full, despite the efforts to try and get this one away, he hits it pretty well, but he's not able to. And that's going to be a wicket. And a nicely bowled. That's going to be Ali, who's going to have to depart. So he's going to go for a golden. He's running quickly. Can we get him? Yeah. Trying to escape the duck, but Elvira's on him. And Derek gets him before he escapes and hides behind the trees. A golden duck, unfortunately, there for Ali. I mean, do I blame it? No. Got to try and go for your shots. So Usama Ali, it's a good hitter of the ball, but this time round he finds the safe hands of Vasikaran. That's well bowled. He's bowled so well, isn't it, Prasad? 2 for 7 now. Bowled a fantastic first over, which looked like it was going to be a wicket maiden, and then the last ball was crunched for a big 6. 50 for 3. We tried to do the reverse Malachi, and I think he might have got clonked on the shoulder or the head. So Harsh, well, he's been dealt with harshly here. And I'm not being harsh either. It wasn't the best of shots. Bit of an inside edge, thinks about taking it on, and great work, incredible work. This is fantastic. That is out. Well, Sakishkant Indran, brilliant behind the stumps. Two things I like about this. One is, of course, the work from the keeper. The other thing is from the bowler. Look what the bowler does as well. He basically backs up Indran and says, look, I'm there, go for it. Watch the bowler go here first. Look, you don't have him on camera. He's charging away. Indran gets the glove off, and he's on the target. Boom. Knocks him over, Jagade Hutte style, and that's the wicket. Just very quick work. Here we go. I don't think he'll be in the picture. No, he's not. So that's tremendous stuff. And well, that's going to be another duck. And he's disappeared. We're not going to get him, unfortunately. He runs off. So Mahim John's been left stranded out there. As we see Harsh run out for a 3-ball duck. Great work from Indran. So it's now Ashkar who comes out to join Jan. Plays this nicely. Get a single. Asikaran will do the fielding. And good, strong arm. Looking forward to seeing him. Well, looking forward to seeing him in the next few days as well, but also playing in those international matches. And speaking of which, I'm going to tell you more about them here. So, of course, we'll finish finals day here. Will be on Friday, and then over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we'll have the ECIs, where Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands will play each other. Then, of course, Vinny Sandhu and Corey will start Rome off, and as soon as Rome is done, we start the European Cricket Championship. Of course, the Euros of Cricket starting there at the Cardamom Oval, and then straight after that, after 4 weeks of the Spanish sunshine, we have Croatia, the Malta Encore, and also we'll return back to Spain to finish off the season. And you never know, there may be 1 or 2 other events that pop up as well. Go back to Vignesh the Slinger. They've got good accuracy, hasn't he? He's always there or thereabout. Great over and great spell there from Prasad, though. Picks up 2 for 8 of his 2 overs. In the air, it's an opportunity if he can go to hand. No, just wide off the field. They'll take a single. So Ashkar hands the strike back to John, who feels that he's probably been let down by some of his other batters. Fahim Jan, he's 33 of 13. But apart from Zainul Hassan, nobody else really stayed there with him. It's a quick delivery. It is quick. Well, let's have a look at this. First of all, the delivery was pretty quick, and I wonder if Indran's trying the cheeky run out here as well. Well, there's the throw. I don't know. I mean, here's the throw here. I think the batter's in his crease. Indran goes for it. It's more the same. He's not just keeping his balance, really, is he? He's swinging hard as Fahim Jan now. I think he's a little bit more out of disappointment than anything else. I think he knows now with the rate at over 20, required 22 to be precise per over. He's got to swing and swing hard. He's feeling a bit disappointed that other batters have let him down. This one will be played out just for a single, which he reluctantly takes to get Ashkar back on strike. So 53 for 4. Up in the air, and oh dear, He's going to go for 4 now. Well, it has a chance to take the catch. Well, he's smiling. I don't think Vignesh is, who wanted his first wicket. So he has 2 bites of the cherry here. Watch this. Uno, dos. He really should have had it the second time. I mean, the second time was straightforward, but it gets put down by Thivakaran. It happens right at the end of the over as well. So 6 overs complete. 57 for 4. And the Boosters are well on their way to another victory and keeping their 100% record intact. The teams we're going to see today, well, next up, of course, will be a team that played really well yesterday. VFB Gelsenkirchen will be taking on a PSV Aachen. So nice to see Aachen back in. They're a team also on debut. It's just been hit pretty well, and it's going to be 4 runs. Gets it in the gap. Nice shot. Nicely played. So then the Boosters will be back in. Now, that'll be a good match. Match number 43. That's my pick of the matches today, really. By a Booster taking on VFB Gelsenkirchen, especially if their big guns do perform. And of course, I'm talking about the likes of Ace Pross, who was in excellent form yesterday. Ronit Satapati was good for them. Oh, this is a good blast. It's high up in the air. I don't think they're going to catch up with this one. It's going to go all the way. Manos arriba. Arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, he keeps on going. Hitting the ball well. I suppose the only thing he can do here is try to finish well now. So, Fahim Jan moves to 44 of just 18 deliveries. And hits this well, and that should bring up his 50. Oh, it just dropped short, so he'll move to 48. It's 4 runs. I thought for a moment he was going to do it there. Nice hit. Down the ground. 4 carreras. Slower delivery. That's cleverly bowled. He sees that Faham is moving quite early, so takes all of the pace off this one. Andrew's gone for 31. And it's in the slot, and this one going, but into the hands of the fielder. Well, we won't see anything there. It's a good catch taken. Doesn't quite get it out in the middle, does he? So that's the end of Jan. Unfortunately, doesn't bring up his half century. He'll fall for 48. But it's been a good effort, 48. And on the way to that, he hit some nice shots as well. But he had no support from anybody. That's been the problem. 48, which included 4 sixes and 5 fours. And 21 balls he faces in the end before he gets caught there on the boundary. So Andrew gets his wicket after being hit for a few boundaries by the same batter. 71 for 5 with the ball to go in this, the 7th over. And once again it's Dinesh that takes the catch. He's taken 2 good catches. He moved Sugagarthan early up for 1 and now takes the important one to remove Jan. Hits this pretty well, the batter. It doesn't quite carry to the fielder. It does well to make the stop. The batter's not really even thinking about taking the second. Here's the end of the over. 72 for 5. With that wicket of Jan gone, any hope that they had of getting this score also fades away. A few important days today. It's, well, I know a lot of people on the chat's going to like this one. It's National Cheese Pizza Day today. So, yeah, forget all the other toppings. It's all about having that cheese pizza. And also, look, this is a good one. I like this one. As we, well, let's have a look at what's coming up next first. VFB Gelsenkirchen taking on PSV Aachen. And Aachen also a team on debut. 4-3. It's not been bad at all from them. They've had a good introduction to the European Cricket Network. But Hopkins and Kirshen are starting to put some good results together, and their key batters are starting to perform. Yeah, big day, World Samosa Day. Yes, it is. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know anybody who doesn't like samosas. And, of course, these are those fried, pyramid-shaped, savoury dish. Normally, it's a starter. They're normally filled with different things. Normally, the normal ones is filled with like the onions, potatoes. Free hit coming up here, by the way. Peas and several other options. Popular, of course, in India, Egypt, South Africa, and the Middle East. So, come on, get your samosas in there. Generally eaten as an appetizer, as I said. And, so, World Samosa Day. How about that? Start off with some samosas, then have a cheese pizza. Sounds like a good day for me, especially while you're watching the cricket as well. Fever current. High in the air, and it will drop safely. There's a few smiles on the faces of the boosters. I suppose they can start to enjoy themselves a little bit now. They know this game is done and dusted. Asghar Mujtaba just, I suppose, trying to make the score look a bit more respectable. Well, this is going to be another catching opportunity, and is easily taken. I'm guessing that's going to be Thinesh out there again. I'm sure it is. And that'll be his third catch. Well, he's enjoying himself at the moment. Asghar finds the man who's in top form in the field. Thinesh takes the catch. And, that's going to be the end of Asghar. He tries to once again go over the square leg area. So he'll go for 6, or ball number 5. Fever Current gets the wicket. So how about that, people? Samosa time. You're going to get your samosas in. Let me know who's going to be having samosas today. I think that's certainly going to be on my list. Find a place later on to get some samosas in. I'll try to think what we're going for lunch today. I think we might be having Sri Lankan for lunch today, Sri Lankan dish. Sliced up in the air, is just going to be safe as Yusuf Zai gets himself off the mark, riskily. Held up there a long time. Gets down on one knee, wants to go big, but completely misses this one. And another big day is today. It is International Day of Charity. So it's a day that we do our bit for charity. Whatever charity you support, there's so many of them out there. So today's the day to do it. And it's a day which I like the day because it's all came about in 2012, which was to commemorate the death of Mother Teresa, of course, who did so much good work. And as a result of that, this day, the 5th of September, became the day, International Day of Charity, in recognition of all the work that was done by Mother Teresa. And besides honouring Mother Teresa, her tireless work to help others overcome poverty and suffering, the holiday provides a platform for us all to do a bit for charities. And of course, it's about, if you can't donate, then maybe when you're out doing a bit of shopping, just buy a few extra bits and pieces to donate. So yeah, big day, an important day. So do your bit. International Day of Charity, which is celebrated around the world today. And some of the days that we're having today, maybe a bit more on that later. Well, one team that's certainly not been giving out any charities, the Boosters. They know what they want to do. They want to keep that unbroken record intact. But like I say, they'll have a big test later on today. Looking forward to that match. It will be third of the day against Kirchen. Bit of spin, a little bit short. Yusuf's eye gets a bit of bat onto it. And we'll take the single. Obviously Curran will do the fielding. Obviously Curran, superb knock from him to help the Boosters get to that score of 151. And the way things are going here, pretty sure that he'll pick up that player of the match performance as well for his knock. And then also he's taken a couple of good catches out there in the field and made some good stops as well. So Dunushan bowling this the 9th over. Gets this one through. David's just asking what was in my surprise package. Are you talking about the bag just disappeared? I think it was because the wind picked up. I'm going to have a look. It's probably going to be, let's see if there's anything. The wind blew this bag over and it ended up behind me. Well, I can tell you what's in it, Dave. It's a black bag, which is full of other black bags. There you go. So nothing too exciting. I think it's just some of the bags that we have here. So if the weather does get a bit nasty, we can start to cover up some of the cables and cameras and extension leads, etc. So nothing really exciting there, Dave. If it was a load of samosas, that would have been exciting. On World Samosa Day. You like your samosas, Dave? I suppose you should ask you, Dave, can you get your teeth into some samosas? Because I know that's an issue for you at the moment. Hey, what's the latest on the teeth? Oh, I think his foot might be up here. I think his foot is up. If we have a look at this, and unless I'm seeing things, I reckon his foot is in the air. So let's see this. Yeah, that foot is in the air. That is out. I think this is out. I don't know if the umpires are having a look at this, but this for me is out. Foot is up. The bails have come off. He's a goner. He's a goner. I don't think the batter knows this. He's going to get some bad news. He's going to be told he has to go, and he will have to go. So I think that's a surprise to everyone. Nobody's really expecting this. I think the only one who probably really knew was Indran. And as soon as I'm seeing that, I think he's out. And he is gone, so he's going to have to go. So it's another wicket that goes down, 78 for 7. And it's a disappointing batting display, apart from, of course, the knock you saw there from Fahim Jan, who just missed out, unfortunately, on his 50, 48 of 21. But I suppose you saw a little bit of help came from Zain, who made 16 of 19 deliveries, but other than that, there wasn't a lot there. It's been disappointing, to say the least. So we're into the last over. It will be bowled by Thivakarran. You have to say, once again, a very solid performance from the Boosters. And Raghavan is saying today is Teachers' Day in India. Don't know if that's internationally recognised. Is this going to miss? It hasn't come up on where I do my searching, but thank you very much for that. So look, I want to say very happy Teachers' Day in India to all the teachers, and of course, you know, teachers, where would we be without them? They have to have the patience of a saint, and well, they've got to do their bit to educate the future generation. This is played out. I'll just take a single. So yeah, happy Teachers' Day out to all the teachers there in India. In fact, why don't we just say internationally? Let's say happy Teachers' Day to all the teachers who probably, I suppose, in most parts of the world are getting ready to get started for another term. I suppose that's the word you use still, is it? Another term of school? It's that time, isn't it, where everybody gets ready to go back to school. I think that's what Labour Day that was celebrated yesterday was all about. Labour Day is all about, it's a holiday, but one of the reasons it's a holiday, it's a preparation for kids going back to school. You know what it's like to go, and it's like kids grow a lot during the summer, don't they? This is worked away to behind square. And again, a boundary, well, a rear boundary coming in this last over. And so Yusuf Zai finds the boundary. Yeah, you know what it's like. Kids, they grow a lot in the summer, so when they're getting ready to go back to school, Dad, the shoes don't fit anymore, the trousers are too short. And then you always get that memo or that email from the school saying, oh, this year it's a requirement that all the kids have to wear the blazer, and the blazer's got to have the school logo on it, so you've got to go and get the blazer and then find the logo, get a seamstress. High up in the air, and this is going to go for 6 runs. Bolle, bolle, bolle. In the zona, Shaka Lagya. What a lovely hit this is. And well, he's found some rhythm. Yusuf Zai hits a boundary, and then Umar Farouk says, well, I can do one better. He hits a 6. And now he's going to be out. So there you go, 6 and out. Farouk gets to double figures, gets to 10, and it's going to be a wicket on the very last ball of the innings. They will finish 89 for 8. So a disappointing response, bar 1 or 2 batters from the Arch and Rising Stars. So they're going to be 1 and 7 now. And we will see them in action later. And at the moment, well, let's just focus on what's coming up next. This is going to be a good match. VFB Gunsenkirchen against PSV Aachen. Remember, you got Muiz Hassan, who, well, he scored a century the other day, but still ended up on the losing side. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But first, let's have a look at the highlights. And, well, this is the way it started. You saw that Sugagarten trying to put away a slow wide delivery on the onside and puts it straight into the hands of Dinesh. He had a look at this one a number of times. Was it, wasn't it? In the end, I think the benefit of the doubt was given there to the batter. Not conclusive enough. That one could have been if the catch was taken. But it was really all about this little innings here between Zain and Jan. I mean, this partnership, it could have been the one that got them to, well, a sniff of getting there. But then we saw a good bit of fielding, a good bit of catching, and as we know, that catches wins your matches. And well, Vase there, he was good, wasn't he? Not only did we see him diving around and slipping around and taking the catches, but making the stops as well. And what about the work there from Sakif Khan Indran as well? Superb. I mean, not only was he catching the ball, well, that man over there wasn't. Had his problems, didn't he, Current? But yeah, Indran. Good stumping, catching, and also the run out as well. So he was involved in a few dismissals. And that man there was involved with a few as well. Well, that was Dinesh. Takes 3 catches in the boundary there. There was a look of Indran again, showing his quick, sharp reflexes behind the stumps. Fahim Jan, though, just couldn't get a partner that could stay out there with him. He did his bit, didn't he? Batted well, hit the ball well. He was super aggressive from the word go. But when you have a look at the scorecard, it tells you a story that it was very much the Lone Ranger. 48 he did make, but he wasn't given any support from really any of the other batters. There was only that little partnership between him and Zain, which could have been the key one. But once Zain went to a good catch, caught well by Prabha, then Fahim Jan, he's in his game to an end. After 21 deliveries, 4 6s and 5 4s. And then he had that little flurry there towards the end from Umar Farouk. 10 of just 4 deliveries, a 6 and a 4 to his name. But by that time, it was too late. So they'll be disappointed by that. But have a look. One thing I want you to focus on about the boosters. 1 extra, and that was that no ball. Only 1 extra. So they're playing some really good cricket at the moment, and they're doing all the important and the key things right. There's the bowling figures, 2 wickets there from Prasad, also for Andrew and Thivakaran, a wicket for Dinushan there as well. So it's a very good performance from the boosters. They're a team that are, well, exciting as at the moment. They're making things happen. We will see them in action again in match number 43. Match 3 of day 9 when they take on the FP Gunsenkirchen, and I get the feeling that's going to be an absolute cracker. We're going to leave you with the match summary there, but don't forget the next match between VFB Gunsenkirchen and PSV Aachen is going to come up in around about 21 minutes time. See you there. Remember, we see that Gunsenkirchen, they're 4-1 themselves. We saw them have good wins against the Kern Challengers and Ryan Royal Sports yesterday. Ace was in fantastic form. 2 player of the match performances from him. The first match he scored 33, in the second 63, and picked up 5 wickets as well. So he's one to watch, but don't forget PSV Aachen, they're 4-3 as well. They're a team on debut themselves, and on day 6 we see them. They lost to the Black Caps, and then after scoring 146 when Moose Hassan scored 100, they ended up losing out to Bonn Blue Stars. That's going to be a crack, and of course they lost out because of another century from Haroon Khan from Bonn Blue Star when he scored 114. So we're going to leave you with the clock counter, and we'll see you in 20 minutes time to talk you through the match between Gunsenkirchen and PSV Aachen. Get yourself a drink, get yourself maybe some samosas on World Samosa Day, and we'll see you back in 20 minutes time.
Hello and welcome back to Krefeld. Great to have your company here on Tuesday. It's day 9 in this European Cricket Series. 1 game in the can, still 4 games to go, and now we're into match number 42 between VfB Gelsenkirchen. They're taking on PSV Aachen. Both these teams, I'm sure, are keen for the 2 points. Both pretty close together on the table as well. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
What goes the call? It is the call. It's a hit.
So the news from the toss is that Wakas Tahir of PSV Aachen, he's won the toss and he's elected to bowl. So he wants to have a crack at VfB Gelsenkirchen. Now Gelsenkirchen, they've played 6 of their 10 matches. They play 3 matches today. And so this is the first time we'll see them here on day 9. So this is the day that kind of makes or breaks their finals chances. I think that Ace Pruss has been a revelation at the top of the order. And also his leg spin has really started bearing fruit, hasn't it? With a 5-wicket haul yesterday. He is one of the players of the tournament. So keep an eye out for him. He'll be opening the batting, I'm sure, first up. But for PSV Aachen, they've kind of hit a crossroads in their tournament. They won 4 of their first 5, but they have lost their last 2, so they've fallen to a 4-3 record. And again, this feels like a bit of a make or break day for them as well. So 2 teams that could really use the points here, Rico. I think it'll be a very entertaining contest. Let's get ready for the start of match 42. With the news from the toss, that is PSV Aachen. They've won the toss and they're bowling first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yeah, I mean, 2 teams that have got plenty to play for, haven't they? I think Gelsenkirchen are a team that they're finding their form and players are starting to find their touch. Vinny mentioned there, Ace Pruss has been in really good form. I'm really enjoying watching the young man play. Not only his batting and bowling has been sensational, he's been really good out there in the field when he takes his that long on position. But PSV Aachen, they're a team that entertained us. Look, they are a team that were on debut themselves. Okay, they've got a bit more experience about them as opposed to Ryan Sports. So you'd expect them to have won a couple of matches, but they made a good start. And just the last few games, especially that last one, that will hurt them when they got to a good score, didn't they? They put 140 up on the board, and we saw that 146. They didn't lose a wicket. Moaz Hassan scores 100, and then they lose to Bon Blue Star because Harun Khan goes along there and puts 114 on the board. It's only the second time ever we've seen that, where a team bats, it doesn't lose a wicket and goes on to lose a match. So they'll be looking to bounce back from this one. And let's see how they fare. But they've got to do well first with the ball. And it looks like they're going to start with Mohammed Arif. He's going to be bowling the first. And, well, Madana Gopal put a good partnership in together with Pruss yesterday. So these 2 have batted well together. Let's see how they fare here. He scored 33 of 19. A scored 33. And that 10-wicket victory, both batters getting to the 80 required in that chase against the Kern Challengers. It's nicely just guided away. Gets himself off the mark. Glorious day here as well today in Krefeld, and this is the Bio-Udingham Cricket Ground, and it looks absolutely stunning. It looks nice and lush. The outfield lovely green and fast, and I think if you're a cricketer, it's just a pleasure to be here and wanting to play on this ground. I think bowlers are getting a good bit of reward from it. This one gets past Ace. Batters, if you get in, as we've seen, have scored runs. And to field on it as well, you can dive around, slide around. So it's the ideal ground to be playing. And when the weather's like it is at the moment, it's beautiful. It's nice and warm. The temperatures will reach around about the high 20s today. 28, maybe even touch on 29. But you've got that gentle breeze as well. That's well bowled again. It gets this one inside the area. From the left armour, Arif. It's a good start from him. Getting the ball to be going right across the batter. Oh, well bowled again. And once it's a very late peel from Mohammed Arif. Let's have a look at this again. So he gets it past It's a slower delivery. He's cleverly bowled. He draws the batter ace into the shot, and then you can see it's pretty late. I think he sparked on by the wicketkeeper, but there's nothing there. Quality over though. Ace having a few issues picking the line off the left armour. Well, he'll have no problems with that one. It's a Gandhi ball, and it's all about getting the ball in the right area. This one, he strays down the leg side, and he's onto it like a flash. Not trying to hit it too hard, just he knows the shot is on. Just gets it the little bit of the swivel as it goes to the boundary. 4 runs. Trying to tuck him up here. Good pick up and throw from the fielder. I wonder if they might go upstairs just to have a look. It's a direct hit. I suspect the batters are home, but still worth having a look. You never know. In comes the throw, and oh, hello. Yep, he gets home. So a polite inquiry, and the umpire says, okay, we'll check it, but he gets home. It's the end of the first over. Not a bad over, just that one bad delivery from Mohammad Arif, which Ace Prus puts away, no problems. Can remind you that there's 20 days to go now to the Euros of cricket. And of course, that starts on the 25th of September. 31 nations, but there'll only be one European champion. Of course, the reigning champions are Netherlands, a team that we will see in action here over the weekend when they'll be playing the ECIs. So that'll give us a good indicator of how the reigning champions fare. Of course, there'll be some changes to their squad, with a few players will be taking part in the World Cup for the Netherlands, so they may not be featuring some of the stars of last year. But it's going to be great to see the likes of Sebastian Bratt leading the Netherlands side here over the weekend. Of course, they'll be taking on Belgium and the hosts, Germany. A few changes to the German side that we saw in Dresden, who were victorious there when they were up against the likes of the Czech Republic and Norway. And the winners in the end, because of, well, it went down to net run rate as the weather played its part, unfortunately, on that Sunday. Rahim Mohammed, the bowler. That's a lovely shot. It's going to be 4 runs as it goes past our cube and into the nettles. I don't think Vinny Sandhu will be wanting to get anywhere near this time. He's itching a lot, like a mamutsa. Scratch, 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 like a little monkey. To get your hands in those nettles, you're going to have some problems. Get a bit of the old, oh, that's going to be a wide. A lot of movement there from Mohammed. Tidy start though. Haven't really got flying out the blocks at the moment. Goes for it. And he's going to get 6 runs. He doesn't quite get it out the middle, but he backs himself, doesn't he? The ace. And he gets 6 runs. So first Maximo doesn't hold back. This time it's in the slot. And it gets high and long as well. So when he gets going, he looks dangerous. It's a good cricketer. Only 19 years of age. And we'll see him play for Germany. That's a good comeback. Good slower delivery from Rahim. Down the ground, he gets it over the mid-on. A nice shot to play in the power play. And he gets the length that he wants, takes on Raheem. Remember, Raheem Mohammed had a few issues the other day. And he had one over that just went crazy, didn't it? I think 24 came off it in total. But a lot of those were buys because he was having issues with his footing, just getting the fit in the right place. If he hits here, it could be close. And he has a shot, but he misses. And Ace survives, taking on a risky single. I don't think he's expecting bowler to get there. Here comes the throw. I think they would have had an inquiry out on that one if he was to hit the stumps. Yeah, had a few issues with his footing, but it's good to see that today, no such thing. Once again, not a bad over. 23 of the 2. This is where these two teams are, so you can see why this is such an important match. Gilson Gershon are hoping that they can continue the way they were yesterday, continue on this little winning spree that they're having. PSV Achin, they know they've got to, having played the game more than their opponents here, they've got to try and get those points themselves. Both teams still looking to finish in the top 4. It's a quick delivery. And Arif, he's bowled well. Been very impressed with his bowling. Also has got that slower delivery as well. Starts with a single. And then Gopal has only faced just the one delivery as we are into this, the start of that third over. Let's see if he can open his boundary account. Well, he tries, and he will. This will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, he waits for it. I think it is the slightly slower delivery, but he gets it right, gives it a thump. 6 runs, so he does open that boundary account. So both batters now looking good here. Remember these two in the first victory that they had yesterday. They batted well together. They got to the 80 required to beat the current challengers. Both of them finishing exactly on 33. And, well, the wicket will go this time, though, and it's Madana Gopal after hitting a boundary. He will depart, so the partnership's going to be short-lived this time round. It is very much a case of 6 and out. Once again, it's that slower delivery. Arif likes it. He celebrates. And no problems at all from the fielder that takes the catch. So nicely done. The first wicket goes down. They get one of the dangerous batters out. Madana Gopal goes for 7 of the 3 deliveries that he faces. And it is Mohammed Arif that gets his wicket. It's well bowled. And now another man who really did impress yesterday, Ronit Satapathy. Scored a fantastic 82 of 34 deliveries in a partnership worth 134 with Ace. So these two, they're very familiar batting together. Ronit gets ready to face Arif, who's bowled very well at the moment. 1 for 13. And I think the bails have just blown off here, unbeknown to the batter. There is, like I say, that bit of a wind around today. You can see just at the back of Ace's shirt there how it's blowing around a fair bit. It's actually very pleasant to have it because I think if that wind wasn't around, it would be rather warm. Oh, wants to take the single. Well, Ace does because I think he's fit and fast enough to get there. And you can see Ace just, when he gets back safely, just signals to the batter with the sound as they come on, talk to me, talk to me. Tell me something. I want to hear you say yay or nay. You see here, he just, Ace goes, but it is straight to the fielder. So it would have been a risky one. Clipped away, and it's going to get past the fielder. And once it gets past you, Not often you're going to stop it. Does he stop it? I don't know. No, I think, yeah. Well done to the fielder there. I mean, though he does. Looks like he stops it there. He must have caught the rope. We'll have a good look at it here. But unlike this one, the fielder, see here. Yeah, the ball does go over the rope and he back flicks it back. But good on the fielder, helping the umpires out. And, well, we appreciate your honesty. It's Ronit Satapathy gets off the mark with the boundary. Arif to finish his spell. 1 for 17 so far. And he's going to probably have to bowl this one again, will he? No, he's okay. Well, this certainly looked a lot wider than obviously it was. Either it's moved very late afterwards. I'm going to keep an eye on this. So, ooh, well. Okay, fair enough. I was just looking at where the keeper ends up taking that, but he finishes well. 31, 34, 4-1 at the end of the 3 overs. So, power play, I suppose you're over. You're sort of going just over 10 and over, but this is the time to go now. They didn't really get the big shots in, but you got batters in. Once they get set, they can go. We know all about Ace. Ace, once he spends a bit of time out there, gets to the 30s and 40s, that's when he starts to go wild, and then he can tear you apart. We've seen him do that. And Satapathy yesterday was very much the same. So a bit of work being done by the bowler, Mohammad Rashid, as he comes on the bowl. Now this guy is a wicket-taking machine as well. Somebody else that has taken 5 wickets, and he starts down the leg side now. Okay, umpire on the walkie-talkie. So we're going to have a look at this. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. I don't know about this, you know. I think as an umpire, if you think he's got bat on it. Now, are they checking about whether it's carried? Let's see. It looks like there is bat. Now, have a look. Does this get carried to the keeper? And I'm saying, looking at that, I'm saying no. I'm saying the ball drops just short. So I think this definitely is bat. It's the question of whether this carries or not. And yeah, it doesn't carry. And that's the shot for you. I think this is. Now the keeper doesn't know this. He's just getting himself in the position, getting his gloves there. He feels the ball going to the gloves. But that one just bounces just short for me. I don't know what you think on the chat, everybody. Just short. This is in the air. This is an opportunity, and it's been taken. And that is a huge wicket. Ace will go. He's going to be disappointed that he's got out in this fashion. He's been a batter that's been in good form, and they get him. So they get 2 of the dangerous batters. Ronit Satapathy is still there, but getting the wicket of Ace Prus, that's a big one. 21 or 14 deliveries. No mistakes there from the fielder. And it's Rashid again. What can you say about this man, Mr. Evergreen? And I have to say, it's been such a good debut on the network for PSV Archon. All right, they haven't had all the results go their way. Vivi is saying that you can hear the wind on our mics. We do apologise for that. Obviously, there's some things that we just can't control. I mean, we're in the cube as well, but things are really blowing around. I can assure you of that. Having a few problems keeping all me notes and bits of paper where they should be. Rashid again. A little bit down the leg side, so he was very fortunate where he almost got a wicket. The ball before he did get the one, when he put that caught behind, because that was down the leg side. Just got to get his line right here, doesn't he? It's a bit better. Asking the question, he does tuck up the batter, but I get the feeling, if we have a look at this, that this once again probably going to be a little bit too high. Let's have a look. He brings it back in. Yeah, it's on the way up. So that ball was going to go over the stumps. Good call from the umpire. Of course, remember, we're watching a man who took a hat-trick against Guernsey CC. 5 for 15, Mohammad Rashid. And this one probably is out. Yeah, it is. That is plumb for me. It's the same delivery, but he pushes it further. That's so well bowled. Well, he's got a 5 already and a hat-trick in this series. And you can see why. Once he gets it right, okay, he's straight a bit down the leg, but look at the shape on this. That is a terrific ball. The only thing the umpire has to decide is it doing too much? And in my opinion, no, it's not. This is going to go and hit because it's fuller than the ball before, no doubt about it. And huge wicket because that is the end of Ronit. So they're up and about here. Ronit Satapathy goes for 4 of 4 deliveries. Beautifully bowled by Mohammad Rashid. Gets him LBW, a leg before wicket. And that now means you've got 2 new batters out there. Oh, Rashid. He's doing it again, isn't he? 2 wickets in the over. First, he got the big one off Ace, caught by Fahad. Oh, and then he goes. It's almost like the effort ball when he's trying to put the effort ball in, that he strays down the leg side. So you waste that one on the new batter, Dali. Alom Dali now looking to get a bit of a partnership going here with Tamakuala. That's a nice looking shot. There's a fielder out there. He should keep it to 1. Rashid goes back to his mark to look to finish what has been quite an amazing over. 2 wickets, just 3 runs. In he comes. Can he keep it tidy? No, he can't. Goes way down the leg side again. So, had a few issues here. I mean, you think of this over. I mean, it's still a magnificent over. It's gone just for 4 runs, but there's three wides and a leg by. 3 wides and a leg by. So, only 1 has come off the bat. And all of those have been with the balls gone, drifted down the leg, and which is strange because he normally, there's another one. So, I mean, he normally gets his ball to swing sort of away from the right-hander. That's how, if you remember that LBW, starts about leg and gets to the swing away. Now, whether he's trying to do too much or whether the ball is just not swinging anymore, but he's starting way down leg, and this time I think he probably just holds this cross seam and says, right, I just want it to go straight, just want to finish the over, which he does. 5 come from it, picks up 2 wickets as well. So despite the issues with the wides, it's a very good over. 41 for 3. And the issue for VFB, Gilson Kirshen, is the 3 wickets that have gone. They're all the batters that have made runs. Madana Gopal and Pras and also Satapathy all back on the bench. So they need something to happen. They're now going with Fahad Khan, and this guy, such a good player with bat and with ball. So Fahad is going to start with a wide. He's a little bit surprised with the call. We get a chance to see it again here. So yeah, I think it's tight, but I think the umpire's always going to call that. Umpire Suraya and Smith Nandu are out there. Guru Chanda is the 3rd umpire. Fuller and gets his man, gets the snick, and he goes. He doesn't want to walk, but he's going to get his marching orders now from the umpire. Really well bowled from Fahad Khan. Another one bites the dust. And Tamakuala will go for 1 of the 3 balls that he faces. Hassan behind the stumps. A Centurion, 1 of 3 Centurions here in Krefeld. Of course, was Hassan, Haroon Khan. And yesterday, the quickest century that we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network, Jamshad Khan. All the Centurions that we've had here in Krefeld. And it's not just been the batters. We've seen plenty of bowlers have been in action as well. Jamshid Khan, 368 runs in this series. He's the Düsseldorf Black Caps player. I'll give you a list of all the batters that have gone past the 200 mark. So he's 368. Muaz Hassan, who's behind the stumps here at the moment, took that catch, 289. It's well struck, but to the fielder, and just get the single. There's a new batter. Vishu Anand gets off the mark. Okay, where do we get to? So all the Centurions are the top three. Haroon Khan, 252, of course, of Bond Blue Star. Swing and a miss. And then the other man, fourth spot, 218 runs to his name, is the captain of the Bayer Spartans, Mohammed Asif. A man that we've seen already here today. Well, he's added another 20 to this, so I can tell you exactly. He made 21, so my quick maths, 235 runs is to Ace Plus. You can see why he was key to staying out there. And they think about two. Don't know why the bowler's not going behind the stumps here. And then the other batter that's gone past 200 runs, also from the Bayer Spartans, is Shazib Khan. And I just get the feeling, watch out for him. I get the feeling he could go on to do big things as well in this series. That's a nice looking shot, and he's going to get it past the fielder, who, for me, I don't know how much we're going to see. I don't know what this fielder, where he's supposed to be on the boundary. Look where he is when this ball bounces. What is he doing there? If you're on the boundary, you've got to be on the boundary. He's in a no man's land. If he's on the boundary, you're stopping the ball going for four. So that's a bit of a let off there. The bowler won't be happy about this, and I don't think the captain will be too happy as well. And Wakas Tahir will probably be, yeah, he's back on the line now. He says, you see the rope? Stay on it. Can't. Goes for the shorter delivery. Oh, that's a... Oh! Well, I was going to say it's a good shot. It was a good shot, but he finds the fielder who, well, couldn't hold on to the catch, though. That's Gokul Gopan. Watch this. And the worst thing is, he pushes it over for 6. So that's going to be 6 runs. You see the signal there from the umpire. So Fahad Khan, he thought he started the over well, but it doesn't finish well. The 50 comes up. It's going to be 52 for 4. As we have a look at the groups of the European Cricket Championship, can't believe that is almost there. 20 days. It's going to be less than 20 days from tomorrow. I can't believe it. Starting on the 25th of September. It's going to be a party. I'm telling you now, this is, all right, with everything it is, yes, the Euros, it's the top teams in Europe, but what it is, it's a fiesta. It is a carnival. It's a carnival of cricket. It really is. And just on the field, off the field, the buzz around the ground, you know, the teams turning up to play, the spectators and the supporters coming up, the atmosphere in the fan zone, and of course you've got day-night cricket as well. And that's the best part for me, is when the natural light goes, the floodlights are on, and the skyline is beautiful as this one gets played away into an empty spot. There's going to be 4 more. So these two batters starting to put a good partnership together as Dali gets his first boundary. Yeah, you know, when you see the night sky, it goes from, you know, a sort of burnt orangey colour, you know, you see, depending, you start to see the moon, the stars. It's fantastic. And really, some of the cricket that we see at night time as well is great. Goes in the leg side again. Is he going to get another boundary? No, it's, well, stop. And, well, he lays this on quite nicely. Bit of teamwork, a bit of a lay on to the fielder next to him. And of course, I'd like to say to anybody that's around the area at the time, or if you've got some holiday time, I know that Dave is going to join us in Cardiff. I think, Dave, you're coming for the second 2 weeks. But yeah, come on down and join us, join Dave, join the players, get involved in the fan zone, and, you know, have a few victorious cervezas. Don't worry, they do send alcohol as well. The food scene is fantastic, thanks to our food partners, Purple Pepper. So come on, you've got a bit of time. Book those flights or whatever it is, and come on down and have some fun. That's going to be a wide, and he does pretty well. Limbo, bop, 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 does well to get this one avoid it hitting him, as Vishu Anand. He said, I'll take the wide. So Rashid just had a few problems with his line. He keeps going down the leg side. And normally he's very consistent on the stump. So I'm not sure what's going on here with him. And, oh, that's the delivery. So that's what he's trying to do. This one is spot on. In fact, this one does too much. Starts on leg, a little bit shorter as well. Maybe that's the thing. Let's have a look. I wonder if he can catch the way that he's got that arm really sort of well bandaged up. So there's an issue there, but then once again, it's a good shot. He may get 4. He will get 4 because it gets through the fielder. Rahim Mohammed won't like to see that again. So just for him, we'll show you it again. He gets there, doesn't he? And then he ends up diving right over this. Watch this. He gets through him. And that is going to be 4 runs to the displeasure of Rashid. Partnerships are everything. And you can see that this one is developing into a pretty handsome one. Especially when, like we said, they lost the key batters, the top 3 key batters, all sort of within balls of each other. Wow, I can't believe they're even appealing for this one. That's quite outrageous, really. It wouldn't have hit a second set of stumps. That's an appeal from Muaz Hassan, who, by the way, is an outstanding cricketer. I'm looking forward to seeing him bat again. I missed out the day where the 2 centuries were. And he scored 1 in the first innings against Bon Blue Star. And then we saw Haroon Khan score a century as well and win the match for the Blue Stars. Quite an incredible match. First time we've seen 2 centuries in a match from 2 opposite parties. There's the scorecard, 68 for 4 after 6. And this one is played away. And it's going to be 4 more. So this partnership certainly is a very healthy one. And a good time to welcome back into the cube is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, thanks very much. Nice to be back in the box. And fighting effort so far, isn't it, from PSV Aachen. We're coming off a 2-match losing streak. Remember, they were 4-1 at one point. Kind of at a crossroads, I think, in their tournament today. And for VFB, well, this is the biggest day of their tournament so far because they play 3 of their remaining 4 matches today. So it's kind of make or break day, isn't it? Probably a bit of an underwhelming performance with the bat so far from them.
Yeah, this partnership is crucial because scoring runs, they're playing their shots with confidence. And
so, Rico, guess what?
Tell me.
You know, you got to be talking a bit of ECC.
Yeah.
I heard a pretty strong indication of something this morning, and I think you're going to like it.
Am I?
You ready?
You got that look about you.
Group
I'm
A.
ready. Give it to me.
Do you remember the Group A teams, top of your head?
Yeah, kind of. Well, I know it's starting with Spain and France. Yeah.
Okay, so Spain, I know that, they're struggling due to the political situation there and missing a few players. But I got a whisper on the France team, somebody we might see. And do you know who I'm talking about?
The guy you just qualified?
Nabi. Nabi. I think Nabi's going to be in for France. Isn't that a game changer?
Big time. That's a huge plus. And I tell you what, not just will the French be delighted with that. I think a lot of cricket lovers around the world will be loving that because this guy, I mean, if you're a neutral, just watching him destroy bowlers is, it's quite a sight.
So
he's a monster.
I mean, like, it's not official yet. We don't have the official squads yet. But
what do you mean? You're just giving me this and saying it's not official.
A very strong indication. And it's a very strong indication that bowling short isn't a great idea on this pitch as Anand goes the uppercut and gets a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. These two continue to do well for their side. And Fahad, too short. Not the best of deliveries.
So, I mean, that's, like I said, it's not official yet, but the word on the street. I'll give you the inside word. I'm not going to keep it to myself. I've got to say, Nabi in a French team that has probably struggled for runs a little bit. I think their bowling's outstanding.
It's played away. Should be just the one. They're not pushing hard on these as the throw comes in, but it's a good throw. It's a nice arm into the keeper's glove. Oh, that is huge news, and that's going to excite a lot of people. And this guy is, well, he's just a run machine,
Yeah,
isn't
I mean,
he?
you don't want to heap too much pressure on him, but I mean, he's kind of earned it, hasn't he? As we get to the end of the over, and the score is 79 for 4. I want to welcome you back into the box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo here with Rico Full. And as you might have noticed, we've gone green because we want to be seen today. It wasn't on purpose, but occasionally we get to breakfast, and well, neither one of us wanted to change. So no, you got us in green today. But yeah, VFB, they've got a bit of green in their kit, but right now they could use a few runs, couldn't they? Because they're a little bit behind, I think, in this cricket match. And you mentioned Moaz, where he batted really well in his 100 in a losing cause, by the way, the other day.
I can't believe that.
Only the second time a player has scored 100 and their team hasn't won the match. The other one was Karanbir Singh
in
for
Austria,
the
right?
Vienna Eagles when he actually scored 2 centuries in consecutive innings. So let's go back to the action here. And this is going to be a little bottom edge. It's going to test the deep third fielder, and it's going to end up going for 4. So yeah, decent start to the 8th as Gelsenkirchen scramble towards perhaps 110, 120 type score.
Yeah, and that one will help. Not quite where you meant it to be. And the bowler, he won't like it. But yeah, they look like they're going to get to a decent score here. It's not been the tidiest. It's been a bit of a scuffle, to say the least. But they're going to get there. They're going to make a game of this. And well, I reckon that well, PSV Archan, they're going to be relying, of course, on 2 or 3 of their top batters as well. That's not a bad delivery. They're going to take it on. Can the keeper hit the target? No, he can't. It takes the glove off, has a shy, but Moaz Hassan misses the target, and they'll scramble through for a bye.
Yeah, Dali, he'd completely given up here. He realised about here he was in trouble, and they barely cross. But unfortunately for Moaz, he wasn't able to hit the target on that occasion. Well, Dave's also having a look ahead to Thursday, which is day 11, and he's looking at the last 3 group matches and some really good contests to come. He's calling it Thunderous Thursdays.
Well, thunderous. This is not quite a thunderous blow, but it's going to be a couple. Bowler wants to throw in. It's a wild, erratic throw, which Hassan has to come a long way from behind the stumps to get to.
Yeah, went the long way to the keeper, but didn't quite have the power or the accuracy. Yeah, so he's saying matches 53, 54, 55. Golden Star versus Black Caps. Boosters versus Black Caps. Golden Star versus Boosters. So, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what the 4's looking like at that stage. I mean, they're 3 teams that you would expect to be in the mix. But, I mean, it is getting pretty congested up there, and there's many teams that could make the finals. Only 4 will.
Shot, and this one is gone all the way. 6 runs, and Manos arriba, Bitro. Well, he's gone down the leg side slightly. He puts it. There you go. He's in the wrong place. He's in the hit zone, and he gets hit. And that's going to be 6 of them. Just lets himself down here. That's Mubashir.
Yeah, Mubashir was all about the line being slightly wrong there, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a sizzler. That's 4 runs. What a cracking shot this is. Well, he's slinging this one in with a bit of pace behind it. But what a shot. That is a classy cut shot from Alum Dali. And Dali now gets into the 20s as well. This partnership has been very fruitful. Mark Gelsenkirchen looking to get to that 120 score here. Came together with the score on 42, so what a good partnership it's been.
Shot selection was really good there. So this is a good comeback for the bowler, nice and full, kind of cramps him into the 8th over, and it's 96 for 4. So with that, they get back on 12 and over pace, which is more or less average, isn't it? I think we saw 11.8 as the average run rate over the first 8 days of action. But we've got a game on here in match 42.
Yeah, we certainly do. Well, these two have brought up their 50 partnership between themselves, so that's good. But they know the job is not done. With 2 overs to go, they still will be setting their eyes on that 120 sort of score. And they'll believe that with the bowling that they've got, they'll be able to protect that. Remember, they're a team that are loaded with spin options. And if you get good runs on the board, you can get there. But that's going to be the end of that partnership. Doesn't quite get this right. And, well, Anand will take the catch, and he'll go for a very fine 29 of 14 deliveries. So a good strike rate for him. And, well, he leaves the team in a better place than they were when he first went out there. So well batted from him. Yeah,
it was an important knock because without someone like that standing up, then I think they could have been a long way behind in this match. At least now it looks like they'll get to something average, although there's still 11 balls to determine that. This is Sahas Ranaman, who's coming out at number 7.
Yeah, Rahim, he's a guy that's had, we know, I mean, I touched on this before, Vinny. He was the guy who just couldn't get his footing right with the no balls the other day, and then of course he just lost his shape completely. But so far today, fingers crossed, he's been okay. And he picks up a wicket there. That will give him a bit of confidence. 1 for 17, 96 for 5. And it's good Yorker, very good ball, right in the block hole to the new batter, who does well to fend that out. A good bit of action there, but Krishnan survives.
Haven't really seen enough of that length, I think, across the board in this tournament. I think this pitch has played really well for batters, and they can drive. They're confident in driving, but if you bounce the ball before them, they're driving on the up, and they've been driving out of the ground.
That's Gundy.
Really Gundy down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? It's one thing. I mean, I still sometimes find it quite hard to believe that when a bowler, you think the ball he just bowled, well, the last two deliveries bowled been good, but the last one was particularly good, and then he bowls that one way down the leg side. You just think, well, what's going through the mind? But is he just trying something different there, or does it just come out wrong? Because once you got your rhythm, you shouldn't be bowling that. That's better. Takes the pace right off it. So good comeback. Maybe he's having a few issues. Taking it on. In comes the throw, and it's not going to test the batters at all. One thing I will say is the way the wind keeps changing here, Vinny. It's pretty strong.
Yes.
Now it's sort of now it's sort of blowing from sort of right to left. It's coming right our way. So if you imagine, if you're looking at a clock here, folks, it's sort of blowing in from around about 2 o'clock right across the field. So throwing into that direction, we saw that last throw, becomes difficult. Also hitting down the ground, hitting towards, if you're trying to go over extra cover and that long off area, if you don't hit it clean, the ball is going to get taken by the wind. It's going to hold up.
Yeah, it's been all over the place, isn't it, really? Seen the fielders having a few problems judging the high balls as well. Indication that the wind's swirling around.
Slower, but he picks it and he gives it a good whack. This has gone for a big 6. And with 100 on the ball, you can add a few more to that as well. So they're going still at this 120 pace. So even though they lost that wicket there of Anand, the next batter, Krishnana, after having to fend off a very good Yorker, gets a slow ball, a slow treat that he puts away. He clubs it to the boundary. 107 for 5 with the ball to go in the 9th.
All happens in the 9th. They'll make time just.
Well, good luck. And, well, Raheem wants it himself, and now they're just going to watch it drop. Comical moment, well, cricketainment on the European Cricket Network. Well, what's he expecting it? He's going all the way saying it's mine, and then at the last moment, he says, actually, I don't want it. Look at this.
IQ 200, can't drop what you don't touch. And it's almost like he ran out of batteries there, didn't he? He kind of ran mostly, and then it's like he ran out of charge. Anyway, it's 108 for 5 after 9.
Oh, wow. Well, that one, I mean...
Probably said it's one run. I don't need a broken finger at this stage, so I'm just going to let it drop it. Didn't seem like he thought there was anyone else near it. I mean, normally when you leave it, it's because you think someone else is catching it. But
there's no one around him.
Yeah,
You knew
right.
that. That just dropped. Well, it almost dropped on his foot, didn't it? It wasn't that far away from him. Okay, 120 is what they want. Krishnan, after surviving that one, back on strike. And, well, they're going to have to run here because the wicketkeeper, he gets a bit lucky, clonks him on the leg. There's the slinger, Mubashir, back with the ball.
Yeah, 120 would be, yeah, we think it's par total. I think it could be technical. Probably 118's a par total. Kind of in the golden ball zone for me as well. Rico, I mean, I guess someone like Muaz could just blow them away in the second half. We'll have to see. Run hard here.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to go for it. Look, they turn the throw. In comes the throw. It's got to be a good one, and it's not bad. And they'll ask the question. Looks like the umpire on field of play has this not out. They've run well here. See the throw coming in.
Because this slow field, it pulled up before it got to the outfield. That allowed them to hustle through. Looks like they just made it. Direct hit would have been gone, but I think he just gets that bat down in time.
Yeah, good running. It's a good technique. Running hard and straight, and then sliding the bat in as well, which means he gets home safe.
All right, 4 to come then. Not on the Nelson, 1-1-1.
Full toss, and he gets walloped. Well, that's out of here. And 6 runs. You can't be bowling that. and this has been absolutely clobbered by Dali. It's a horrible delivery. He wants to bowl fast, but you've got to get the ball to pitch, and it's clobbered. And you can see the height on that as well. Now remember, this is not dipping at all. I can see this called.
Yeah, it has been called too, so they consider that waist height. Yeah, he's not a tall guy, is he? And I think that probably played in Dali's favour there. So that'll be a 7-up and a bonus ball now for VFB Gelsenkirchen as well.
Gets this one to pitch, so it's better. They want to take 2. They will get 2 because it was always going to be a difficult one to pick up and throw on the run as well from Mohammed Arif. Gets a hand on it.
There's your 120.
The 120's there, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's basically 12 off the first half over here. So it's turning into a decent finish, isn't it? Yeah, that was a borderline call, but I think we have seen in the ECS this year, borderline ones, they are getting called.
And got a man back there who deals with it. I'll take the single.
Yeah, so last run a month. We'll get another chance with 2 to come. Yeah, it's all set up for a good game. I suppose there's been a few games lately where we haven't had these kind of middle of the road scores, despite the average being, let's say, 115, 120.
Yeah.
The actual first inning scores have either been huge, like 150 or 217, or they've been something really low. So it's kind of averaged out that way, but we haven't seen a lot of the middle of the road targets. I think this will be a good game. 2 to come then.
Scramble, and well, there's no wicket keeper. I would have taken the 2 there. I'd run hard, take the 2.
Yeah.
Say, look, go for it.
Suppose they want Dali back on strike, and so they thought it was fine to just take the 1. I suppose you've always got the option of going to the bowler's end. So Dali, 34 of 17. It's been a good knock, hasn't it? They've just had a couple of batters stand up in this innings, and Dali doing the damage.
High in the air, once again, good luck. I don't think anybody's catching this, Vinny. They just don't want it, and the batters, they'll take a couple, and well, we'll just keep running because they don't even want to throw this in. Raheem, he says, I'll run it in. Yeah,
he runs it in saying, well, I think I can probably race you to the bowler's end. So we'll just be 2 to finish, and the final score will be 124 for 5. So PSV Aachen will be chasing 125 for victory. Pretty interesting game. 2 teams separated by only 1 point on the table. Again, they're fighting for a top 4 spot. There's a lot on the line as we head to the business end of this tournament. 125, the victory target in match 42.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line. You're absolutely right. But I just get the feeling here, you know, that I think 120 is a good score because they've got the spinners. They'll deploy those spinners. And I get the feeling that maybe PSV Aachen will just find it a little bit tough. With those, and then we've got spinners that generally turn the ball as well. So it's going to be a tough one for them. They're going to have to be at their best as well. And Rashid, he did pick up a few wickets, but too many extras. There's one thing that I do want to have a look at. There were so many wides at times there. Yeah, 18 extras, 10 wides, 1 no ball, 5 leg byes and 2 byes as well. It's too many for me. And you just remember, just with that, you could have kept it under the 120. But one thing they did do is they did take out the top 3 dangerous batters. Madana Gopal went for 7. Well bowled by Arif, and then Ace went. Good catch from Fahad off the bowling of Rashid for 21. And then they also got Ronit Satapathy. Again, Rashid getting in plumb LBW. But then came that partnership worth around 52 runs between Dali and Anand, and that helped to basically settle the nerves, calm the nerves, lay a good foundation. Just they kept the score ticking along nicely, and even though Anand would fall for 29, Dali stayed there towards the end, 36 not out, and getting them to a good score. And Krishnan, when he came in, played his part as well, scoring just 8 off the 5, but making sure that Dali got majority of the strike. 120 for me. 20 and back yourself, and I think they've done that. They've gone past it. They've given themselves a view to play with, and now I think it's going to be the battle of the spin bowlers up against the batters of PSV Aachen. But I do believe that it will be the openers are going to be the key here. Yasir Hussain, and more importantly, was Hassan. If he can get going again, then really PSV Aachen will be hoping that they can get there. But it's going to be an interesting run chase. Who knows? maybe it could be one that goes all down to the wire. Maybe today, on this glorious sunny day in Krefeld, we could reset the golden ball counter as well. That's what everybody wants to see. But join me, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu when we come back for the conclusion of this match. And I get the feeling that we're going to have an exciting one as well. So we're going to see PSV Aachen, the team making their debut on the European Cricket Network here. The first time we've seen them playing in the series. They're needing 125 more victories. Join us back in 7 minutes time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The umpires Suraya and Svitnandu have made their way out there in the middle, and well, we're expecting to see a good run chase here with VFP Gelsenkirchen posting 124 on the board. That means that PSV Archan, the team, the first time they're playing the European Cricket Network in this series, and they haven't made a bad start at all. They've won a few games, and well, they've entertained us as well. Remember, before the start of this, they're 4-3. They'd love to get a win here, and to do so, they need to get to 125. And I get the feeling that it's down to 3 players, really. I think somebody like Yasser Hussain hasn't yet. I mean, he's made contributions, hasn't made a big score. Was Hassan will be key. Edge, and this is going to be 4 runs, and so that's the start. 4 straight away. That's what they'll do. I mean, that's one thing that this guy, Yasser Hussain, will do all the time. He'll always be throwing the bat at everything, but he hasn't made a big hit. And then you've got the likes of Hassan as well. And then the other man would be... Oh, it's high up in the air. And it gets safe. Nice looking shot, and this one will be 1 bounce 4. Beautifully played. Lovely shot. So once again, it's nice hit. Partnership is what it's all about. These two hold the key for me, and then you've got the likes of, as I said, Fahad Khan. So Rubish. Planipani, the captain, he knows it's the partnership to break. He goes a little bit wider here, and it's well left by Hassan. He doesn't get drawn into this shot. Guy that made 100 the other day started things off, didn't he? 100 not out, and then to his dismay, Harun Khan for Bomb Blue Stars did the same. Oh, that is an awesome hit. What a lovely shot this is. He goes down to one knee. It's a slog sweep. And he holds the pose as well. Is it kitte shoti? Meri photo kitne naali? Meri photo the kitne? Smile please. Click, click, click. Well, what a great hit. Smashed away. What's the answer? 16 to come off the over already. Both the batters scored boundaries. Okay, Hussain was a little lucky. Cuts it away, and this is going to be 4 more. What a delightful shot. And he's just got all the shots, hasn't he? And the time as well. Look at the time here. This time he knows he's not going to be a wide. Gets himself in good position through the gap, and you can hear some of the PSV Archan players going high, high, high. Kidna sona. बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारे, बहुत अच्छी टाइमिंग से की चौका लग गया. आज तक सवेरे सवेरे ना स्वाद आ गया. सारी टीम ने बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी. हुन छक्का लग गया. Boom! That one goes all the way. Well, that's the best shot of the lot, isn't it? Just rocks back and crunches it for 6. 26 coming off that first over from the captain, Rubesh. And what a bit of batting there from a man who's already scored a century in this series. And he's in good form, isn't he? Was Hassan. I was talking about some of the top batters in this series. And his name's right up there. He was behind Jamshid Khan, who's on 368. And Hassan was on 289. 244 matches since the golden ball. That's up there as well with that 20. He's, well, a run short of bringing up 300. This is that sort of score. But if they keep going at this rate, they might get there and make it easier than we think. I still think it goes down to the wire. Then again with the Pruss early on here. So here's the ace. Floats it up, and it's a miscue, but he gets lucky. Top edge of the bat. Where far will this go? And the fielder, does he stop this? Oh, we're going to be watching this now. It's all about the, I think he gets there. The question is he in contact with the ball when he goes over the rope? Watch this here now. So he's touching here. No, he releases it. And the ball stays in play. Very well done. That's an excellent save. Oh, well, that is gone. Many a mile. Boom. Shaka Lagya. Too short. And too straight from ace. And that's been absolutely clobbered. You've got to remove these two pretty quickly. It was a brave move to go to ace straight away. Remember, we're still in the power play. So he can only have two men out. He's got square leg back and looks like long on. I don't think Hussain is going to hit too long on. I think you're better off having two men on the leg side, so get that mid-wicket in. And gets the bottom of the bat here, so that's a better reply now. Taking on the misfield, gets there. Oh, well, what's the saying? Never on the misfield. Well, Hassan wants to get on strike, so he does go for it, and he gets there. You watch, they decide to go. Hassan says, I want it. A better throw, he would have got, well, a direct hit, and he's a goner. Direct hit is a goner. A stronger arm straight into the gloves, then he could have been gone as well. Hassan on 20, just to 4 deliveries. And, a bit of a lackluster appeal there, I think, from Ace. I think he knows there's no way it could be. These two, they just want to attack, don't they? 35 on the board already, just off 9 deliveries. Hit well, 6 more. It's as easy as that. And what I like about Hassan's batting is there's very little movement from him. I mean, he tends to stand pretty straight. It's all about getting himself into position. Even the bat lift isn't that high. Gets himself into position and he just puts it away, and he makes it look effortless. So score now moves to 41. And get the feeling that this ball cannot be found as well, so we might need another. The ball's disappearing all over the place, so I think we're going to have to set a search party out for this one. The fielder comes back and says, it can't be found. And everybody looking at everybody. It looks like Andy House is going to go on the hunt for it. Now, might need to take a broom with you, Andy. There's a new one. Another one goes out there. 15 off the over with the ball to go. And, well, make that another magical over. That will go all the way. Look how quick he is onto this. You can see what Pruss is trying to do, but look at the swivel. Oh, as he hammers this away. 6 more. Well, watch out. Incoming. Well, there you go. It's a little bit of, that's our version of 10-pin bowling. We do it with the Grizzly and see how many you can knock over with one hit. Now, they were down and out. Well, if Guns and Kirsten don't do anything quick here, they could be down and out in this one. PSV Archen made a fantastic start, looking to get themselves into that 4th spot. That's what a win here would do. And they'll push Guns and Kirsten out of the top 4, which is not where you want to be. 47 off the first 2 overs. So, spin from Ace, not doing the job. Moment is the Hussain and Hassan show. A few sweet Carolines coming there from Dave. This is going to be 4 more. It's hit firmly. He's got an unusual hitting technique, hasn't he, Hussain? But it's effective. He's a bit of a bludger. Nicely hit. And don't choke on an egg when you're doing the sweet Caroline, will you, Dave? How are you getting on with your eggs? How many eggs is that now from you? And, yeah, I think Kai-Bai saying the golden ball slipping away pretty fast. At least that one doesn't slip away from the hands of the fielder. Gets a good throw in. They're nicely chased from Jay Tamakuwala. Uwais, this man makes a habit of picking up wickets, Mohamed Uwais. They could do with one now. And he's not going to get one with that one, a little bit too short. And this is in the gap. Precision timing, and now Hussain finds the gap on the offside. They are motoring along. That rate is now already down to, well, by the time this over finishes, it could be below 9. It's just about 9 at the moment. Started off at around 12.5. Goes down the ground, but it's too straight. It's not one that Ace can get to. He'll keep it to 1 though. That's the issue, isn't it, with this line of attack in the power play. You can only have just 2 men out, so you'd ideally want your 2 men straight. You can't afford to do that, and this is another good hit, but it's a great catch. That is a fantastic catch. They get the wicket of Moiz Hassan. This could change everything. It really could. Catches can win you matches. This one has been hit hard, and you're thinking maybe it's another boundary. Only 2 men out, and he picks one of them. Doesn't quite get the swivel on it, which means he gives an opportunity to the fielder, who takes a really good, sharp catch. Moiz Hassan, the Centurion, goes for 32. 32 of just 8 deliveries. But what a catch that is, 58 for 1. So Uwais once again delivers. Oh, that's an outrageous catch. That ball was traveling. It was hit firm and hard from Moiz Hassan, but he finds the fielder who takes a really good catch. We've seen so many good catches. I hope you've enjoyed some of those that we've shown you on the old social media as well. But Habiullah Staniksai, they don't come any better than that. It's down the leg side, and it's rolling, rolling, rolling. And it goes all the way to the boundary. That's going to be a minimal. Well, after getting a wicket, the last thing you want to do is bowl a Gandhi ball. And they don't get any Gandhier than this. Down the leg side, a wicket keeper. Murugesh has no chance, and nor do the fielders. So 5 wides. Better areas. That's a nicely played with soft hands. We'll get 1 at least. The over comes to an end. It goes for 17, but does pick up the crucial wicket of Hassan. 64 for 1. That's the score in the power play. The over scores so far 26, 21 and 17. You see them there in front of you. And, well, going downwards, I suppose that's a good sign for Gelsenkirchen, but still high numbers. The rate required, it does go below 9, 8.7. So you've got to say here right now, it's PSV Hutchins to lose. They've given themselves such a good start, but so often we say that just because they get themselves to a flying start doesn't mean that they'll maintain that, and it doesn't mean that they'll go on and win the match either. They're 2 wickets away, I think, Gelsenkirchen, 2 wickets away. That one gets played out rather cautiously by Fahad Khan. So you can see that Hussain saying, somebody come and take me helmet, will ya? And nobody's coming out just yet. The 12th man is not ready to come out, so he's going to have to put it back on again. Oh, hang on a minute, maybe the umpire's going to assist. And, well, as a result of him putting it back on his head, they might as well have the 12th man run on and take it off, because it's taking longer for the umpire to sort him out. Yeah, I think, I don't think the 12th man was ready. He's still not ready. And by the time he gets ready, the umpire would have sorted it out. So, yeah, it's a bit frustrating that, because let's just say that Hussein gets out here now, and he says, well, it's because of the helmet. I didn't want it. He's only got his own teammates to blame because the 12th man should be ready to run on, do his duty and run off. Okay, so Anand now bowling to Hussein, who becomes pretty key now in this. He goes for it and he gets it big. He's going to go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, he just gets down on one knee and he slaps this hard. And sails over the fielder. He'll go again. Oh, this is huge. Oh, that's the biggest of the lot. That is humongous. What a shot. Que grande, que guay. Well, that is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Well, you might as well throw in a few gulab jambus as well. That is a biggie. That's a monster strike. It's a Bizaway Super 6, the biggest that we've seen here in Krefeld. Shorter, and he's onto this pretty quick as well. And that's going to be another boundary for this time. 6 and 4. Hussein hungry for more. Well, I'll tell you what, he's gobbling up these Grizzlies quicker than Dave is eating those eggs. They're in the 80s already, 81 for 1. Still 2 balls to go in the 4th. This is quite incredible. And, well, Anand, let's just see the over-by-over scores already. 26, 21, 17. This one's 17 with 2 to go. Hussein, he ain't going to stop. Oh, big swing. There was a bit of bat on this. Almost like I heard something. The bowler puts his hands on his head for a moment. Well, it's a dot ball. That's something. That's a result. There's not been too many. Gets with. And bye-bye. Adios, pelota. Porque eso es 6 más. It wasn't a good delivery. It was a full toss, a filthy one. Just floated out there on the offside. And for somebody who likes to go down on one knee and hit the ball in that area, he ain't going to miss out on that. Well, we saw 81 on the scoreboard and another 6 onto that. 87 the score. Quite crazy at the end of 4 overs. They're going at some rate at the moment. And that over also goes magical. 23 come off that one. Well in the driving seat now. They can do it from here if they wanted to with run a ball. Who they're going to go for here now? Well, the man who takes the sensational catch, Happy Willa. Standing side comes on. It doesn't bowl a good delivery. It's down the leg side. Batter, though, not able to get hold of this. We'll just get a single will calm, but he won't mind that because he gives the strike back to Hussein. And one man who'll be enjoying this as he joins me back in the cube is Mr. Maximo. Maximo could be a 50 here.
What a start this is. Hussein within one swing of the bat. Just get one, but yeah, it's a bit of a crossroads game for both of these two teams. You know, VFB Girls and Kirshner, it's their biggest day to date in the competition. They'll play 3 of their last 4 matches today. PSV as well, they kind of lost a bit of momentum with 2 losses last time we saw them. But right now, they're going to do this easily, you'd think.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot for nothing from Fahad. You can see that the way that Fahad Khan is thinking, he doesn't have to and doesn't want to go ballistic. He doesn't want to lose his wicket here and allow Gunston back in the match. So he's trying to be cautious.
They've hit 8 sixes in the first 4 overs. And that's just taking care of business, hasn't it? And something that we didn't really see from VFB. Their top order didn't get going in this game.
And, well, make that another 6 as this one goes the distance as well. They're making this look easy. It's not the best of bowling. I don't know what's that that's blown onto the pitch just there. Well, the wicketkeeper will pick it up. What is that? There's the bail.
It's the bail. They've got the zinger bails. They're actually a little bit heavier, the zinger bails.
Yeah, and they're still being blown off.
Yeah, compared to the regular wooden bails. Cost me my 5th stumping the zinger bails, by the way. It's another story.
Oh, did you have those on as well?
Yep.
Gundy,
6 more.
Gundy, and that's going to be 6 more. They're going to do this in style, aren't they? Because that now brings up, does that bring the 100 up? I believe it does, you know. That's the 100 already.
That's crazy. And so they're over 200 pace at the moment. Magical pace. Harkin coming out and just absolutely whacking it.
So Fahad Khan gets 2 6s and 2 balls. And But the body language here from VFB Gelsenkirchen says it all. It says it all. This is, I mean, when you say the bowlers have been taken to the sword or to the cleaners, this is what you're talking about. They have been absolutely toasted. Just tries to guide this away for a single there. That's for hard. And it sees out the end of the over. Well, I suppose in comparison to some of the overs before him, Stanic's Eye, it's not a bad one. It only goes for 14, but 100 on the board already, 101 for 1.
Yeah, it's a total disaster, really. As we remind you, you can always get in touch with us on our social media. And you can get me at Mr. Maximo, get Rico at Rico4, at Rico.full.1 on Facebook. And don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Lots of highlights there. We'll probably create more highlights than any sporting company in the world, never mind cricket company, than any cricket competition, so any sporting competition. So, yeah, have a look. And you can always take a trip down memory lane as well. Might suggest some highlights from yesteryear as well. Awais comes on for his second over.
Asking for, I think he's asking for the LBW. Well, I don't know now, because now he's looking back at the keeper, giving him a filthy lick.
He thought this got caught up in the glove on the way up. Because I don't think it's LBW, but you see how it just kind of gets...
Yeah, I think it does, you know.
It might have, but the keeper didn't really see it until it was past his eyes.
And this is going to be 4 more. It's unlucky from Awais. He's the one man that has picked up a wicket, but now he'll see that one go to the boundary, and it's going to be a boundary, which means that it's a 50 up for Hussain. Well batted, and it is well batted. The 50 comes up in just 17 deliveries. All right, a little bit of luck to get it, but he's earned the right to have a little bit of luck, hasn't he? 52 of 17. बहुत बताया जैसे Hussain ने अपनी half century पूरी कर ली.
Yeah, when he's hit him well, he's hit him really well in this tournament. Well, he misses out on this one, but really, it's all academic now. And so I think if I've done my sums right, this will mean that PSV will leapfrog.
Yeah, they will.
VFB Gelsenkirchen on the ladder, but Gelsenkirchen will have the right to reply later on today.
That's his shot, isn't it? That is his shot. He likes to go low and then hit hard. He's hit some of the biggest sixes, the biggest bombs that we've seen that fly over into cow corner. Oh, when he hits it, it stays hit. And I don't care where you take this guy. When he's hitting it like this, he's clearing any boundary in the world.
Yeah, look, it's concerning, isn't it, how many balls we're losing. I know that the word is from the tournament referee's office that we could be in a little bit of strife because these balls are going to the bushes. They're not very easy to find at all.
This one is played along the deck. He'll get a single. That's not a bad thing. He gets down the other end and just settles down for a couple of deliveries. I'm pretty sure that Fahad Khan would now be feeling with just 14 required that he's maybe wants to play a few shots himself. And well, he plays that nicely, guides it through, and they don't stop it. Will they come back for a couple? No, they won't. They just walk. Well, he doesn't walk, but Hussain does. He just walks to the other end. And, well, if he had run, he would have been on strike. He just realises that. That's a nice little shot there. I like the way that Fahad Khan plays his shot on the offside. It is the end of the over. The 113 on the board. The other thing, of course, Vinny, is this is if they seize the opportunity, what a way it would be to really up the net run rate as well.
Yeah, for sure. The net run rate before this was plus 1.2. VFB plus 2.2. That's just by they had one very bad loss. Actually, the only loss VFB Gelsenkirchen before this one was a bad one. This one isn't looking much better, to be honest, because well, it's hard to believe this game will get out of this over the way things are going.
We were talking golden ball. A lot of people were talking golden ball. I know that in the chat there was talk of golden ball. What happened to that idea? I suppose when the first over from the captain goes for 26, it doesn't put you in a good mindset, does it? And well, high. And this is a challenge. I think this is catchable. The wind is playing his part, but that's a really good catch taken by Ace. This ball goes up. 1 minute it looks like it's clearing the boundary. Then the wind gets hold of it, brings it back in. Ace, well, there he is. He keeps his eye on it and takes a magnificent catch.
I can't tell you how good a catch that was because this is blowing around. It's miles in the air. Yeah, right. It looked like 6. And then see how he makes the adjustment? And then he has to just keep adjusting because that ball's blowing all around the place. Excellent fundamentals there by Ace Pruss. And so it does look like a consolation wicket, but it's a wicket nonetheless. And the score is 114 for 2.
Yes, Stanic's Eye man who took a great catch, which could have made the difference at the time when he caught Hassan brilliantly. And now he gets a wicket. What I will say is this, is that, okay, only 11 needed. You've still got Fahad out there. If you believe enough, well, you never know. Cricket is a funny game, and we do know that PSV,
well, you need 8
struggled.
wickets.
Yeah.
Well, we have actually seen a game lost from this position. And I'll tell you what it was, unless this goes for 4, which it does, in which case I'll probably save my breath. But this is going to just curve around away, so he's had a bit of a shocker there. So I don't think there'll be a miracle, Rico.
No, this is not good, is it? That's no way to field. I mean, on this outfield, there should be no errors like that.
But it does kind of slice away from his right to left, and he just doesn't pick that that's going to happen. So I don't think I'll get through my anecdote, because they could win this very quickly still.
Okay, high up in the air, catch it. This should be another, because Ace doesn't put him down. It will be another. So, okay, Arif gets 4, a lucky 4, and gets out. It's going to be another wicket for Stanexai. So 2 for 19 for him. This is the thing here. Whatever happens, you've got to believe. Now, if they keep chipping away at the other end and keep the luck to Fahad off strike, I mean, it's possible. Not
chip away. You probably need a jackhammer to go through the lineup from here, because it still is only 3 out, 118 for 3. But let me tell you the game I was thinking of. It was actually in Landskrona, and it was back in 2021.
Yeah.
And it was Malmö CC taking on Ariana CC. And what happened is Malmö CC needed around about, I think, 11 to win off 18 balls. They were 2 out. And then the captain got out, and everyone was like, okay, whatever. And they lost 8 wickets for 4. There were 5 wickets in 5 balls in the last over, 4 and 4, and then a run out, and they lost by a handful.
It's another catching opportunity, you know, and they're taking it. So it's 2 in Stanexai. Well, he's making things happen here. This over, that's the 3rd wicket. He's now on a hat-trick. New batter, Rahim, comes out and literally hits the first ball straight into the fielder's hands. And, well, Jay makes no mistake, and that's going to be a golden duck. It's another one bites the dust.
Yeah, well, what do you think about this? I mean, consolation hat-trick. I mean, they still got plenty of batting to come. This was not in the script, was it? As the captain comes out, try and finish things off. Like us to here. Hello to Wayne, nice to see you in the chat. Hello to James Stewart from Estonia, and to Kai Bay, to Helix, anyone else I might have missed I haven't said hello to today. Welcome, and don't forget that we're only about, what is that, about 35 minutes, 40 minutes away from the start of the next game, and the good games keep on coming.
Okay, hat-trick ball, you know.
Yeah, hat-trick ball. I really like Habib Stanexai. I think he's an excellent 4th spinner to have. Here's the hat-trick ball.
And well, it gets past him. The non-striker's a little bit late getting to the other end, probably because he doesn't want to get there, because it means, it's been called a wide.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's touch and go live. Let's see. Bowls a leg spinner. Bowls a mixture of often leg spinners, but yeah, I think that one definitely gets past the line. It gets past the keeper as well.
Nicely played. I think this is just him thinking about, all right, if it's there, I'll go for it. He gets ready for the big shot, and then he probably sees Ace looking at him saying, I'll take another, you know, and he says, nah, I'll take the single. Smart cricket. I'll put myself on strike again. So you can see now they just need the 4 for a victory here. Yeah,
so let's have a look at what's coming up next. And yeah, the good games just keep on coming today, don't they, on day 9 by Boosters, who are still undefeated. They're the only undefeated team in the competition. They're taking on VFB Gelsenkirchen. That match is around about 35 minutes away. News from the toss is that Gelsenkirchen, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat. I think both teams wanted to bat first there. Gelsenkirchen obviously look like they're going down here to their 2nd loss in the competition. But the Boosters haven't experienced defeat yet. But
first time they won't be batting first, though.
Yeah, true.
First time
they've been putting 150 plus regularly on the board, haven't they? So, yeah, they'll have to do it on the chase this time. I guess you have to be able to do both and get comfortable doing both. So maybe a blessing in disguise. This could be it, and it will be it, Rico. Maximo to finish as the consolation wickets dry up and the game is put to bed. PSVA really did a number there, didn't they? They end up winning that one with 17 balls to spare. Yeah, it's a good victory. A big smile on the face, of course, from the captain, Wakas Tahir. And it's a good victory for his side, and they've done it in style. And one thing I think that they wanted to try and achieve here is not just get the win,
but also win it with plenty of balls to go. It will help their net run rate. And I do believe, you know, the top 4 go through. I think the likes of 4th spot could all be to do with net run rate, so that'll help them.
Definitely, and just a reminder, this game coming up in 35 minutes, and hopefully you enjoy that game with us after we have a spot of lunch. Let's go back and look at the highlight. And it was a real crazy pace start, wasn't it? And that didn't help, of course, but with PSV Aachen, you know that if their top order fires, then they're as hard to stop as anyone, and they did fire on this occasion.
Yeah, there were some really handsome shots there from Moise Hassan. Fair play to Gelsenkirchen in the field. I think they were very good. Whenever they got the opportunity, they took the catches. That was standing side. That was a really good catch to get rid of Hassan. A little bit of luck there from Hussein. He found the edge a few times, and it was the edge of his bat that was getting past the 50 mark as well. And then what a good catch this is. Look how many times he had to adjust to take that one. But that was the thing, though. You see one great catch taken like that, and then you see an error in the field the other side from Mohamed Awais. Ace, he was making no mistakes.
He's got a great set of hands, a great judgment. That's probably not going to be textbook technique, but also taken down the ground. But yeah, it's a bit of a stumble from Gelsenkirchen. Not their first stumble, though. We did see them have one other pretty significant loss, but PSV Aachen gets them back in the winner's circle, doesn't it? 59 from Yasser Hussein. His main catalyst for a pretty quick chase. They chased it down in the 8th in the end. Moise Hassan, he was good while he was there. 32 off 8, going at 400. Farhad was just careful early, but then he exploded as well with 24 not out. And in the end, you're not even close as Aachen get the runs with 17 balls to spare. For VfB Gelsenkirchen, we didn't really get a chance to see the best of them because they were under so much pressure in the power play. And of course, they rely a lot on some very good spinners. But I suppose in the end, after the start that they were facing, they didn't really get a chance to bowl them back into the game, even though there were some promising signs there towards the end.
Yeah, there was. I think it's one of those, isn't it? We touch on them with the spin, but if you come across hard-hitting batters that on their day are hitting the ball cleanly, well, it just takes the spin right out of the attack, and then you've got to say, right, if that's all we got, who do we deploy? I think Stanikzai did a really good job there. He's slightly different, isn't he? Because he can get the ball to go through a little bit quicker. Picks up 3 wickets, so that's a highlight for him there, really. But I think, yeah, you're right, that PSV Aachen, they just didn't get going in the power play. But then, how many would have been enough? That's the other question.
Yeah, that's the thing. And look, I do like they go spin heavy, but yeah, like I said, they didn't have a good start because Palniappa went for 26 in the first. So we'll take a break back in about half an hour. Take you into the third match of the day, and it should be a good one. Boosters versus Gelsenkirchen coming up in the next spectacle here on day 9 in this European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Germany. Great to have your company. Yes, we are in Krefeld. How about those pictures you just saw of this wonderful region in Germany? I do recommend you check it out one day. But right now it is time for the third match of the day. It's going to be match number 43. We'll get to see the hosts again, the Bayer Boosters, and they are taking on VfB Gelsenkirchen in this match. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters is over there and he's got the two captains with him.
Repeat the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Oh, that's it.
We are going to bat first.
So VfB Gelsenkirchen have won the toss and they've elected to bat. No surprises there. I think both teams really wanted to bat. You could see Paki Praba there probably a little bit disappointed. He didn't win the toss, but I think Rubesh Paladiapan, he decides, yeah, look, we do want to bat. We want to try and put some runs on the board. Probably didn't quite go to plan in the last game as far as their first innings. They'll be hoping that one of their openers can go big. Will it be Ace Pruss again, who's having a very, very good series? Very heavy on the spin, aren't they? So the Boosters have been batting really well, but I think the spin of Gelsenkirchen will be a different challenge. Let's see if their batters can keep up the good work. And they are now still undefeated. They are 5-0 with the no result in there as well. So yeah, we'll see if they can keep going at that rate. They have been consistently scoring at 15 plus and over. So it should be a really good game. Two teams, again, with big ambitions to go deep in this tournament. Rico Full will take you to the first ball. The news from the toss, Rico, in match number 43 is that it will be Gelsenkirchen who are batting first after winning the toss. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Hello, welcome back. You can see that the players are out there and well, a bit of a huddle from the Bayer Boosters. They do that before the start of their match and they all come together, and after a few words, it's Boosters. Well, the Boosters, they have been good so far. You heard from Maximo. They're 5-0 and they're scoring stat loads of runs. Thing is, though, they're going to have to do it slightly differently this time round. They're going to have to chase. They're a team that have been batting first, and well, VfB Gelsenkirchen, I think this is their captain's way. That's Rubish, of not giving the Boosters what they want. They batted first in the last one. It didn't go to plan. The top three just didn't click. So this time around, I think the likes of Ace, Madana Gopal, and also Runit Satapathy, well, one of those three has to go big, and they'll be hoping that some of the other batters, the likes of Alam Dali, who batted very well last time around, and also Anand, can make the similar contribution to get them to a big score. The Boosters, they've been scoring an average of around about 150, so you can already sense that they'll be looking to get to at least a 130 plus score here, and then hope that runs on the board is going to be something that works in their favour against the very powerful Booster batting lineup. We're ready to start. Gurhanda is the umpire out there with Soraya. Here's the first ball. And it's a big swing from the batter. And, well, Madana Gopal was nowhere near this, really. It was just a wild swing. A good bit of pace from the captain first up. Gets the ball through pretty quickly. That's Pakitharan Prabha. Prabha again. Oh, that's a really good delivery. And this one, I think, will be signalled as buys. It only just, well, two things. Only just misses the edge of the bat and not that far away from the stumps as well. What a good delivery this is. Look at the movement that Prabha is getting. And that's going to be a concern straight away for some of the batters. Just watch this one go. Really good delivery. That's really well bowled. It's great to have everyone back on the chat. And, hello to Mandrake, who's saying good afternoon to myself and Vinny. And, hello to Dave, Wayne, James Stewart as well, and Helix. Great to have you all with us. I'm looking forward to a very exciting afternoon of cricket. I want to say a big thank you to the Federation here at the DCB for a lovely lunch once more. A bit of noodles with some breaded chicken. A nice sweet chili sauce. It was very nice indeed, and that's a very nice delivery indeed as well from Prabha. Bowling with a bit of pace and a bit of momentum. Well bowled. See, walks back to his mark. Bayer Boosters, of course, the two teams that play here. This is their home ground, Bayer Boosters and Bayer Spartans, and that's why they got very similar kits as well. Prabha once again. And just tries to guide this into the gap between point and the man at third. So looking to get this in that sort of backward point area is Ace. Not able to do so. So it's just going to be another dot. So he runs on the board at the moment, courtesy of that one by. And draws him into this one again. That's been the issue, I think. I've noticed this a few times when Ace has been batting. It's the ball moving away from him. We saw in the last match, it was the left armour that was causing a few issues for Ace. He weathered the storm eventually, and then he would have been disappointed the way that he got out. But yeah, Arif was causing the problems for Ace. Just get that movement away. He doesn't quite get right across there. I'll take a single here. Just plays that out on the onside. So gets a run. It could have been a maiden to start off with. But one from it, two from the over, one by, one single. What a great start that is from the captain. Just to remind you, there's a number of ways that you can stay in touch with us. And well, Mr. Maximo and myself are very happy to receive all your messages and your good wishes as well. And of course, we thank you very much for your support of the European Cricket Network. You can also check out all the details on the website as well, which has been modified and looking pretty funky at the moment. Well done to everybody working behind the scenes on that. EuropeanCricket.com to find out about this series and the other events coming up. And go in and have a look at the fixtures and some of the player profiles as well. Some of the stats, always good to look at the stats. Of course, one stat you can go there and find is that one yesterday. Jamshad Khan, the fastest 100 we've seen on the European Cricket Network. 100 of 22 deliveries. And check out some of the postings on the social media on that as well. I had a chance to speak to him. And well, their team was very delighted with their start. And well, the batter will be very delighted with this shot as well. After getting a single to go back on strike, this will go all the way. And this time, he does get the footwork right, leans into it, gets plenty of it. And he clears the boundary with some ease. And the fielder goes into the jungle to try and find it. And well, I think he's found it. But he's got to find a way to get round the nettles. That's the problem out there. And those stinging nettles get you, you're in trouble. And you're itching. And, nice that everybody's enjoying each other's company. And yeah, Dave is the first to say Dr. Full. Yeah, I do like to upgrade that picture. I do sometimes. I know when I was with Charlie, we had a more recent photo, but I get the feeling that the guys in the office, they like that one. They like the Dr. Full look. Of course, that one was taken when I was in Cartama, when I had that jacket. That jacket no longer is with me anymore. I think I've lost me doctor's privilege. Big swing. He's going to get fortunate here. It's going to be 4 runs. So Dave, come on, all together now. Everybody on the chat. Mandrake, Helix, Wayne, Dave, 6 and 4. Of course, that's right, hungry for more. He is hungry for more. He's hungry for a lot of runs in this one. And, on this day in history, this is the one that a few people will remember, 1976. It was the first episode of The Muppet Show, created by Jim Henson. Yeah, I did like watching The Muppets. It was a weekend favorite. And of course, remember characters that included the likes of Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy. Hi-ya! Remember that? 1976. Yeah. High up in the air, and well, I don't think anybody's going to get to this, are they? It would have been a tremendous effort. And well, for a moment, I thought the fielder was going to end up headbutting this, and I thought it looked a little dangerous. A lot of swing from the bowler. Just have a look at this. It starts coming back with the wind, and well, It could have been nasty. That was Jagan Dinushan having a go. Well, Ace is having a go. He's finding more the edge than the middle, though. Yeah, well, this time he does find the middle, and that's going to go into the thick of things. And the fielder has a look, and he might find it. He thinks he's got a chance. Let's see if he comes back with something. I reckon there should be somebody with a box of candies there, and every time the player comes back with the ball, they should be given a candy and an alcoholic wipe to take all of the sting of the nettles away from his hands. Well done to that man out there. We're running a bit short on balls, so we need to get as many as we can. Prasad. Oh, this is going to be a Gandhi one. It will go all the way, you know, rolling, rolling, rolling. It's going to be a minimal 5 wides. That's not a good delivery. Gets this one completely wrong. So after, that's always hurts the captain, doesn't it? After a pretty good, a very good first over. We're only, you got 2 runs from it. This one is expensive. And it finishes. No, still got, I would say finishes. Yeah, he does finish as well. That will be the end of the over. Well, I think it is. I don't know what the graphics are still showing. One to come, maybe, unless that's running a little behind. Keep an eye on the umpires here. Maybe the graphic is running behind. Let's see. Well, the umpires continue their walk. Well, there you go. They've updated. We're just a bit behind. So 20 without loss. 18 coming off that one from Murali Prasad. It's not his best over. By boosters, you can see where they are. They do go second. And, well, remember, they played a game less than the team top, Golden Star Born, and against the Black Caps. But, well, Gunston Kirshen, they want to try and get into that. Well, if they can, if they win this well, they'll take over the 4th spot there from PSV Aachen, who just got there themselves. So a lot of shifting. It's definitely moving day today, isn't it? A lot of shifting happening today. Remember, we will see PSV Aachen taking on the Aachen Rising Stars. That's the next match. And then, well, you'll see Gunston Kirshen getting a good opportunity to continue their climb up the table if they can beat the Köln challengers. So, just waiting here. We're just waiting maybe for some of the graphics to update as Vignesh is ready to have a bowl. Bowls with some pace, does Vignesh. I think they maybe are checking that it was actually the end of the over, perhaps, because the graphics were showing that it was a ball to go. But so we'll have to wait and see. Let's see what the verdict is. I think the scorers are probably checking here. They're going back and checking ball by ball. And I want to see if what I can see here. I don't think my system will be quite updated itself. But yeah, I think, yeah. No, systems, I think, resetting, rebooting itself. But we're ready to continue. Vignesh starts with a good one. Doesn't give any width at all to the batter. It was talking about some of the days. And of course, it was, well, in this day, 1997, that Mother Teresa, who was awarded the 1979 Nobel Peace Prize for her charitable work with the poor, especially in India. Well, she unfortunately passed away at the age of 87 in Calcutta. And of course, we've already touched on Mother Teresa today because it is International Day of Charity, which took off worldwide in 2012. And it's a day that, besides honouring Mother Teresa's tireless work to help others and overcome poverty and suffering, the holiday provides a platform for charitable opportunities to take place. I know that, especially at the moment, the current economic climate, there's a lot of good charities out there doing a lot of work, and a lot of people, a lot of volunteers doing a lot of hard work to help people in need, and it's always great if we can all play our part in that as well. Vignesh, good delivery, climbs to the over. Oh, if you could have picked this up sooner, it could have been an opportunity. I think Ace was running into the dangerous area, and they just back themselves sometimes, don't they? Particularly Ace. He's always quick to go, look, he wants it, he says, yeah, I'll get there, puts the pressure on the fielder. He's not able to pick it up quick enough. If he was able to, it would have been an opportunity. It's been a great over so far, though, from Vignesh. Ace, I get the feeling, knows it, and he wants to try and hammer one to the boundary. He tries. This time the third is back. He smothers it well. It's a good stop and get the single. And that's all it will be. So cracking over. We've seen 2 overs that have just gone for 2 runs. And 1 that went for 20. So at the end of 3 overs, 26 is, no, 27 is the score, beg your pardon. Still wickets in hand, that's the key thing here. But you can see there that Madana Gopal, he's chewed up 7 deliveries for just the 1, and that's what's put the extra pressure on the likes of Ace Prus to try and get going. And they're not going to hold, or the captain's not going to hold himself back. He's going to come and bowl this one straight away. Here's Prabha. Probably because he wants to try and get the wicket off Ace if he can. You know that that's 2. That's one of the danger batters out of the 2 out of the way. In he comes. That's a good delivery. That is quick. That's really well bowled. Let's have a look at this again. Just look at the pace on this. Gets this past the likes of Ace very, very quickly. Walks back to his mark. He's almost got like a shark fin, hasn't he? Makes him go a bit quicker. But this is, yeah, just beaten by pace. And once again, it's that movement away that causes the issues. Just take a single. It's got a long way to come, the fielder. He's all the way back on the boundary, so they've got nobody in short and mid-wicket. Single taken. Okay, now Madana Gopal, I think he's got to really go after Prabha here. Prabha will probably know that. They'll be looking to try and force the error. Third is back on the boundary. I'm just wondering if it would be an, I mean, they've gone long on back. I think a better option here might be to have the backward point back. Because I just think that he's not really seeing the ball well enough to play that shot straight over in that mid-wicket long on area. And I don't think that Prabha sort of bowling that line. I mean, even to Ace, because of the line he's bowling and he's getting that movement away, I'd much rather have the backward point back. So just having a look at this field, you've got square leg, long on, long off, a sweeper, and a third. And that's what I'm talking about. And he gets this so well, it will go all the way. It's going to be 6 runs. Well, swing hard and get lucky. Y hay poco de suerte ahí por Ace, porque eso es 6 carreras. Pero tiene mucha suerte, mucha suerte. Swings hard and gets lucky. And goes for the shorter delivery. He's got the fielder set. And disappointment for the captain. It is out of reach. And that man that's there on the boundary at third. But see what I mean about the shots being played here? So I really do think that long on up and backward point is a better bat. Oh, quick delivery. And this is going to be the 1 for the over. So there it is. Very quick, fast delivery. You can see he just shies out of the way of this one. That's Price. That's good fast bowling. Good little battle between these two. Mandrake just talking about a couple of series that he's seen on the box. I can't say that I've seen any of those. Okay. Oh dear. Good luck. No way. I'm saying no. Never. Yeah, I was right. That would have been some catch. It really would have. That goes so high. I mean, if we see this again, we can maybe count. Watch how high it goes. So that's Sandeep Rantor. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 seconds. 9. So you can imagine if that's going up for that long, the speed that's coming down at, that would have been an incredible catch. It doesn't get taken. It is I suppose it goes down as an opportunity. But 37. Key is without loss. Openers are still there, waiting to really break loose. And Ace, well, he's the man who gets lucky that time round. So both batters have had a fair bit of luck. Madana Gopal swinging hard. Ace gets 2 of that when it went so high. Vignesh, genuine edge again, down to 3rd. Yeah, so just observing the field. So if you think about it, up until now, long on or a square leg haven't been in play. Third man has, and I suppose long off to a degree. So you could quite easily move your square to the mid-wicket area, have long on come back up and put that backward point in, because I just think that that's the area being targeted. And where does this go? Well, it goes to that mid-wicket area. So that's what I'm talking about. Have your mid-wicket there back. So he's come all the way from square to try to get to this. So that area is going to be targeted. So have your mid-wicket there, because I think the pace that's being bowled here that we saw from Prabha. Okay, not going to see Prabha again, but you're going to see Vignesh. He's too quick, I think, to go square. But there's always the chance of the one that will fly over point. Okay, go straight this time. The man from long off comes across to cut that out. So even if long on isn't there, that's going to be stopped. And long on would be inside the circle anyway. So it would have been stopped inside. So that you could even argue may not have even been a run. There are just a few things here that the captain could be thinking about. Wants it. Once again, the fielder is just not able to take this cleanly. He takes it cleanly, he gets the throw in. Is a run-out opportunity to get Ace. And now this gets thrown away. And just wonder if this one, whether this is dead or not, this ball. I mean, he has it in his hands for a long time. But I suppose until you get it to the bowler or the keeper, and then it's a horrible, you see, he holds it here for a while. And then he just, see this. He then throws it. I reckon that ball could be dead, you know. Up in the air. It's that man who's been very busy out there. He does grab hold of it. Good work. Man at 3rd. Ball to go. And we get to the halfway point. And if you're missing Vinny Sandhu, don't worry. He's about to join me back. We'll give you a wave on camera. Why don't we do that after this ball? So it's containment at the moment, but will they be worried that they haven't got any wickets? I think at the moment they'll be pretty happy, and they could have a wicket here now. So right on cue, and it's the curse of the Maximo, who comes back into the cube as the first wicket falls, and it's a good one to get, is the wicket of Ace Price. Let's have a look at it again. He's bowled well, Vignesh, and he deserves this one. Ace just not getting this out of the middle. You could say he's not playing his A game as the catch gets nicely taken, and that is the end of Ace. It's 46 for 1 at the end of 5, and a chance for us, the boys in green, to welcome you into the cube.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Nice to be back. Yeah, Ace at the bottom of the deck there. It came out of the shadows, out of the trees to take that catch. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty good holding job first up. We know that the boosters They've been putting some big runs on the board,
Yeah.
haven't they? But we haven't seen them chasing yet. Now, whether that'll matter or not, I'm not so sure. We know that statistically across the board in this tournament, it's pretty much a 50-50 split. Teams batting first winning versus teams batting second winning. But, it's a really interesting matchup. VFB, again, they lose their first game of the day. This is a big day for them because they play 3 matches.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the day it makes or breaks their Final Four aspirations.
Yeah, this match is a big one today. I mean, remember they lost out early on. I mean, they got absolutely walloped. Nobody saw that coming from PSV Archen. Got a really good win. They did it in style. It put them up the top of the table. But this is an opportunity for them to clinch that spot back away from them if they can get the win here. Then don't forget, they didn't play the last match of the day as well.
Yeah, that's right. So they'll just have the one match to come after this. I think they played Clone CC in the last match of today. Clone CC, again, they've had some struggles as this tournament has rolled along, as we're going to get Ashok to bowl over number 6. Ashok Andrew. He's bowling to Madana Gopal. Has really struggled to get going. It's a guy, it's a good stroke maker. I mean, this will help. Takes him to double figures, but it's hard to believe that Damod Madana Gopal only scores 6 in the first half of the innings.
Yeah, it's very hard to believe. He's been well tied up. Okay, hasn't had too much of the strike, you could say that, but he knows he's got to get going here now. And he's got a good batter that's joined him out there as well. Ronit Satapathy, he was saying good form yesterday. Didn't quite click in the first match earlier, but he'll be looking to seize the opportunity this time round.
Just push and run this time. New batter out there is Ronit Satapathy. Yeah, they've had a few little wobbles in the field at times. I suppose they caught the one that counts. By the way, that brings up the 50 for VFB Gelsenkirchen.
Well, after 3 times of trying, the fielder still can't get that ball clean in his hand. So what's happening is he's being changed. So he's going to go all the way down to third. Yeah, he just hasn't been able to pick the ball up and throw it in. So they've said, okay, enough of this. We're going to move you. And the man who was doing a great job at third now comes into that important backward point area. This one could be out, you know. I was going to say, I'd like to see this again. The umpire's a long, hard think about this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no pace on it. And pitch is on for me. He totally misses it. He's on the pad.
I had this going over straight
Did you?
away because, look, there's a lot of bounce in this pitch. For me, it's climbing. He's kind of on the front. Okay, he's caught the crease. But look, to me, it's high. I don't know. See side on. That might give us a better. I agree with line. Line seems fine. Maybe the side on camera will give us an indication.
It's that slower delivery as well. You see, that's why I think you
Look where
might
it hits
have
him.
him.
Wow.
Yeah.
They actually smacked it for 6. Well,
That's not the one
the
we're looking
jury's
at.
out. It's been called a mistrial. It was a side on replay.
Yeah.
It just wasn't necessarily the side on replay.
I think, because it's a slower delivery.
Imagine reviewing it and then getting given 6.
Yeah, that wasn't, by the way, that's a golden duck as well. So we'll wait for the replay.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, Derek.
Satapathy runs away from us. Yeah, that's a golden Derek.
I don't know. I think the height was a bit sus. But, I mean, you missed a straight one. You kind of put it on yourself, don't you? This will be up and over the top. And well, this is almost covered up by the branches, but not enough, I think, for Divakara. And watch this. Down he goes. He has another shot while he's lying down, and he still can't get it. 4 runs.
Well, okay.
Do say get down.
He does have his legs wiped out, though, doesn't he? He falls down.
You couldn't accuse him of not getting down to it, though. Slow ball and cut away. Yeah, well, James Stewart has mentioned that Mr. Maximo, as well as Mr. Full and Maximo, the lawnmower, all in matching green today. That's true. I knew that we were matching, but I didn't think about Maximo, the robot lawnmower, who is around the grounds today.
He is.
That's driven nicely. That's going to be 4. Really liked the hitting through the offside in this tournament, Rico. It's been a feature of Krefeld and Madana Gopal making up for lost time as we get to the end of the 6th over at 60 for 2.
Yeah, you're right. Some of the shots and the shot selection that we've seen has been very good. But players, I think also what you find is when you see a lot of players that are playing in an area or in a country where the grounds are good, like we've seen here in Germany, good outfields, you get value for your shots. So you get value for hitting and timing balls along the deck. Then you're going to see batters play more often. And we've certainly seen that here in Germany. Saw a lot of it I did with Charlie at the RC Dresden ground a few weeks ago, and now we're seeing it here as well. So you're getting value for money for your shots. So these two batters now trying to make the most of it. And Anand, we know that he had a good knock earlier in the day. And they scored 29 of 14, and a good partnership with Alon Dali, who made 36 not out. So we know that there's still batting to come.
Good length there, isn't it, from Divakaran, who, well, let's just say he's gotten up from his little unplanned siesta on the boundary to come back, and he's bowling over number 7, and the first ball's a good one, good Yorker.
Yeah, the length that the bowlers have bowled today in general has been a lot better. Okay, the fielders have been changed here. But the bowler's got the cheek, the man who made the blunder on the boundary, to swap the fielders around, say, I'd rather have you there, you know. Okay, let's see why he's thinking that. Well, he's thinking because he wants to keep the ball outside the off, and he thinks that that's where Anand is going to target him, but he goes too wide this time.
Yeah, good movement there from Divakaran, though. I like it that for the most part he's full straight, or even full and wide outside off. Hopefully not so wide that's called a wide, though. Now edged, and well, the keeper doesn't really react to that. That's in run behind the stumps. So there's one reason they say to start low when you're keeping, because he's already kind of up, so he's got nowhere to go. He has a good look at it. Whether he would have got it or not, I don't know, but there might be some keepers around the world that would launch themselves at that, get it in the right glove.
Yeah, get the feeling if he had a bit of spring in his feet, he could have taken off, but he's quite happy to let the fielder do the job. He gets beaten outside the off again there. That's good delivery from Divakaran, just getting that movement away, draws the batter into the shot, who misses out on it.
So, yeah, Diva been given the death bowling responsibility here. Full again. I think if you could do some sort of analysis on lengths being bowled versus strike rate of batters, I think you'd find that Yorker has been the most effective weapon in this series, probably every series.
Yeah, the good old-fashioned Yorker always does the trick. And the other one that's worked quite well recently is that slow full toss. Well, this one is not slow. It's quick and wide again, though, from Divakaran.
Yeah, it's still, I like the way he's getting this ball to move, even though we're into the 7th over. These balls probably stay a bit newer than some other balls because of how lush this outfield is. It depends how many times they've gone into the stinging nettles, but
yeah,
I do think they stay pretty new comparatively, as this one gets past Anand, who's having a bit of a rough time of it. Booster's doing a bit of a number on the Gelsenkirchen batting here.
Yeah, he's not quite getting across, is he? And even the ones that are going for wide, he's swinging and missing. That one is the one where if he just takes that little shuffle across outside the off and hits straight, he's getting there. Let's see if he makes the adjustment this time. So he's got to get across. He does try, and this is another one that will be guided to the man at third. He does well. Good stop, good recovery, gets the throw in early and just keeps it to 1. So he's serving his team much better. Murali Prasad out on the boundary at third. He wasn't able to make too many stops when he was at point. He's made the stops, but he just wasn't able to gather the ball and get the throw in. So the over comes to an end. And it looks like the man we were talking about is going to come on and have a bowl here now.
Yeah, looks like it. Just a reminder of where we've been on the European Cricket Series Tour this year. Yeah, we've had a lot of different locations, seen a lot of different players and a lot of different teams. Already had one series in Italy. That was back in late April and the start of May. That was in Milan. Pretty good series as well, as we'll be back in Italy from Monday. That's next Monday in Rome, where 8 teams will be doing battle for the ECS trophy there before we head into the ECC break. Then Croatia, Malta and Spain still to come in ECS Series 2023 as we start a new over. Prasad's coming back after he went magical the first time around, but he starts with a dot. And Anand is really struggling.
Yeah, swinging and missing. A good start here from Prasad. Gets this one away, but once again it goes to the fielder. I think he's quite happy just to rotate the strike. But if you have a look at both these batters, they're going at run a ball. So Madana Gopal, 16 of 16. Anand just gets a single there, 8 of 8. So the acceleration that you're wanting at this point just isn't coming. So they've got to make a change to that.
Because what's your best case scenario? I mean, you have a really good finish. I suppose you could go kind of 3 a ball from here. If you're lucky, that'd be 124, which is still looking decidedly average and not really enough against this boosters lineup. This one pulls up. Good throw might have him in trouble, but doesn't really get the distance in the throw to the keeper. So they will come back for 2. Madana Gopal had a period where he kind of found his rocks for a second, but still, when you add up his whole innings, it's been tough going.
Yeah, Indran here, just, I don't know, he just, you mentioned this before, it just doesn't have that little spring about him, does he? I mean, even that one there, I think if he was up and about and ready, maybe he could have made a better play on that.
Yeah, well, it's a defensive prod, and then Indran, well, he does get it eventually, and he absolutely nails the stumps. The only problem is it was the wrong end, and they'll get 1. He had a bit of trouble, I think, getting it in the hand in the first place. I'm glad this hits, because otherwise where would this throw have ended up?
Yeah, I mean, it's off the bat. He could have gone, yeah, he couldn't pick it up. And look at this. And then once he finds it, he does have a shot at the stumps. It does hit him, fair play. But as you said, the bat is already in. So he's, yeah, he needs something to wake him up a little bit. Maybe he tucked into some of that lovely lunch we had as well.
Even that shot, though, from Darmod, I mean, wasn't really showing a lot of attacking intent. I mean, it's the 8th over. Yeah, length. He might as well just try and hammer it over the leg side.
Yeah.
He was more concerned about keeping it out, wasn't he? Almost got caught behind. That's more like it. Is it going to go the journey? I think it is. Maximo! Anand breaks out of his little funk of form, and he gets 6 runs. Nice batting.
Yeah, better this time. He actually gives himself a bit of room, keeps his eye on the ball, and instead of trying to hit the ball on the leg side, he goes through the shot, hits it clean, gets 6 runs. That will give him the positive buzz that he wants the ball to go in this, the 8th over.
Now goes leg side, same result. Maximo! Back to back, and Prasad has just gotten the length wrong a couple of times there, and he's gone the distance, end of the over as well. Pretty good one that for VFB Gelsenkirchen as they creep up. That one will make it 81 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, they needed those couple of boundaries, didn't they? Like I said, they need the acceleration. When we saw them earlier, they did put 124 on the board against PSV Aachen, but it wasn't enough. They got beaten comfortably with the PSV getting to the target and winning by 6 wickets with 17 balls to go. So, you know, getting the 120 doesn't mean you're winning the match. And they know that, and they know they're up against the Boosters, a team that have been scoring regularly 150 scores. They're averaging around about 153.
It's even that shot, I mean, he tries to hit inside out. I know that's the way he plays sometimes. That's when you need to be whipping to the leg side. It's there for it. And we've seen lots of bowlers go for runs once they start getting in the leg stump. But Madana Gopal, then he's just pushing it for 1. Anand, he's been on fire in the last couple of minutes. See if he can keep going in the night to Divakaran.
Yeah, I think that Madana Gopal did there just to give Anand the bat the strike, saying he's hitting the ball better. But I think he's been out there long enough to be hitting it himself. And now you see again here, just what you're talking about, the intent to get the big shot in, not quite there. They'll take the single.
Nice to see Mandrake back in the chat, and he's back in the chat as Mandrake. Well, hello to you, hopefully you're well. And a few people asking about Rome. Will Corey be there? Yes, he will be there, at least for the first week. And then Nisha's going to take over from Corey. Gives Corey a bit of time to get ready for the ECC, where he'll be coaching Spain. Well, that would have been out with a pick up and throw. Now they might get 2. That's actually pretty alert running. And that's one thing about testing the fielder and putting the fielder under pressure. You create mistakes. You can see the fielder fumbled despite the surface being pretty perfect.
He's had a mare, as Prasad. He hasn't been able to take one ball that's gone to him. It's probably about the 4th time that if he picked the ball up straight away, he would have had a chance to get a run out.
Well bowled. Nice outswinger. Divakara continues to get that good movement. Yeah, so Corey will be there. He joined me in Rome last year. I think then you replaced him, and when we got into the Super Series last year, which was quite the adventure. Eventually Roma CC won that and represented Italy at the ECL, and we'll see Roma CC next week. This will be safe. Again, they probably like the idea of 2. Don't think they'll get it this time, though. That'll be the end of the over. Madana Gopal. A little bit of a, I suppose, a A laboured knock. He's batted 9 overs. He's 23. The score 86 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, it's what a cracking over again from Thievakaran. Already goes for 10 in his spell. That one nice and tidy. So stuck in the 80s here at the moment. Only getting the 5 runs of that last over. And when you see how many wickets in hand you've got, it's not really good enough. You know, no matter how good the bowling is, you've got to try and do better than that. And if it means you lose your wicket, so be it. And when you have a look at the strike rate here from Madana Gopal, 23 of 22. And really, you've got to start asking questions whether the captain needed to be a little bit ruthless at some point. Rubish, and just say, right, come on, you got to come back because somebody else maybe can do a little bit better than what you're doing. So we're into the last over. And things need to happen here, and they need to happen pretty quickly. So if they're making a change here, Vinny. Have they made a change here? I'm just having a look out there. I think they might have done. I think they might.
Yeah.
We've seen a retirement.
Right.
We have seen a retirement. So while I've been talking about it, they've actually done it.
You've seen enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, is it? It doesn't give the new batter too much time. They've said, well, we'll prefer anyone. It's not quite what you want, but Kamran Khan, he will be facing up, and he is going to hit a 6 first ball. Well, there you go, tactical switch, and it works straight away. Maximo! And if Cameron comes out and he whacks a magical over here, they'll be kicking themselves. They didn't do it early at VFB.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it gets done. I think it's the right move, but they do it a little bit too late for me. Should have done it at least 12 balls to go.
They just get 1 here, although they may think it's 2.
I think you push. I think you push.
Good throw, and he's gone here.
It's not a good throw.
Yeah, it was actually a bad throw, and so Cameron will get the strike back. Yeah, so I suppose one thing you worry about if you retire a batter out is that it might start to collapse. But I suppose there's risks to not doing it as well, so that's why now they're satisfied they're not running out of wickets. They've said, yeah, okay, we're happy to do it. Now they'll just get 1 as Cameron gets a thick inside edge. Doesn't leave the circle. Well, there's Kumar Mahendran. Mahendran, who's not in the 11 this game, just giving some opportunities to other players, but he's on the field because Sandeep Rathore had an injury that's taken him off the field. So I guess it'll limit his ability to bat. Cramps, Anand for room. Anand also had a pretty pedestrian start to his innings, but then was able to whack a couple of 6s. This has been a really good effort from the boosters first up. I like some of the spicy stuff going around as well. I was watching on the first few overs, and they were certainly testing out the top order of Gelsenkirchen. Well, this is high. Now, someone should reach it on the full. It's a long, long chase. Doesn't get there in the end. They'll get 2. And that's all they'll get. I suppose Cameron's done his job. He's got 11 off the over. I think the total off the over is up to, what are we up to off the over? Probably, I think 13 off the over.
I think we're on 12 now. We started with the 86, so yeah, ball still
86, yeah,
to go. So yeah, I mean, you think the man he removed was going at just over run a ball, so it's been a big improvement.
I think they'll only get the well, that one spins on and out. Yeah, now he's going to run himself out. He's saying, hey, don't run. If you run, we'll get you out. They do get him out. It's a weird one.
He's even says to him,
yeah,
you sure you want to do this?
He's saying, well, you wouldn't normally run if it hits you, but it's last ball, and you know you're running pretty much until you can. So Anand kind of likes the idea. And then Ashok's saying, I mean, look, feel free to run. I just don't think it's a very smart idea. But look, regardless, it was always going to be 1, wasn't it? So Gelsenkirchen, they're held to double digits, 99. And they're going to have to do something that nobody's done in this series so far. Defend double digits. Because the best defence we've seen so far was the Challengers defending 104 all the way back in match number 1. It's advantage boosters halfway in this big clash, match 43 in Krefeld.
Yeah, it certainly is. They couldn't really get going, could they? We saw that a few times at Ace. He went for the big shots. He wasn't able to get it out the middle. There was a few edges. Well, there's one of them. That went flying over the man at 3rd. That went all the way from 6 from Ace. This one was launched into the air, and I said, there's no way he's catching this. That was up there for a good 8-9 seconds. That's how difficult that one was. And we saw this one clubbed pretty well, but straight to the fielder. It took a really good catch. And that was Ashok Andrew, who had a very good game. And well, the bad thing was for Gunsankirchen, not only did they lose ace, then that was a first baller for Satapathy. The umpire had a good long think about it and said, yeah, I think he's going on the hit. There was a few blunders in the field. We saw one getting past Thivakaran, but Thivakaran made amends, didn't he, when he came on to bowl? Didn't he bowl superbly well? His better bowling was fantastic. And, well, he helped the likes of Vignesh and also Ashok Andrew put really good spell bowling in together. It may not have taken a load of wickets, but he was very economical. Let's have a look at the scorecard here. Both the openers did get some runs, but it's the time it took them. I mean, Lee's Pruss got out of the way after 19 deliveries, but, well, Manana Gopal, 23 of 22, doesn't help the cause of his team at all. And I think Cameron Khan came out and he did the best he could for 12 of 5 deliveries, and Vishnu Anand also. One thing that really surprises me about all of that, Alam Dali, in the last match, he came in when they were in all sorts of trouble, and he went ahead and he scored 36 not out of 18 deliveries. They didn't even use him. And that's where just leaving the batter out there, Madana Gopal, for 22 deliveries for 23, that really hurts you. And I think if you were able to make that, it's not an easy call to make. It's not a popular one, but if you were able to, if you got him back earlier, you could have gone on to maybe better things. There's the bowling for you. A wicket there for Vignesh, as I said, he bowled really well. A wicket also for Andrew, but just look at the spell there from Arithran Thivakaran. Only 10 runs off his 2 overs, and okay, he doesn't pick up a wicket, but that's outstanding bowling. And I think that, along with the bowling there of Sanjeevan Vignesh, puts the boosters in a strong position. But boosters doing something they haven't done before. They're chasing. The captain will be saying to them, look, just go out there and go about things like you're batting first. Never mind about the score on the board. But that's easier said than done. Also, be interesting to see just what the injury to Sandeep Rathore is. Remember, he did leave the field of play, and the 12th man was on for a while. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to go out there or not. So it's going to be an interesting run chase. I think Gunsankirchen and their spinners are going to have to be at their best if they are to defend this total. And that innings coming up in around about 10 minutes' time. Join us back for the start of that one. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto, mi familia. Hello and welcome back to this, well, quite an eventful day 9 that we've got. And this is match number 43. Where the boosters are needing to get themselves to 100 to win this contest. They, on the form that they've been in, would expect to get there probably around about the 7th over, I reckon, the way they've been batting at the moment. But they are chasing is something that they haven't done in this series so far. They're a team that are unbeaten, the only team that's unbeaten in this series so far. So you would expect them to get there. But I think this is going to be a bit interesting because they're going to be up against some good spin bowling. And this guy, Stanikzai, has been on the money today so far. Starts with a good one outside the off. No run there. Yeah, he's bowled well. Habibullah Stanikzai, and he's a very good fielder as well. So will it be spin to win here for Dunsakursen? This one's over pitched, but he doesn't get it in the gap. It's just going to be another dot. That was He batted beautifully earlier today. Made a very good score. And he looked dangerous, and he looked good. Made his... Once again, no run, so nice, tidy start. Hasn't been able to get things away at the moment. Yeah, he made on match 1 in day 9, match number 41, 73 of 25. And the player match performance in the victory against the Acton Rising Stars. Right, it's a full toss, and you can't be bowling there too. That's going to be one bounce, 4 runs. And just doesn't get this one to pitch, does he? Vasikaran quickly to pounce on this. A nice clean hit through the ball. Lets himself down slightly there. But still, not a bad over if you can keep it tidy. 4 balls, 4 runs. You're set for that at the moment, wouldn't you? Ooh, this is so close. Fires a quicker one in there. Vasikaran sort of steps away from it. And well, now practices the shot that he feels that maybe he should have played. He knows that could have been it. Bit of chat from Kamran Khan, who offers a bit of advice to Stanikzai, who then blasts this one short, and he's going to get clubbed for 6. Well, good job. That's a few bodies there already to find this one, because that's another one that goes into the nettles and the shrubs there. So 10 come off the first over. It's not the worst, but that's all they need. 245 matches since a golden ball. That's where we are there at the moment. And a nice shot there off this beautiful ground, the Bayern cricket ground. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Krefeld, Germany. And, we're into our 4th week of our German adventure. Of course, started there in RC Dresden, where Chemnitz were crowned the champions, beating the previous champions, the Berlin Cricket Academy, in the final there. We saw then a very good European Cricket International Series featuring the home side Germany that took on the likes of the Czech Republic and the team from Norway. And it was a very exciting series, Norway and Germany, neck and neck all the way through, and it finished that way, Germany winning that series on net run rate. And I'm pretty sure that the conclusion to this series on Friday, finals day, and the internationals here of the weekend will be just as exciting. The first one there from the captain is a wide. Remember the last time we saw Rubesh bowl, he was taken to the cleaners by PSV Aachen. He went for 26 in that first over. Okay, Indran goes after him here as well. Doesn't get it clean, but he gets it well enough to notch up his first scoring runs, and they come in form of a boundary. And that's the area he likes to go. Does Sakishnant Indran, and he will. 6 runs. You can't be bowling short to him, and you can't be bowling to him where you're allowing him the room to swing freely as well. And this one just flicked away quite intelligently. The chase is on. Fielder will get there and pushes the batters but they do come through and take 2. It's good running there from Indra. Not known for his quick running. Bunny up and again. Gives this one a bit more flight, and so does Indran, though. Gets it over the infield. There's something about Rubish's bowling here. He's just not, he's not running in the way he normally would. It's almost like it's half-heartedly. So, you know, when you think, oh, I know what's going to happen, but I'll do it anyway. There's that sort of feeling about his bowling here. It just doesn't feel like, it's like he's resigned himself to the fact that it's not going to be good. Okay, well, this is big, and it would go all the way. Bolle. In the zona. Shaka. Too much width. And has time and room to get the swing in, does Sakesh. And he doesn't miss out. It's another biggie. 19 he's gone for now with 2 balls to go, the captain. And, well, make that 25 with the ball to go, because this is going to be 6 more. Oh, dear, oh, dear. And basically, the captain, he was taken to the cleaners in the last one. Hunajui over the pitch. Changia, Jutiya Paya. Just hasn't bowled well, has he? And, well, he's gone for 51 on the 2 overs that he's, well, he hasn't completed that over yet. Let's see what this finishes at, and it was going to finish with a wicket, is it? They're asking the question. Indran is not going anywhere. The umpire shakes his head and says not out. So 2 overs completed in the day for Rubesh, and he goes for 50. Let's have a look at this again. That's excitement from the keeper and the bowler. To be fair, the bowler goes up first, followed by the keeper. I think there's distance between the ball and the bat there, not out. The boosters looking to finish the day sitting at the top. And with a victory here, they can do so. Gunston Kirshen looking to reclaim 4th spot from PSV Aachen. And remember, if they can do that, then they get the opportunity to give themselves a chance to get into 3rd spot if they can win their last match in the day as well when they take on Kern CC. But at the moment, they've got work to do here. 35 without loss after 2 overs. Kamran Khan is going to have a bowl. And it's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Just so much time Vasikaran has. Just so much time. Look, just rocks back, says thank you very much, hits it firmly. There's nobody out there. There's lovely batting in the power play from these 2. So Khan's first ball goes to the boundary as well. Very quiet out in the field once again. VFB Gunston Kirshen had a good day yesterday, didn't they, with 2 wins out of 2. They needed that because don't forget they slumped to a surprise defeat after a very good win the day before, after scoring loads of runs. Surprise defeat. And but they've picked themselves up well yesterday, but they haven't been able to maintain that here today. This one gets worked away. They'll have to run hard. They do, and they'll get a single. So now Kamran Khan will have to adjust his line to the left-hander. Indran's always given them something, hasn't he, in every match, and he's doing the same here again today, as has Vasikaran. So no let up from the way that the boosters bat. In the 40s already, with still 4 balls to go in the power play. Well, what are the he's bowled. I think the ball has gone on from the pads onto the stumps. That's what I'm guessing at here. It's certainly not LBW because the ball is going down the leg side, I'm sure, and probably too high. But let's watch what happens. I think he kicks it onto his own stump. So it's not out LB. He pitches out to the line. Get it. Look, bat. He swiveled it round onto his own stumps. How unlucky can you get? Watch this. Oh no! It's like he's taken the Grizzly on a little ride and then dropped it onto his own stumps, and then he drops his bat in the process. Now that's a little bit of luck. In fact, is a lot of luck. Thing is, can they make it count? Indran will go, and he goes in the, well, one of the most unluckiest fashions that you can see. So Sandeep Rathore does come in. Now this is a man that did go off the field of play for a while with an injury. So let's see if that injury affects him at all. But good wicket to get there. Indran going for 24-7. And it goes down as bowled by Khan. He doesn't get this clean at all. He gets lucky because Ace is always on the prowl on the boundary. Okay, now Vessi Karan needs to settle down. They don't want to be losing both the openers within a few balls of each other. Cameron Khan, well, he made a bit of an impact when he came out the bat for that last over. Oh, this is being thumped. That is a hard hit. And it goes all the way for 6 as well. Hit hard and flat. And that's 6. Doesn't he hit this so well when he plays that shot? Look at the way he gets into position. And absolutely crunch. You can't set a field to that. So Khan just having a bit of a discussion here with Rubish. Plenty up on the captain. And this one may take some finding because, well, we've managed to find a few balls going into that thick shrubbery, the old nettles, and well, it's not easy getting in there. You got to put on the protective equipment to get into there. I can tell you that. And well, they're looking to find a suitable pelota to send out there. Yeah, that's what the referee and the third umpire is tasked with every time a ball's lost. Have a look at how many overs, how old the ball was, and trying to send an equivalent one out there. Okay, one comes out. How long will this stay in the field of play? 47 for 1. And the last ball of the power play. And they are almost halfway there. Cameron Khan just moving his fielders around a bit. Mid-wicket gets put in play. So the 2 men out. Long on and mid-wicket. And he gets cleaned up. There's a perfect delivery. This is something that we're talking about all the time. And, well, Cameron Khan gets it right. When you look at this again, Vessi Karan starts to move around. He's trying to put the bowler off. And what Cameron does here, he just goes full and straight. It's the perfect response to a batter that's trying to be clever. Gets it on the money. We haven't seen too much of these deliveries. Watch where this one is pitching. Right on the line, right? Yeah, perfect. Knocks him over. And game back on. Game back on because, well, we do lose Vessi Karan and Indran within balls of each other. All go in that over from Cameron Khan. Or maybe this is Cameron Khan's match. It is also the end of the power play. It's 47 for 2. So 2 of the big guns are out. But you've still got Sandeep Rathore there, and a man who earlier was doing all the scoring for his side is Thanesh Raja Kulasingham is there as well. And he'll be thankful to have this opportunity as well. Will he make it count? Just needing over 50 runs for victory. So the run rate, not a problem at all. And it's all about getting yourself in. And who's coming into bowl here now? They're going to go with Anand to bowl this over. Flights it up. And once again, Sandeep Rathore just places out onto the onside. Seems to be making a suggestion to the camp that he needs another bat. I think he needs to show that to the umpire first, who will say, why? What's wrong? Show me. Anand now to finish. Ooh, wow, doesn't really play a shot at this at all. Don't know if it catches his body at all, but they don't run anyway, so there's no decision to make for the umpire. Can they get another wicket here? And if they can do it here sooner than later, I think this becomes an interesting contest. This partnership for me is pretty crucial. Gets played out onto the onside. I think keeping the pace off works for me. I'm liking the pace off. These guys like pace on. They like to go for the big shots. Still got the likes of Ace to come on the ball. Remember, it took in the second match that they played yesterday, 5 wickets, so he will always come good with the ball. Okay, goes for it, but it's high up in the air. Is it going to go all the way? It will go all the way. And this one again, looking at the fielder, I think he thinks he's in with a chance. Then is this the wind that takes this? I'll never know because the tree's in the way. But what I can tell you from watching it live, he was in with a chance and the ball just goes back, back and back. And by the time he does touch it and try to get the ball back in play, he's already made contact with the ground. So it was always going to be 6. Gets played out on the off. They think about the single. No is the call from Thinesh. So a bit of caution from the batters as well. Bit of flight. Hits it well. Fielder makes no mistakes. It's Cameron, who seems to be everywhere at the moment. End of the over. Not a bad one at all. So I think you'd have to go back to Cameron. No, they're not. They're going to try ace now. So, okay. Big moment. You can see from that graphic well ahead where they need to be despite those 2 wickets. I mean, what would you do here? I know what I'd do. I'd say the only way I'm winning this match is to take wickets. And if Cameron in that over took 2, I'll go back to him. I'm not going to hesitate. The captain, though, wants to try ace while he's still probably got runs on the board. And goes for it, and it's going to be 6 to start with. Just power, really. It's all in the forearms, this one. Watch this. Cracking shot from Sandeep Rathore. I don't know if that's the same bat or whether he was allowed to replace it. But he seems to be working pretty well now. And, this one is hit flat and hard to the fielder, who gets a good throw in there. I think that's a Static's eye. And he says to the batter, okay, you want to take me on? Well, I'm going to make you run for him. A little bit short there from Pruss. But yeah, there's the pickup and the throw from Habibullah Static's eye. Swing and a miss, and the fielder can't get there either. It'll definitely be a couple. And yeah, an easy couple will be taken. Get the feeling this is going to be called byes. Yeah, it will. And doesn't get the wide because he comes so far across. And that's a good call, I think, for me, from the umpire. Gets good turn. Let's just have a look at the spin on this. We've got time in between deliveries here because he's pretty quick between deliveries. We may not, so we'll stay with the live action, but just keep an eye on the spin that he gets. Yeah, well, it's too short though. It's just the length, and this one just, well, he swivels this around the corner. A little bit of the from Thinesh, and that'll make him feel better as he gets his first boundary as well. So 13 off the over, ball to go. I think they'll probably find that they will go back to Cameron here. They're going to have to, I think. Okay, this one ain't out of the middle. It's a chance. And it's been taken. That's a big moment. So it is Static's eye that gets it. And Raju Kulasingham will go for 7. So it's not been his day by any means. He just hasn't been able to get going today. He's normally a very aggressive player. Maybe he's just been a bit over-aggressive. This was the opportunity with less than run a ball required. He could have really played a much different innings, but he wants to attack. Ace picks up the wicket. Static's eye takes the catch. It's the partnership you wanted to break. So with 29 still needed, less than run a ball, you would think the booster would get there, but I'd just keep an eye on things. A few more wickets could make it interesting. Just showing you the upcoming events. After here is Rome. Then we've got the Euros of cricket starting in Spain. Cartamania will rock the world once more. And after Cartama, Croatia, Malta and Spain are on the schedule. So get those dates in your diary. But of course, Krefeld is far from done. Finals day will be this Friday. And then after that, we've got Saturday and Sunday of international cricket. And it will be Cameron that will come back on to bowl. Can they pull this one out of the bag? Andrew is the new batter. It's well bowled and well played. It'll take the single. We'll send it Rathor. So Andrew now. Oh, bright yellow helmet. You can tell the difference between the two batters. It's a new batter. Looking to get off the mark is Andrew. Oh, well, he may not. He's a long way up in the air. The keeper should take a straightforward catch. And he will. So this game is on. So that's going to be a golden duck. Andrew will go without scoring. And we're starting to see batters that haven't featured much from the boosters. Are they going to muck this one up? The new striker will go on strike. We're going to see a golden Derek. Didn't have to do that, did he? The same way, it has to be said, that Dinesh didn't need to. And when you got these batters giving their wickets away when they don't have to, it makes things very difficult. I just get the feeling, you know, I said it before, they get another wicket. This becomes interesting. For me now, with a run of ball needed of 28 deliveries, this has become interesting. 72 for 4. Khan takes his third wicket. He's still got 4 balls to go. He came on, remember, to face the last over, and he ended up getting important runs there. I think he got into double figures. And how important could that switch end up being? If they win this by, say, 10 runs or so, that could be critical. It's a good-looking delivery, but that's a very good shot first up. Well, Thivakaran, who himself was pretty impressive out there with the ball. There was certainly the pick of the bowlers. He now comes out and plays a delightful shot. Pick of the bowlers, I mean, he didn't pick up any wickets. But when he bowled 2 overs and just conceded 10 runs, that's quite outstanding. And now the first ball he gets, he hits for a boundary. No change in the field, though. They're leaving it as it is. Khan. Will he go for the stumps again? He does. They're asking the question, but there's nothing there. And Cameron Khan has that look about him, doesn't he? Say, oh, go on. What will it matter? Just give it. Why don't you? Go on, umpire. Not with our men in black. Not out. It's well bowled. Gets pushed into the gap. Into the offside. They'll take the single. So, Sandy Rathor now. He becomes pretty key, doesn't he? 17 of 8 deliveries. I think he's got to be the batter now that needs to bring the victory home, and the others work around him. And what's his play going to be? Is he going to stay super aggressive? 23 required of 25. And he's going to try and be aggressive. This one will be just a single, and, well, Habibullah Stanik's eye. I don't know what he's on, but he's live and bobbly. And he's got ace there next to him as well. These two are going to be really difficult to try and get past. Great spell of bowling from Cameron Khan. 3 for 19. Score at the end of the 6-over mark. 78 for 4. And I think you're at a point now with the boosters. Yeah, of course, winning easily and boosting the net run rate is something that they'll be looking to do. Now, I was saying that they'll be looking to win this between the 7th and the 8th over. And we're at that zone now, the start of the 7th. And, well, unless it becomes a magical over, it's likely to go beyond that. Sticking with the spin here, I don't mind this. I think Anand has bowled well enough. He's been pretty tidy. But he can't afford to drop short. That's the key here. Get them playing outside the off. And, nice looking cut shot. This is going to be 4. Once it gets past the fielders, it will go all the way. And as soon as that boundary is hit, you can see the body language, which was pretty upbeat, goes down. There's nothing that the fielder could do about that. So those shoulders go down again pretty quickly. Alam Dali chases it. I can't believe that he didn't get a chance to bat. Alam Dali was the highest run scorer in their first match, and he didn't even get a chance to go out there. Made 36 of 18 deliveries. And so I think some decisions being made by the captains, not just in the side of Gelsenkirchen, but maybe one or two of the other sides as well. Probably not the smartest of decisions when you look at the match situation. Anand, better delivery, gives it some flight, but good batting from these two. They don't need to look for those boundaries. Singles will do it. They can do it in singles. Every time they get a boundary, just a bonus. Wickets required. And just having a look around now, and with 17 runs needed, you need wickets. And I just think that the field needs to change here for me. Swing and a miss, trying to get this cut. So what I'm looking to see here, you got a man at extra cover. I'll bring him in. I'll get one in close. I'll push my point back. I'll bring the mid-wicket into the circle in a catching position and just say, right, at least I've got two men in the circle there for the catch. Well, flights this one up, but it's the wrong length. The batter's able to get under it, and that one really hurts you. There's 6 runs. बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारिया. अपनी hand-eye coordination बहुत अच्छी सी छक्का लग गया. And with that, well, you can't see them coming back from it. The double teapot there from the bowler, Anand. It's just a really good shot. I mean, he flights it up. He tries to get the full shot, but the thing was, he ends up giving the batter too much room. Good shot from Thivakaran. Similar delivery, similar area, and 4 more runs as the two fielders look at each other. And Khan saying, it's yours. And the fielder looking back at Khan and saying, what do you mean it's mine, it's yours? And that's what happens when a team is deflated. They are deflated. It's exactly the same delivery. The only thing that's different is this time it goes for 4. So it's almost all done now. 7 required of 19 deliveries. So it's not quite going to be in the over that I said, but more or less. And this time he gets this one through. It's a quicker delivery. End of the over, 93 for 4. And, well, we can start to give you a taste of what the next match is going to be. It's going to be PSV Aachen taking on the Aachen Rising Stars. So, battle of the two teams from Aachen. And the Rising Stars up against the power of Yasir Hussain, Muaz Hassan, and also Fahad Khan. Those 3 have been spectacular. But, well, can somebody like Sugarthan on the other side come back and put a good performance in today? They weren't very good first thing in the morning, it has to be said. But they need their top batters to perform, don't they? So, I think Jan was good, wasn't he? Faham Jan. Usama Ali can play a big role as well. But they certainly did miss some of that Varun Reddy. And also someone like Hashmi was absent from their side. Stanek side comes back. And this has been hit pretty straight. Ain't going to be stopped, you know. That's going to be 4 runs. So any boundary now will do it. Just out of the reach of Stanek side. So the boosters keeping that 100% record intact. So they have been good. And they've certainly, what I've seen here from them, so what they've shown is you lose Vasikaran and Indran early, and even Dinesh Rajakula Sangam, that somebody else is there, and I've been very impressed with this knock. Well, that'll be it. That's the match is done, and they do it in this 8th over. So the boosters get the victory. Another lovely shot here from Sandeep Rathore. And yeah, I was about to say Rathore, he's come back good, hasn't he, when he's been a bit out of touch. But I like the batting here from Thivakaran as well. Ithran Thivakaran, he's had a very good game. His bowling was superb, just gave 10 runs in his 2 overs. And then when the bat, just when there could have been a stumble, he's there to just steady the ship and see them home. So a victory there for the boosters. That's the next match that is coming up. And remember, that's going to be coming up in around about 40 minutes time. Let's run the highlights. And there was a little bit of joy for Gelsenkirchen when they did take out some of the big guns early on, but they weren't able to get the other at least 2 wickets that they needed early on, which could have really meant they put them in the driving seat. Once again, though, it's their batting that lets them down. They don't really quite get the runs they needed on the ball. They did have a bit of luck to get Indran out here. Watch this. He takes the Grizzly on a little bit of a piggyback ride and drops it onto his stumps, which was unfortunate. Nothing lucky about that. It was a superb Yorker to get the wicket of Aritharan Vasikaran. A really good delivery. And Kamran Khan, he's bowled well. And, well, they then went with ace, and I thought this was going to be a bit of a mistake. I would have gone with Kamran Khan back straight again. He does pick up a wicket, though, off the last ball of his spell. But the over did go for a few runs as well, which just helped. I think the boosters put themselves in the position, and just when it looked like maybe that they might have a bit of a collapse on, we saw Thivakaran come out and play a really nice role, and Sandeep Rathore did find some of the form that we saw from him yesterday when he made that outstanding knock as well. So well done to the boosters. They continue their brilliant form, and they'll find themselves now sitting pretty at the top of the standings. That's what that win does. The other thing to keep an eye on when we have a look at the standings, not the fact that the boosters are there at the top, but watch and keep an eye on the net run rate. That will do the net run rate the world of good again. A good solid start. All of the top 3 batters making a contribution. I think Vasikaran will be disappointed, as well as Indran, that they weren't able to take them all the way home. But Indran was a bit unlucky, but Sandeep Rathore, what a good knock from him. 31 of 14 deliveries, and just when they needed some stability, Thivakaran came out there and gave him the support that he needed and the partnership that he needed to get home. The bowling figures, 3 wickets for Kamran Khan. I'm looking forward to seeing more of this man. I think he's somebody that needs to be elevated higher up the batting order as well. He certainly bowled very well. And thing is, though, when you haven't got the runs on the ball, there's not that much more you can do standing side. I think it didn't bowl badly at all. And Ace Press was given an opportunity, did take a wicket, and went for 13 off his over as well. So we've got a little bit of a break. We've got about just under 40 minutes before the next match. So it gives you an opportunity maybe to make yourself a cup of tea, or why don't you get yourself a few samosas on this World Samosa Day. And if that's too technical for you, it's very easy. Just get yourself a pizza, because it also is National Cheese Pizza Day as well. You can take your pick, or maybe have both. But remember to join us right back in just under 40 minutes time when we get ready for the next contest. And it will be a battle of the 2 teams from Archon. It'll be PSV Archon, the new boys, up against the Archon Rising Stars. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in 40 minutes time.
Hello and welcome back to Germany. A lot of action already today, but we still have 2 full matches today as part of day 9 in this European Cricket Series. And coming up now, we'll have a bit of history on ECN for the first time ever. We'll have the Aachen Derby. It will be PSV Aachen taking on the Aachen Rising Stars. Huge coin toss, and well, huge man to take you through it. It's Tyrone Peters with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in match 44.
Aachen Rising Stars to call. It was a very late call, unfortunately it's a tails.
So it is PSV that have won the toss, and their captain Wakasta here has elected to bowl first. No real surprises there. I think they chased really well earlier on. I still think Ruiz looks in very, very good form. He was striking at 400 earlier. Don't forget, he struck a century in the series already. Who's to say he can't do another one? Depends how many they're chasing, of course. Against an Aachen Rising Stars team that really have been struggling. They're 1-7. Couldn't really have gone a lot worse for them. They are a better team than their record suggests, and we certainly have seen them have some success in the past in the European Cricket Series. But it's the new kids on the block this time around, PSV, that have been stealing the headlines. So it should be a pretty entertaining match. I'm sure there's no love lost between these 2 teams, and well, there's plenty of love between me and this gentleman that'll take you forward here towards the start of match 44. Rico Full, news from the toss is it's PSV. They've won the toss. They're going to send in the Rising Stars. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yeah, let's get ready for this little derby. The 2 Aachen sides, PSV Aachen against Aachen Rising Stars. And as Vinny said there, the Rising Stars, things just haven't been happening for them, have they? They got, let's just say that the Bio Boosters just blew them away in the first match of the day. Day 9 here, match number 41. The Boosters 151 for 5 and the Aachen Rising Stars 89 for 8. So it hasn't really happened for them, but it has happened for PSV Aachen. They've been in good form, and they beat the VfB Glensenkirchen. Glensenkirchen 124 for 5, and well, Aachen knocked those off with 17 balls to go. And this time around it was Yasir Hussain, 59 of 21. You have a look at the 2 like-for-like top batters and the bowlers there. I mentioned Hussain, he's there with 220 runs, but 321 now to was Hassan. He has been in top form, hasn't he? And Fahad Khan. But the thing is, after those 3, there's not a lot else, and you could probably say the same with the likes of Aachen Rising Stars. Ali, he didn't really get going earlier today, but he's been in good form, as has Zain Ul Hassan. He needs to be good with bat and with ball. And the guy who played really well in the last match, Fahim Jan, let's see if he can maintain that good form. Shazad being good with the ball, 10 wickets to his name. And then, of course, a man who's taken 5 wickets, as we know already here, has been Rashid. He's had a few issues with getting the ball in the right areas earlier, but still, when he did, he's dangerous. Gets the ball to swing away quite sharply. So we're getting ready to start. The umpires are ready. We're going to see Samit Nanda out there with Guru Chanda. Soraya is the 3rd umpire. Here's the first delivery from Mohammed Arif. And aggressively played, but the fielder will be able to stop that. No real pace in the shot. As the throw comes in into the gloves of the keeper, Muaz Hassan. Watch out for him. Such a talented player, and he just seems to be getting better every time that he's out there. So he certainly is one to watch out for. So Sugarthan and Harsh are the 2 batters. Here comes Arif. Just hitting outside the line of the leg stick, hits the pad. They're taking him on here, and a better throw, and he would have been in trouble. It's not a good throw, is it? So Harsh does come back, but just watch the throw here from the fielder. I mean, it's a big hard chase, isn't it, from Hussain, but it's a wild throw, and just look where the batter wasn't in the picture, so anything in the gloves, it would have been curtains early on for Harsh. He would have been, well, run out for 0, because that was leg byes. So wants to go on the hit, and we'll take the single. Bowled very well in the earlier match, did Arif. So certainly a bowler that's creating a few problems for a lot of batters. His angle, his approach. Sugarthan. Well, he whips away pretty well. It just strays down the leg side, doesn't he? That's always the danger when you're bowling this angle. And strays down the leg, gets plenty of it. And that will go all the way to the boundary. So first boundary of this match. It's an opportunity to say a big welcome back to everybody. Hope you enjoyed your little break. Maybe you did. Have a little bit of something to eat. Let us know. Well, we were quite naughty. We were sneaky. We actually had an ice cream as well, just to cool us down a little bit on this very warm afternoon. And thank you to Nilkesh Patel, who went sourced those from somewhere. It's a nice looking shot. Has it got the legs? Yeah, it has. It's going to be 4 runs. So good batting here from Sigarthan. Puts away the loose delivery on the leg side and then gives himself enough room to play this one away. That's a top shot. It's not really that wide from Arif. The team that has abs on their shirts. I do like the look of those shirts when they're worn back. It's like, you can see the old abs there. It's a bit like when they're running into the batter saying, you see me? I'm a bowler with abs. It's muscle against you. And asking the question, he wants it. I get the feeling he ain't going to get it. Fielder makes a good stop as the batters will come back for another 2-leg buys. I think when we have a look at this, it's not a bad appeal. I think this ball, if we have a look at it again, is it pitching outside the leg? I would say yes it is. And then is it going to go and hit the stumps? I get the feeling that's going to get you going down the leg side. It's a big appeal from the bowler, but I think that's very good umpiring. Not getting intimidated, getting it right. And we can remind you that it's 20 days to go to the Euros of cricket. Tomorrow will be less than 20, I can't believe it. Of course, the European Cricket Championship starting on the 25th of September. So getting closer by the day. 14 off the first. Oh, well, it goes high up in the air. It's a chance if he can get there, and he does, and takes a really good catch. That's nicely taken. I believe that is Yasser Hussain. It is indeed. That's a really good catch, and I didn't think he was going to get there, and he's taking this catch away from his body as well. So Mohammed Rashid does it again. This guy has already taken a 5-wicket haul, which included a hat-trick. And off his first ball, thanks to that very good catch from Yasser Hussain, he gets a wicket straight away. So disappointment for Harsh. He's going to go for one of just 3 deliveries. And it just wasn't the shot to play, really, was it? Trying to play this on the leg side. It was something he should have been playing out on the off. Nice catch, though, from Hussain. He's had a good day so far. Remember, with the bat, he brought up a very fine half-century. 59 of 21 in the player match performance against Gelsenkirchen. Rashid, well bowled. This is where Rashid is dangerous. Not too much pace in the ball, but he really gets it to move big, and Zain has a bit of a swing at this, but misses it. The issues with him come when he starts to drop down the leg side, and that's when he gets put away. Nicely hit. Fielder will have work to do. Does well. Gets down. Puts down the long barrier. Makes it look easy. Does Fahad Khan. Garthan has made a good start, but needs to continue. Need a good solid score from one of the opening batters. High in the air. And this is going, and goes all the way. Seis carreras. Ginna sona shaka lagya. And he backs himself to play the shot. Doesn't shy away from it. It's there in the slot. Just drifting slightly down the leg side. And he gets his proper. So nice hit. So Sigarthan looking dangerous. And it's going to be back-to-back. This one is even bigger, even better. Watch out in the tower. And that's a nice strike. So 6 more, back-to-back sixes. Doesn't quite get the movement that he wants, does he? There's a Rashid. The other thing is he's fuller. So he does go fuller. As a result of that, that goes all the way. And, well, they're going to try and find this ball now. And they do find it. Yeah, we've got to try and find as many as we can. So wicket has gone, but the score is good. So the Akan Rising Stars, solid start, 27 for 1. Rashid wants to finish well. It's shorter this time. Will this get over the fielder? It's going to be a test. Yes, it will. So it's going to be 3 sixes to finish off the over. Well, it's a typical ECN over, isn't it? Wicket off the very first ball, then a dot, then a single, and then a hat-trick of sixes. Shaka, shaka, Calypso star. No hay dos en tres. And, well, what a way to hand the over. It'll go for, and that goes for in the end. 19 come off the over. And the score at the end of 2:33 for 1. So started with a smile on his face, did Rashid, but it didn't last there that much longer. Huckan Rising Stars, of course, they know the chances of making it through to finals day is not going to happen, whereas Huckan Rising Stars only got themselves to blame. But PSV Huckan, they know they have got that opportunity. And well gone. What a good delivery this is. And you can see that the bails are on the floor. A great ball from Arif. He comes back to bowl his second and he gets it on the money. And it's going to be the end of another batter. Zain will gets bowled by Arif. And he will go for 1 or 3. Just gets a little bit of an inside edge, but he's so late playing that, Zain. He really plays at it really late. And it sees his stumps knocked over, so Arif takes the second wicket. And now number 4 comes in, Fahim Jan. And this now becomes a very crucial and very important partnership. They've lost 2 wickets, but they've got the runs on the board. But a partnership now desperately required. Arif picks up a wicket at the first ball of his second over. So Arif wait or not? So what the discussion there is between the umpire and the batter. It's about something, I'm not sure what it was. Anyway, in comes Arif. Fahim Jan plays this really well. I like the way he uses his feet here. He basically stops the ball being a Yorker. The fielder in the deep, well, he takes an age to stop the ball, then he starts shining it. And if I were the batters, I would have thought, well, hang on a minute, why don't we just take another run? Okay, Sigartha now on strike. He's made a good start, hasn't he? 27 of 7. Let's see, be looking to maintain that strike rate. And gets a short one, and it's almost like he plays it a little bit too early. That's going to be the one for the over as well for Arif. Signal there by the umpires. Having the umpires been good, everybody. The likes of Smith, Nando, and Guru Chanda and Soraya here today. Being well led by the tournament referee as well, Jerome Peters. Not an easy job, but they're carrying out it very well. Men in black. It's up in the air, big moment. And it's been taken. So Rashid takes the catch and he's points up to the sun and says, you know what? He said, at one point, I had no idea where this was, but he holds on to it. It's a big one because Sigartha now, he'll go with 27 of 9 deliveries. So after giving them a good start, they've now lost 3 wickets. Just didn't really get to the pitch of this one as well. He wanted to take on Arif and gets it wrong. Rashid doesn't, despite the issues of that big ball of yellow that's shining down on him. Nice to see the batters hurrying to get out there. It always makes a difference. And, I know that we had loads of trouble with time in Dresden. There was quite a few penalties actually in Dresden, but well, they've been very good here as we see Abdeeb Asghar sort of semi-sprint out there to get strike. And he's straight into the firing line. 34 for 3. It's nicely played. Just a little bit over pitch this time from Arif, looking to get that Yorker length delivery to work its way or swing its way round the pads of the batter. But Asghar plays it well. Fahim Jan made 48 of 21 deliveries, 48 of the 89 that the Rising Stars will manage to make in that earlier match. So he's pretty key. That's a crazy appeal. As that one's going well down the leg side, but what a good over. And what a good spell of bowling there from Arif. It takes 2 for 12. The score at the end of 3 overs, 35 for 3. So only the 2 come off that one and that wicket as well, the all-important wicket. And 2 wickets fell in that, of course, didn't they? They lost the wicket of the set, Sagartan, and then also that of Zain. Rika Full here, the European Cricket Network, and joining me back in our rather hot and sticky cube this afternoon on a beautiful sunny day is Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Yeah, it's hot and sticky here, but the ice lolly I just had was pretty cold and sticky. I enjoyed it. Right, time for over number 4, and it could be a catch first up, and it will be well held down there by Raheem Mohammed. So we're building on a very good third over from Mohammed Arif. The 4th starts to the wicket too. Fahad Khan with some immediate success. And the wickets continue to tumble for the Rising Stars in this Aachen Derby. It's 35 for 4.
Yeah, disappointment for the likes of Asghar. And, well, too many batters just not getting going. We've seen Harsh, Zain, and now Asghar all falling for just one. Hits it pretty well, but he's not able to get it elevated. And Raheem makes no mistake, taking a very good catch.
Yeah, Rising Stars falling like shooting stars at the moment, aren't they? And it's the slot machine, Husama Ali 777, to come out and see if he can rescue the job. Look, the run rate they're going at isn't too bad, actually, 11 and over or so. So they just need a partnership. They need a couple to stick around. As we see Husama start with a pretty extravagant drive, gets the end of the bat net and gets one out to the skipper, Wakas Tahir. Good to see a lot of discussion in the chat as well. A few people trying to organise their travel plans to get to Khartoum, trying to organise their lives. If you can't get down there, don't worry. We will be bringing you all the action here on the European Cricket Network. But it is a very, very unique experience. Cricket watching experience, that one.
Oh, he does well to get back onto this inning. If that hits the pads, I think everybody would have been up. Well, I would have been giving it out from here. It's a good delivery, but he does well to get back onto it.
I'm going to try and find the link. There was a bit of a documentary that was done in during the ECC a year or two ago. That's Alfie Brown from the UK put together. Right, skied. Is this another chance? Maybe not. Just falls ahead of the deep third fielder. So Osama, another one. It's not out of the middle of the bat, but he does get a run.
Yeah, he does. So just swings hard at it, but the thing was, he seems to have been taking his body away from it. If he went into the shot, may have got a bit more success, probably would have gone more towards that backward point area rather than sort of slicing it up towards third.
Wow,
Okay.
This is straight up in the air, and it should be an easy catch for Fahad, and he won't miss it. So they have caught well, haven't they, Rico? And that's 5 stars back in the shed already. We're not even at the end of the 4th over, 38 for 5.
Yeah, it's a very good catch on the bowler. Puts his name on it, says, leave it to me, Fahad Khan. And, yeah, just losing his shape. The head was nowhere, was it, from the batter? And up it goes in the air, and it's another good batter that will depart.
Yeah, that documentary is called Cricket in All Corners. And, yeah, I'll actually put the link in the chat if you like. And it's about, I think it's about 20 minutes long. And it kind of looks a little bit behind the scenes of what happens at the European Cricket Championship. So if you think of coming, you'll get an idea of what to expect. Of course, we're improving all the time. And this will be our 5th trip to the Khartoum Oval to bring you our marquee tournament.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's amazing, of course, to watch on the stream. It really is. It's top quality event, and the visual effects and everything are fantastic. But of course, the atmosphere of being there is quite sensational. And I think, you know, like a lot of top places, yeah, the TV doesn't do it justice. It's only when you're there that you really get the feeling of the place. The Khartoum Oval looks stunning. Slow delivery, but he goes a little bit too wide here, and will get called by the umpire.
Yes, that's from last year's ECC. And I've put the link in the chat. It's a good watch. Maybe save the link and watch it between matches. Yeah, but what an over this is from Fahad Khan. Ball to go, 2 for 4, and that's building on that previous over. There was only 2 off that, so we've had 4 for 6 in the last 2 overs. Make that 4 for 7. As the Rising Stars just spluttering along at the moment. They're 40 for 5 after 4.
Yeah, he said they'd be very disappointed, of course. They made a very good start. 14 came off the first. They were 33 for 1 off 2, and we thought, okay, they've lost that wicket, but score is okay. Then we saw an excellent second over from Arif, where he picked up 2 wickets, 35 for 3, and then that one, a top quality over from Fahad Khan. It's 2 wickets, also come off that one. So Rashid coming on now. It's not going to get any easier if he can get the ball right. Remember, he gets it to move quite viciously away from the right-hander, getting that movement, going from left to right. So issues will continue. It's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Going to start with a wide. This one doesn't come back enough. I'm not sure what the what's the signal here? Oh, there you go. There's the wide. I think the umpire. I'm not sure. I was having a little chat there with the bowler about something first. Maybe he ran right in front of him.
Could have been. You see that happen quite a lot, don't we? Rashid gets some good movement this time, but hit inside out by Shazad, who will get a single.
Yeah, Rashid will probably now go back to the right-hander to come over the wicket. And he does. He's, like I say, yes, strayed sometimes too much down the leg side, but when he gets it right, when he bowls it slightly shorter, he bamboozles batters with that vicious movement that he gets. Brings up his fine leg inside the circle, third goes back.
Big swing and a miss this time. Rashid getting that good outswing as Samar Ali has gone on an edge miss so far. So not the most convincing start, but we know that he's a very good hitter of a ball, and they just need someone to get going here. And they've still got batting. That's the thing, Arkin Rising Stars, but that run rate's taken a dive since the end of the second over.
Yeah, that's that wide. He's been bowling about 2 to 3 of those per over today, Rashid. So he hasn't always got it right, but when he does, he's pretty effective.
Yeah, don't forget, the end of the second over went 6-6-6. And the start of the third, it's like a completely different game. Anyway, this is a blast into outer space. Well, good luck catching that. You won't catch it on the field anyway. Maximo! This one had wings, Rico. What a shot by Osama.
Yeah, and what you don't see, when I see it, it bangs right onto the roof of where the match officials and the scorers are sat. Well, that was dangerous. At least it doesn't come through. The Jerome Peters can smile about it.
That's right out of the middle. Launched by Osama. He does get that one out of the middle, that's for sure. Now he was going to get 6 more. Clips it off the pad. So this is just what the doctor ordered for the Rising Stars. And they bring up the 50 with that Maximo from Osama Ali.
Yeah, he just can't get the ball right here today, Rashid. He keeps bowling it on the legs. And when he does, he gets put away. I mean, he's lethal outside the off. But when he's into that zone, batters like it. And he's been expensive. 34 he's gone for.
Now he'll get 6 more. Man, this is more or less a tennis shot, isn't it? Like an off forehand as he goes 6-6-6. And Osama's out of the box.
He's gone. He's been hit for 6 sixes, hasn't he, in this spell so far? He got hit for 3 of them in the last over. Ended up going for 19 that over. Well, this one has gone magical already.
I'll give you a great stat in a minute. But first, let's have a look at this ball, which is going to be 6 more. Well, this is an absolute barnstormer and over as Rashid ends up in the naughty 40s. And the score at the end of 5 overs, 67 for 5. And gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Well, I've taken the jacket off because it's pretty warm. What are we up to? We're up 29 degrees. I think it's the warmest day we've had yet.
It's warm, and even the ice lolly didn't cool you down, did it?
I enjoyed it, though. But I don't think Rashid enjoyed that. What about that? I was going to say his first halves of the over, it was something like he had 1 for 3, and second halves of the over, he had none for 36.
Yeah.
So he didn't have good finishes. Maybe that's just a chance for the Rising Stars to stabilise. We talked about them needing 1 player, especially to have a big innings in Osama. After a slightly shaky start, he's come to the party with 3 or 4 now huge hits, and he's almost run out off the first ball the next over.
Yeah, good pick up from Fro, and I think you're right. I think if this hits the stumps direct, it's gone. because it's a very good clean pickup. He releases the ball early.
Maybe he would have made it.
Yeah, would have been close. Would have been close. Fahad Khan, well, he starts with getting a good over in here. And, he's bowled well. His first over was a good one as well.
Yeah, love to break this partnership. PSV, as there's a fairly unconvincing edge, and well, he's run all around that. Not the first to be done by the spin, and not the last. As Gokul isn't able to reverse his momentum, 4 runs.
Yeah, for me, you got to be thinking about catching this ball. He has time to, but then he decides.
Look, it does grip on this field, and it's always going to spin that way. I suppose if you play for the spin, you're likely to get one that skids on and goes to 4 anyway. But yeah, shame for PSV. Now full toss, high-ish one as well. Again, I feel like this is on the border. Let's have a look at what it is here.
Let's see, keep an eye on this. Yeah,
I think that's a no-eat based on what we've seen today.
Yeah, I think you called that.
Yeah, he called it on the field. He liked it.
Yeah, that's a no ball. I think you got to give this a call. So, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I agree with that call. I just think around the waist on the full, it's not, I mean, you don't want bowlers bowling that. But it won't be Osama that faces the free hit. It'll be Shirzad.
There's opportunity for him to get going, though, isn't it, Shazad?
That's why I like the playing conditions now in ECN cricket. If it's waist high or above, and that's literally waist high. And normally that wouldn't be called no ball, and it should, morally. It's a big swing and a miss, though, from Shirzad, who can't cash it in.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment from from Ali, because first of all, he doesn't want to be at that end. He has a little chat with the batter beforehand and says, all right, you know, Shazad, it's a free hit. Get something on it. He misses out on it. Look at him walking around. He can't wait to get to the other end. He's holding the bat like it's a little toy. Is Usama Ali. He wants to get to the other end. Just watch him go here.
Another wide, so searching for that full wide one and missing the mark slightly. Yeah, Dave saying that the fielder got Tortugaed. Oh, it's kind of a predictable Tortuga. I think you got to know the way, especially if you're fielding in that position. Okay, the sun's a bit of a factor at this time of the day, but I mean, obviously the ball was on the ground when it diddled him. But yeah, you got to know if you're fielding in that position which way the ball's likely to spin when it bounces. This is a thick under edge from Shazad. Hasn't really set the world on fire yet, but he will get a couple here. Well run.
Yeah, for a moment they was thinking of 3, because I think Shazad would have liked to try to get Ali back on strike here. Ali would have liked it too, but he doesn't turn down the second. I think he realises trying to get many runs on the board. I mean, that last over, they went for 27, by the way. Gets them back to where they want to be. So they're happy with the score at the moment.
Yeah, 5 wickets is a concern, but the run rate isn't. This is in the air, and this is going to travel out of the ground. So Shazad gets in on the action now. Maximo, as Arcade Rising Stars swing their way into the 80s.
Yeah, it's what they need. Need a partnership, need somebody to perform. And they're getting one here. It's a good, solid strike of the ball. So both batters finding the rhythm now.
It's a pretty similar ball to the free hit ball he received, and I think he just tried to hit that free hit too hard. That time he just plays it through the line, plays it nicely, gets the timing right.
To wide again.
Yeah, so it's a definite plan, isn't it, from Fahad to try and go full and wide, but once again, just missing the mark. Hello again to everyone in the chat, and hopefully enjoying this contest. First time the two Aachen sides have met in the European Cricket Series. Aachen Derby. Last ball of the over, we hope it is, and Shirzad's out of ideas, so he just blocks it out and says, right, Osama, it's over to you. As Fahad will finish with 2 for 22, and after 6 overs, the score 84 for 5.
Yeah, last 2 overs have been better. 27 of that of Rashid, 16 of that one from Fahad Khan. So 2 bowlers that normally cause teams a spot of bother. They've been dealt with well. So they're in a, I would say, in a good position here. I mean, they've still got plenty of overs to go. 4 overs, so 24 deliveries. They should be at least looking to be going at least 2 a ball.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they're kind of on the higher wire without a safety net, though, with the 5 wickets down. Because you get quite concerned, I think, once you got number 8 and below coming out with over 3 overs to go. But like I said, this partnership so far so good. And Osama, who, like I said at the beginning, he went edge miss, but the last 4 balls he's hit have all been huge sixes, so he's come good pretty quickly. Raja Mubashir to bowl, and he gets 2 leg stump. He's going to go to the boundary. So again, slight bowler error, cashed in. Osama Ali to 35 in no time at all.
Yeah, this partnership now with this boundary is worth 50, and it's come in a good pace as well. So nice shot, and a 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, it's come up very, very quickly. Ark and Rising Stars losing wickets at an alarming rate. They lost 5 of them in 13 balls, but they've recovered well. This nutmegs the batter though. This is just a case of Osama Ali probably not getting his footwork right. If he gets it, if he starts across, but then he backs away. So if he just held where he was and seen the line of the ball, then he wouldn't have messed that up, and he would have got a wide. He would have got a run and an extra delivery for his team. Bashir probably try something like that again. Same sort of line. This time he does get the hands through it. That's what he was trying to do. This time he gets plenty of willow on it. Maximo Osama into the 40s.
Oh, wow, this is big, isn't it? We've seen some huge rocket shots. Some new rockets launched in that part of the ground. This is another one, and that is boom plastic.
That was just timing, wasn't it? I suppose the difference here is a slight difference in length, isn't it? The previous one yorked him and he wasn't able to get the length to whip it away, and it kind of bounced between his feet. Whereas this time, with the length to work with, he got a good look at it and he got the timing just right. 41 off 12. Osama's been a game changer. That means he scored his last 40 off about 9 balls. And similar sort of footwork every time. He just waiting to see where the ball is. This is well run. In fact, he'll get 4. Well, I'm amazed that has rolled all the way for 4. I was looking to see if they'd push for 2, but I suppose it was into the gap. It's a sign of how quick this outfielder's got now. Hottest day we've had so far. It's constantly being mowed, and yeah, although we don't see it there on the camera, it ends up going for 4.
Yeah, he needed to really get down onto that one. Wanted to try and stop it with his foot, a riff. If he got the slide in, he would have got there.
45 then for Osama Ali. Goes for his 50, and he gets it. Maximo! As it is a wonderful half century. Just 14 balls required for Osama Ali. And he's turned this game around very quickly.
Oh, he's changed it big time. He really has. And he is smashing the ball. No matter who the bowler is, who comes in. Bang, boom. Shakalagia. He gets the 50. And he's still going strong. It's another one that's blasted away. No mid-wicket in there at all, which I can't quite believe. It goes in the gap, and, well, he's got his own teammates doing the fielding there at the moment.
What a partnership this is. They've turned the tables in this contest so quickly. Yeah, that was the 50 that got brought up, and yeah, Osama Ali just gets a pat on the back and says, oh, if you think that's good, you ain't seen nothing yet. There's that to Amachar Shahzad. Who then will get the chance to face up into 7 overs. It's 108 for 5. Mubashir goes for 24, so another magical over. Let's have a look at the squads. Let's talk about the Netherlands 11. I mean, you got some really high-class players in there. Sebastian Bratt, he was the player of the series in the ECI in Portugal earlier in the year. You got Musa Ahmed there, who, again, is a sensational player. We've got Kyle Klein, and I believe that's Ryan Klein's brother, who's in that in the side as well. So first time we'll get to see him. But, yeah, looking forward to this. Uh-oh, this is trouble with a capital T, and that's 4 more. Well, you know you didn't see it, and you probably don't want to see it, but I'll tell you what happened. The fielder went around, he got down, but he fumbled it, and it just dribbled off his hands into the rope behind him.
Arif is having a mare over there, and Raheem Mohammed, he comes on to bowl and finds his first goes to the boundary. It shouldn't have, but it did.
Slow ball, kind of ties up. Shahzad, probably looking for 2 here. And I think that Shahzad really wanted it. And I think Osama Ali really wanted to strike, but in the end, Shahzad wins out, makes it back easily. Yeah, see, he's trying to put the stop sign up, but Shahzad saying, no, don't worry, I'm up and I'm going now. Right-hand combination, right-hand, left-hand combination working nicely here.
Yeah, Raheem goes back to his mark.
Shahzad has another go. This time he gets fresh air. But I mean, from nowhere, they're now on 150's pace.
It's quite an amazing turnaround. That 1 over started it all off. And as soon as Usama Ali gets his eye in, and Rashid helped him do it, he hasn't looked back, and he's playing some lovely hits at the moment. Shazad is playing his part as well. It's important that he stays there, because what could happen, and you mentioned it, you lose another wicket here, number 8 batter comes in, and a wicket could fall quickly at the other end, and you can leave the likes of Ali stranded out there. So this is quite important, this partnership.
I bet that Summer wishes he won the argument about having 2, because there's been 2 dot balls since, and then Shazad's asking for a wide there. Good luck. That was in by about a foot. So strike 2. This game, it's more twist than a stick of licorice. Now he's late on this, but he's going to get 4. Well, Hagen Rising Stars getting the luck factor going their way as well. As he really wasn't quick enough to get his hand through this, but he'll still get a boundary.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, really, from Rahim. He's unlucky. He sees the batter, thinking, okay, well, I'm getting no luck. I'll just charge at it, Shazad. He does. He gets an edge. And Rahim thinks, well, it's not going to be my lucky day. I think it was the right ball to bowl when he sees him coming down, and he kept it nice and straight at him.
Kind of just challenging him, saying, all right, we'll try and play a cross-bat shot when you've got 2 or 3 metres less to look at the ball. But Shazad ends up top edging it away for 4. Last ball of the 8th. Pretty good one. It's full straight, and it gets back past the bowler. Just be a single. So poor Osama, he's got mould growing on him. He's beaten the non-strikers end so long, and he's going to have to stay there. At the end of the 8th over, it's 119 for 5.
Not a bad over there from Rahim. He was a little bit unlucky with the edge that went for 4, but only 11 from it. So he slows down the pattern of big overs. Remember, the last 3 overs, 2 of those went for magical. In fact, they got, if you just combine the scores of the 5th over and the 7th, they got over the 50 runs just in those 2 overs, 52 to be precise. So
yeah, that worm really showed how, despite losing 5 wickets, they've done the unusual in that they've accelerated from that position. And it's all been about getting on a run of boundaries, and particularly 6s, which obviously we saw 3 in a row in the 2nd over, but we saw 4 in a row in the 5th. Just then, in the 7th, we saw a string of 4 in a row. Make that 5 if you include the first ball of the 8th over. Mubashir gets another over despite going magical earlier, and he will start with another wide.
Yeah, he's got to get this right. I think it's just options. I mean, what are their options? They've bowled a riff out these 2. Fahad Khan's been bowled out, and so has Rashid. So I think they've got to go with Mubashir here and Rahim to bowl them out.
Yeah, nice shot, but has he found the fielder? I think he has, and he's gone. So Shazad's going to have to go. Mubashir does get something going his way, and finally see some fielding being pulled off in that region of the ground. You see he just tries to drive on the up, tries to time it out of the ground, doesn't quite get it. And so the end of a very healthy partnership. That'll make it 120 for 6.
Yeah, it was a good partnership. I think in the end, the partnership worth about 80.
82, I think, and 82 in pretty quick time as well. I think 27 balls or something like that. So really good counter-attack. Shazad played his part, didn't he? Now it's going to be Umar Farooq who comes out with 11 balls remaining. So now you're not too uncomfortable having your lower order out there now that you're within the last 2 overs. And Farooq looks pretty comfortable. He's going to get 4 first ball. Again, not a good ball from Mubashir with a bit of length given, but it's that leg stump line which has been punished in this series.
Yeah, not a good delivery at all. The new batter comes in. He finds it into his path and he's onto it straight away. So not thinking of handing the strike over. He says, yeah, if you're going to bowl it there, I'll put it away, no problems. So Mubashir needs to get back on the start. I mean, look at where he's standing here, so you know that he's looking to go on the leg side. And it's going to be 4 more, is it? No, fielder comes across.
Should cut that off, yeah. I think they just moved him a little bit, even though he's going to fumble the ball approximately 4 or 5 times. A ball that had stopped. But well, finally, and it seems like forever since we've seen Osama Ali on strike, but don't forget, he's 55 off 15.
Yeah, and he's going to try to make the most of this. This is where you don't want to stray anywhere near the leg side. He's very much the same as Farooq, standing literally right on top of his stumps. Good delivery. Yeah, that's the one. as soon as this comes out of his hand, he knows it's good on the bat. It just stands and admires. There'll be a little fist bump here because he knows that was a good ball. You know when you're done by a good, and that's a class delivery from Mubashir. Where was these sort of deliveries earlier, though?
Yeah, full straight. I mean, yeah, it's not rocket surgery. He's been the best of times and worst of times. Osama, who started a bit shaky, just gets done by a good delivery. Let's see the length here, probably just short of a Yorker length. I'll have a look on the replay. Where does it bounce? Yeah, maybe a metre short of a Yorker, but it had a bit of pace about it. It's that whip that he gets. Osama plays the wrong line, kind of a toy helicopter, and yeah, I mean, like to see that. He says, look, yeah, well bowled, you got me. It's always easy to be a good sport when you've whacked a quick 50. Which is what Osama has done there. He goes for 55 off just 16. He turns his innings around, 125 for 7. Could be an important wicket, though. Could literally save you 20 or 25 runs now that you've gotten rid of Mubashir, and it'll bring in the number 9, Nazim Mujtaba. This is going to hurt him. That's got him in the inside thigh, and he acts all tough. That's nice work by Azim.
Yeah, and look at that grin there from the bowler, because it's well, it's not that so much. It's a crazy appeal as well.
Ow.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite the epicenter, but it was the fleshy bit of the inside thigh, I think. Now he's gone. He roughs him up, then he knocks him out, doesn't he? Mujtaba's going to have to go for a derrick. Well, remember that innings for a long time, even though the innings didn't take a long time, because he was going to wake up with a big bruise tomorrow. That'll be the end of the 9th over as well, 125 for 8.
Well, there was the derrick. It's quacks him off, and yeah, full straight. He's too fast, really. Gets beaten by the pace, and well, by the time he finishes his swing, the stumps are already knocked over. That will be the end of Mujtaba. It's a 2-ball duck for him.
So this will bring Bilal Yousafzai to the crease. And if you'd offered them even this many, 125, back when they were 38 for 5, I think they would have said, yes, please, we'll take that. I mean, already they're up above what is a pass score. I suppose it's just a matter of if PSV's top order clicks. I think anything's achievable if Muaz and Yashir Hussain get going. But if the Akhin Rising Stars can get them early, and I think this could be enough already. Interesting derby. Wow, that's a backwards shot, and that's going to be 4. Well, they'll take it. As Farouk gets 4 more. Again, I wouldn't say it was particularly convincing, but gets enough bat on it. He knew where it had gone. He turned around straight away and said, yeah, that's a good result for me. And headed straight for our camera. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Yousafzai and also Farouk is out there. They can play a little cameo role here. That's all they got to do here. Try to get as many runs as they can. I mean, I was saying before that up against PSV Aachen, they're a sort of team that if you really want to be around about the 130, because you know they've got good hitters. That's a good slow ball, well bowled, cleverly disguised as well. So it gets the dot. But yeah, you need to be at that sort of rate. And we saw that in the chase that they had against Gelsenkirchen. Gelsenkirchen put good runs on the board, but it wasn't enough. I mean, they got to 1-2-4, and they got knocked off with 17 balls to go. So if the top 3 get going, then you know you're in trouble. But if you get them out, you're in the match.
Yeah, this is a slightly mistimed shot. Look at 2 here. They'd run hard straight away. They didn't, and now they've gone the hard way to the bowler. So I suppose you don't know if you don't try. And Farouk does well to hustle back for 2.
Yeah, the fielder comes charging in. But yeah, I mean, this is, you got to be thinking here. You're charging in like this. It gets the ball. Why are you throwing this like this at this pace to the bowler?
Yeah,
well,
you've got to go keep it. Because also you're getting the guy who's quote unquote set. I know Farouk hasn't been there that long.
Yeah, you can see the keeper there saying, "Yaar ki kar de? Minnu bol diya karo. Glove mein paaya."
Well, he's top edge this, and it's to the fielder. In fact, it's over the fielder. And I think that's gone for 6. It has. Maximo. Another Maximo. Well, accidental batting at its finest. He's deep in his crease. Almost top edges it into his own snout. But in the end, it goes over everyone, and it's 6 runs.
Yeah, 6 crazy runs. 137 now. 2 balls to go. And, well, what a change round this has been. It's been quite amazing. Really has. They were 40 for 5 at the end of the fourth over, where Fahad only conceded 5 runs and took 2 wickets. Gandhi.
Yeah, gets a wide. They'll get an extra one if they want one. They will. They can take every run possible at the moment. Now they're going to go for 2. Well,
Clever.
no one,
Excellent running.
no one took the keeper's end, and that was the key end. So slightly asleep at the wheel, weren't they? PSV Aachen, who've been knocked around despite that big run of 5 wickets in 13 balls. Apart from that, it's been all rising stars.
Excellent running. I mean, got to say, very lazy from the keeper, Muaz Hassan. He needs to take that. He needs to go. Just have a look at that. He just that's a good shot of the man who should be backing up. He's just a bystander. He doesn't flinch. He could be a statue.
That's Gokul at point. Somebody better check his pulse because he didn't move a muscle there. 2 to come. I think you should always be doing something. Or do you try to here just for fun? We're thinking about it. Probably would have gotten away with that as well, based on the throw. As I think we've got 1 to come. Yes, I mean, all 11 people in the field should be doing something every ball. So, I mean, if you're in the infield there, if there's no keeper, I mean, probably an opportunity to help out, try and cover the stumps or something like that. 141, though. It's just going to take some chasing. Last ball coming up.
It's high, you know. I think this could be called. It may not be the last ball. The fielder does well to stop it. They'll get 1 and then stay at that. But I reckon this could be a no. He shouldn't be bowling that high at this pace. Let's have a look at this. And, yeah, for me, that's a no ball. He's deep inside his crease. Got to be called.
I think it is, yeah. And that's consistent with what we saw earlier. Again, I like the playing condition in ECN cricket because high field tosses are dangerous. You're not really padded in that area. You've just got the essentials covered. But I think that's a good call.
Yeah.
So bonus runs. A bonus run and a bonus ball to come then. I don't see too many chases in the 140s. Again, they've got an informed batting lineup. They're going to have to bat well. 143 and the last ball's a free hit. It's a slower ball. A big swing and a miss. He'll get run out by a fair distance. As Yusuf Sai said, well, you're on your own there, buddy. But they do get the extra run for the no ball, at least, even though they don't get any extra runs off the free hit. And they're going to end up 143 for 9 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, it's a great turnaround. As I mentioned before, they were 40 for 5. So they've scored 103 runs in 6 overs. And, well, some of the hitting that we eventually saw from Usama Ali, and he was supported there well by Shazad, was, well, it was quite breathtaking, really. But this is what happened early on. That was a really good catch from Hussain when he came round to get the wicket of Harsh, who went for 1. And that was a problem. Batters, well, they were getting out pretty early. That was the end of Zain. He went for 1 as well. And that was a big wicket. As Arif, he was happy about that one, wasn't he? Right on the money. And at this point, when they were taking their catches as well, that was one that Rashid sort of found in the sun as he got the wicket of Sagarthan for 27. Then you thought, okay, well, at this moment in time, it looked like that the Aachen Rising Stars were going to slump to something like a score around about the 80 or 90s. But then we saw some good hitting, first of all, from Shazad, the left-hander. He found his range pretty well, and he got a couple of big ones out of the way. Well, that was when we saw the 50 come up from Usama Ali. He played some really nice shots. It was all about the support and backing up that he got from Shazad. But that was a good catch taken there by Arif, who had a few issues there on the boundary, but he was able to hold that catch. And this is a great delivery. I have to say that over there from Bashir was really good. Got the ball on the money, knocked the stumps over a few times. And we thought that maybe that could just slow them down a bit. Maybe the score would stay around about the 125. But no, the batters who came out towards the end as well also swung hard. And even the edges, as you saw there, were flying all the way to the boundary. So even the tail did its job there and wagged well. Let's have a look at the scorecard. You can see there, apart from Sagarthan at the top end of the order, it all happened towards the end of the order. Usama Ali, 55 of 16, 22 there from Shazad. Umar Farooq got a valuable 18 towards the end there as well, and run out of the very last delivery there by Muaz Hassan. Muaz Hassan, well, he's a man who's going to have to get going here now. Because, well, they've got a bit of a run chase in here. 144 they'll need. Just look at some of the bowling figures there. Rashid was very expensive. He went for 46, and not really too much better there for the likes of Rahim Mohammed. He went for 29. Raja Mubashir, even though he did pick up 3 wickets, he went for 30 himself, though his second over was a pretty decent one. The only one bowler, really, you'd have to say, bowled very well and tidily as well, and picked up wickets, was Mohammed Arif. 2 for 12. So we're going to have an exciting run chase in this one. Look, it's a team, you wouldn't put it past them because they've got 3 batters that are in very good form. But at the same time, the 3 batters really have been holding the fort. If the Arkan Rising Stars can get the likes of Yasir Hussain and also Muaz Hassan and Fahad Khan early, then they'll be looking to get a very good victory under their belt. Look, we know that the chances of them making it through to Friday's finals is out of the question, but well, it is a local derby, a derby between the 2 Arkan sides, and if they can get the win here, they'll be gloating about it, that is for sure. So everything to play for. Join me, Marika Full and Mr. Maximo when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Hello, welcome back, everybody. And, well, I think we're all excited for, well, potentially a bit of a run chase here as the Aachen Rising Stars have, well, they regrouped well in the middle order and they managed to get themselves to a very respectable score, 143 for 9. And mainly thanks to a very good knock from Usama Ali. Brought up his half century, 55 and 16. A partnership of 82 between him and Ahmad Shah Shahzad. And that gets them to that score. And now they'll be hoping to, well, get rid of a couple of the early wickets from the Aachen guys here, PSV Aachen. And if you can do that, then you give yourself a good opportunity for a win and some bragging rights, as this is the Aachen derby. So everything to play for between these two teams. We saw that before the start of the match, they were like sort of training together, doing a few fielding drills together and whatnot. But, well, it's all about the victory here now. So 144 is the target. You got two batters out there that we know have been in really good form. Yasser Hussain has already scored a half century here today, 59 and 21 in the win against VfB Gunzenkirchen. Moaz Hassan was in good form as well. So let's see how this goes. Here's the first delivery. And it's Shahzad, and he gets a good one right across the right-hander. A nice start. Good carry through there as well. Gets back to his mark. You know that Moaz Hassan has posted over 300 runs in this series. He started the day with 289. This one just bounces before the fielder. Good hard throw. Really fires this in. Attacks it hard as the fielder. Holds his head like he thinks this is pretty close. So let's have a look at this again. I mean, it tucks him up a little. Fires in the throw. And he feels that if he was able to hit the target, it would have been close. That's Akil Sugarthan. So Hussain does get off the mark, and now it's Hassan. Oh, well, he goes right across the line here, trying to play this one away. See that the umpire just having a little bit of a chat there. Here's Smith Nanda with the bowler saying, hey, you've got to make sure you're not running right in front of me. It's a good little start. There's only the 1 run of 3 deliveries here. They're up for this, aren't they? The Aachen Rising Stars. And this one has been swiveled away. That's a glorious shot. It really is. I mean, after going for the big he-ho shot, the ball before, this time he just sort of, wow, he just steers it round, doesn't he? Really nice shot. He's got full control of this. He knows there's nobody out there as well. He's a talented player, you know, he really is. So, gets the boundary, gets the 6, 2 balls to go, 7 off it so far. Needing to go around about 15. So look at 45 to 50 in the power play. Good delivery. Stops his shot. A good comeback from Shahzad. And I think Shahzad just getting another word here from the umpire and about running in front of him. Big delivery this. Balls to go. Batter will want a boundary. Bowler will want a dot or no more than a single really. And that's beautifully played. Very good shot. And intelligent cricket from Moaz Hassan. He knows there's nobody back there. Doesn't need the power. He knows he's going to get the pace from the bowler. So he just uses the angle, gets the elevation in, helps us over the infield, and gets a delightful boundary. 4 runs from it. They're a little bit short of where they need to be, but they're on 11. And as long as they've got those wickets in hand, that we know they can they get the acceleration in. 246 the matches since a golden ball here now. And, well, could this be the one? Now, got to this match and one more, of course, to come in the day, match day 9. And the final match, well, we welcome back Kern CC. They're coming just to play the one match, and they will be playing VFB Gunzenkirchen. As this one is blasted, and it will go all the way. Balle, Kinna Sona, Shaka Lagya, and Hussein gets his first boundary. He just gets low, doesn't he? That's the way he bats. He gets low, gets down. Watch this. Normally gets down on sort of one knee and goes bang. That's the way he hits. And this one. Well, does this take any of the bat? Let's see. This is all pad. There's not an appeal there from the bowler at all. There's a bit of appeal from somebody. I think it's too high. Let's have a look here. Ball is on the up. And yeah, it's probably the height than anything else. It's going to get a leg by there. So good comeback ball there from Zane. A good time, or a fine time to welcome back into the cube for what could be a classic run chase here on the European Cricket Network. It's Vinny Sander.
Yeah, it's a good game. This is not a good ball, though. It's full toss hanging, and Muaz says, thank you very much. Licks his lips twice and then whacks it away to the deep backward square leg boundary. Easy pickings, PSV. A slightly cautious start, but they have gotten rocking now, and they're right up at the rate.
Yeah, he's a classy player, isn't he? I mean, you saw him score that century, but when I watch him bat, he almost looks to me sometimes like he thinks it's too easy, and he ends up getting himself out.
Yeah, hits this over the top as well. Not quite all the way, but it'll be 4 runs. And so Cuatro Carreras Mas. Muaz is up and dealing in the power play.
Yeah, what a great shot again. The thing is about him is he knows where the fielders are. So he knows when he has to put the effort in, and he knows when he only needs minimum effort. And that time he knew, okay, get it over that field. I'm safe. It's 4 more. To wait for the fielder to get back inside the circle. The 2 men out at the moment is long on, and a sweeper out sort of in the point area.
Now it's going to be pulled too wide, and I understand what he's thinking out there, trying to get, was reaching for it. Got the deep point in place, so a bit of protection to the left of the screen, but they'll have to bowl that one again. Again, good outswing, but swing. Oh, he's nicked it. Wow, I was going to call it a wide, but he's got a little edge on that, so that's a huge moment in the game. Cricket's a funny game because you actually get penalised for getting close to the ball. If he misses this, he gets a wide, he gets another ball instead. He's got to get going. Muaz is out, and it's 27 for 1.
Huge wicket, and the difference between Muaz Hassan and Cinderella. Well, Cinderella knew when to leave the ball, and that's a soft dismissal, isn't it, for Muaz Hassan? Somebody who, well, he just looks so talented. He chases a wide one. It would have been a wide. No mistakes there from Haas. They're celebrating big time because they know that is a huge, huge wicket. And, well, one good batter goes. There's another one now comes to take his place. Is Fahad Khan.
Yeah, it's a lucky one, really. You know, it was too wide, and was, I mean, instinctively going after it, so you can't really blame him. You're not really in a leaving mentality. It's just a bit of bad luck that he gets a feather on it and easily taken behind the stumps by Pratik Harsh. 27 for 1. Hassan comes up with the big wicket. And let's see if that throws PSV at all. This one come back a little bit. Gets thrown back at the batter, who looks less than impressed. Let's have a look at this on the replay. I mean, that's wide really as well. So gets away with it, and it'll take us to the end of the second over. It's 27 for 1.
Yeah, I think that one is one that I think the umpire's probably focusing on the batter and the movement there, and misses out on the fact that he does catch the line. So a bit of luck there, but no luck there from Muaz Hassan. He has gone. He goes for 18. Well, for just the 7 balls that he faces, but that's the big wicket you need. You need 3 big wickets. That's one of them. And you can see that one of the rising stars, it's just about if they can finish somewhere mid-table with the remaining matches they've got. But PSV Aachen, they've got a real opportunity to finish in the top 4. This will certainly dent their hopes if they don't get this win.
Well, it's whacked. That's 6. Forget about it. As Yasser Hussain is left holding the baby. That one's in the trees. Maximo.
It's not quite in the trees.
Where did it end up?
Has Tyrone Peters and I think that's Suleiman Sahid running for cover. Both the scorers and the tournament referee were on the run because this crashes into the roof of their marquee. Oh, they're in the danger zone here today.
Oh, yeah, squares them up this time. Indecision. They're coming, they're going, they're toing, they're throwing. They end up thinking against the run. So dot pawn. A good comeback from Shirzad.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. They were not too sure what they were doing there for a moment.
Hussain, he's a match winner in his own right, isn't he? Shirzad wants to see the back of him here in the third over. Well, that one didn't really bounce too much at all. I don't think it was a deliberate change of pace, but yes, he misses out, understandably.
Yeah, and I think the bowler Shazad just wants to have a little word there with Hussain. He's probably said, oh, by the way, that ball it went past you. It's in the keeper's gloves right now. And Hussain just a little acknowledgement to say, okay, fair enough. You've had your say. Maybe I'll have mine.
Yeah, goes walking. And kind of Yorks himself here, doesn't he? Check it out in the replay. So this game is right in the balance at the moment.
In the balance is the word. And though a couple of dots there from Shazad will certainly change things, I reckon. And for me, it's 2 wickets away from really making this, and that's good bowling. And look, you can see, look at Shazad saying, what's going on? He's saying, where do you want to hit me? Where are you trying to hit me? Oh, I'm liking this. Look at this. He bowls it, and it's another swing. And watch Shazad. He's saying, hey, where are you trying to hit me? What are you trying to do? You trying to hit me over there? And you missed again. Oh, well, look, he's got some swag about him now, doesn't he, the bowler? Look at this. And,
lip readers out there. You can make your own judgments about what was said there. Last ball of the over. Oh, well, it's the perfect reply.
Giving him some back. Give him some back, Sunshine. Go on, give him some back in his face. Rub it in. Oh, well, yeah, this is a chance for Hussain to have his say. But Hussain just said, nah, I'm better than that. I just let the bat do the talking.
Well, I mean, if anything, Shazad's handed him some free advice. He pointed in that direction. And Yasir says, yeah, thanks very much. I will go over there. And, well, it's an interesting second follow-up conversation, isn't it, as we get to the end of the over. And, yeah, still kind of hanging in the balance here, 39 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, and it's this partnership really for me, it's the big partnership. They've still got a long way to go, 105 runs needed in the 42 deliveries. They're still staying at around about the 15, so they haven't fallen behind. That's the important thing. Like for like, I could tell you, 39 for 1 as opposed to 35 for 3. So you know that the Yukon Rising Stars were able to rise, weren't they? The middle order were able to rise and get them to a big score, 143. And it's all about what the PSV Yukon can do here as well. So we're going to see a change. No, we're not. So Zayn is going to finish his spell as well, as did Shazad. Fahad Khan. Fahad Khan is more, from what we've seen from him, more a classy stroke player. So he will caress the ball and stroke it around outside the off. He's not so much the out-and-out power hitter. Bats deep inside his crease, though.
Yeah,
this is going to be a wide.
It has to be called a wide this time. So, I mean, Fahad's got his role to play as well. We've seen that he's a good hitter of the ball. I mean, PSV Aachen certainly are playing with a bit more confidence than your regular first-time team, aren't they? They're well suited to it.
Yeah.
You can tell it's very natural for them to play this kind of attacking cricket. Yeah, hit leg side. That's probably 4 as well. It's rolling, and it's 4. So Fahad's off the mark, and the runs keep on coming. And right now, it's the Rising Stars who need the breakthrough.
Yeah. Any boundaries that you get will help, and of course it's a good run. They've got that area wide open as well, so it looks like they're making a bit of a switch round between the two fielders here. I'm not sure how that and why that would help. Maybe one's quicker than the other. Not sure that anybody would have got to that anyway, but they keep the field as it is.
It was just into a huge pocket of space. Didn't really matter who was out there. They were never going to chase it down. Zainul Hassan pushes this one, but he pushes it too far outside off stump.
You've got to stop chasing these. I mean, that was the issue, wasn't it, with Muaz Hassan? He chased a wide ball. It would have been called a wide. Gets us, and it gets out. And look, it shouldn't be chasing these at all. Leave them alone.
I mean, it's a hard thing because you don't want to leave one that ends up inside. A lot of the time, they fly off the edge and go for 4 or 6 as well. So I just, I don't know. I suppose, picking a wide and leaving it is its own kind of skill. And we've seen develop. This one doesn't swing at all. I don't think there's anything on this.
What are they appealing for here?
Oh, the bowler isn't one of the people appealing.
They want to do that. People want to do a review here. This goes past him before he goes anywhere near the bat.
Maybe, there's always kind of sounds when you're playing that kind of shot. And it's like, you're swinging it, all your pads, everything's moving, your feet are landing, you're swiveling around pretty quickly.
Yeah. I like the way that the umpire says, come on, boys, get back to your mark. Let's play the game. Cut this out. And I think a bit of a word there being said by the umpire to Usama Ali, who was the one who instigated that appeal.
Too high, but hurts.
Yeah, that does hurt. And didn't like the sound of this at all. Ooh. When he's walking around trying to, well, he doesn't want to, well, he's giving it a rub now. I think he was saying, don't want to show any pain. And I think the umpire heard that as well. And he's there straight away saying, you all right? There's no protection on that side, That gets him right on the bone.
Inside thigh / hip is a nasty place to get hurt. And most of these guys wouldn't be wearing that protection.
Yeah, nice to see a few locals and bystanders coming by and watching the action. It's a father and son looking in, wondering what's going on here. And this one, I think he hits it pretty straight. He's going to get a boundary. Yeah, he will. As I'm not sure, that's Fahim Jan, who's sort of running towards this in slow motion. Looked a bit like the Bionic Man, when you slow it down. He just doesn't want to run, does he? He's like, you can see him coming to the shot there now. He didn't get any quicker than that.
Yeah, well,
50 up.
He certainly wasn't the Rick Astley song "Never Gonna Give You Up" because he gave up pretty quickly when he saw where that was headed. And to be honest, he was probably right. Anyway, Zainul Hassan still half an over to bowl, and he's going to get a thick edge on this, and it'll run away. Will just be a single.
Yeah, good work there, the fielder. He gets down, makes a stop, and that's Bilal Yousafzai. And that's the edge. It's nowhere near. The keeper, Harsh, makes a good attempt, but the fielder does well behind him, though, as well. Sees it early, gets the touch on it, and manages to keep that ball from going to the boundary.
Pitched up, and adios Pelota. Well, that's gone a long way. Had a little bit of length to work with. Hussain gets into his work. He's just thrown a couple of blasts in there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's kept his team in the conversation. That's 57 on the board now.
It's a cracking shot, isn't it? I mean, the bowler, as a bowler here, if you're saying you're bowling this one, you're probably thinking, yeah, I bowled a good ball. It's right up there. It's in the slot. And then the batter, he plays that. He gets under it, and he mashes it for a biggie. Better areas. You're better off being there. He gets a dot ball in to finish. Zane, he finishes for 33. The score at the end of 4 overs, 57 for 1. So it's where they want to be, They're where they want to be.
Yeah, they absolutely are where they want to be. Let's have a look at where they are on the worm. And, yeah, well, that tells you they're right where they need to be at the moment. So, yeah, whether they can break this partnership, I think, has a lot to do with Hakan Rising Stars' chances. Yasir has scored some big runs. But we're going to have a change of pace now with Fahim Jan bowling over number 5. Steps across, hits. Now, does he have the journey? I don't think so. Fielder goes back, and he catches it eventually. Well, I know you lost that in the trees, but it was a little fumble from Mubashir Inayat, the captain, but he was able to get it on the second opportunity. So, yeah, big wicket there because Fahad is a good hitter. He'll go for 9, and the second wicket falls. It's 57 for 2.
Yeah, that's a huge wicket. I was saying all the way along that this is the partnership for me. It's the top 3 of PSV Aachen that you need to get. You can see he's certainly feeling that the hit that he got. I mean, even when he's walking off there, you can see he's got one hand on that side because there's no protection there. That did catch him on the bone. But he doesn't catch this right. He gets caught. Who does catch it right is the captain, Mubasha. He's been good out there and takes a good catch.
I mean, at least he didn't tap it over. That was that kind of a ball. It was kind of above his shoulders. And when you're going fingers up, there's a non-zero chance it'll hit the fingers and go for 6. So, not only does he save the boundary, but he removes Farhad. And like I said, needed to remove the partnership. Wasn't the main destroyer, Yasir, but does break the partnership. Raheem Mohammed comes out at number 4.
Yeah, it's a good one to get because it's 3 batters that we saw even when we were looking at the graphics at the top batters on the side. And apart from those 3, nobody's really done anything. So now you're going to need something special from someone else that we haven't seen. And also you need Yasir Hussain to once again do what he did in the first match.
Change of pace making a difference though, right?
Yeah.
And this is full, fairly straight, but beautifully clipped away. And well, I don't know how to describe this to you, except to say it was a bit of foot fielding. Do we still have that?
Oh, please tell me we've got this. And why the batters didn't take the 2, I will never know. They're just half asleep.
He went foot. And so, yeah, I don't know whether they got this when he comes out. Yeah, look, there. Then he went to bowl it in and slipped out the back of his hand. Luckily, it didn't go back over the boundary. I mean, the first thing it was a flying kung fu stop with his foot. It was like a flying kick. And then when he did have it in his hands, it went even worse. But anyway, just a single in the book. Oh, yeah, liking that bowling.
It gets him down on his knees, doesn't he? Mercy, mercy. And just watch this. He likes to go low and hit, but it's just wide enough and it's out of his reach. Look, down he goes.
That's pretty perfect, actually.
Yeah.
Back to live action. Same ball. Nice bowling. I'm liking this, John's just drifting away from the right-hander. This is where I'd be tempted to sneak across a little bit. The thing is, with that line, most of these guys, they're pretty good at kind of slicing it away over point. But because it's a Yorker, just can't do it. All we can do is get the bottom of the bat on it. This has been a brilliant over. Oh, same again. This is going to be an unlucky one. It's probably going to run away for 4, and it does. So, yeah, Raheem can thank the man above for that one, I think, because it was a perfectly executed wide Yorker, but he just jams it off the under edge, and it bounces off the pitch past the fielder in the circle, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a good result for the batter, Raheem Mohammed.
Now it's up in the air, and Shazad's got some work to do. He backs off it in the end. Yeah, I would have thought that was an opportunity to turn it into a catch because it's not going to bounce past you for 4. But Amachar Shazad didn't think he could get there.
Yeah, it was one of those. I think Shazad, I don't think you're right. I think the key thing is, right, I'll go for this because if I take it as a big moment, the ball won't go to the boundary. So, yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't launch himself. And we're at the halfway point here, 64 for 2.
I mean, you might risk giving away a 2, but I think you'd spend 1 to get a wicket at this stage. Anyway, this is where we are in the European Cricket Series calendar, and we started all the way back on the 30th of January in Malta. But we've been to Portugal, Cyprus, Milan, Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, Romania, Hungary, Czechia, Switzerland, Dresden, now Krefeld. It'll be Rome next week, and then after the ECC break, we're back to Malta for another series. That's after we go to Croatia, though. And then we'll finish the year with Spain, so stay with us. I'm trying to work out how many weeks it is in total, but yeah, it's about a 46-week season, maybe 47-week season, maybe more on ECN this year. Tadamunu over. Oh, this is called wide. Against touch and go. Remember, to be a legal delivery, it has to be completely inside the tram line. That was a pretty harsh one, I thought. This is a good one, though, as Asker comes in. Again, he provides some really good variety to this tack for the Arkan Rising Stars. And I know I'm going to jinx him by saying this, but for a leg spinner, he just doesn't bowl a lot of loose balls.
No. Well, let's see how it works. And the pace-off, though, at the moment is working. It didn't work when Gunsenkersen tried it against them. Oh, he almost boxed this onto his own stumps. And now they can't decide whether they want to go for it or not. It's indecisiveness from the batters.
Yeah, and so probably the place to hit that is over cover. There's no deep cover. And so hit through the line of it. It's not going to be an easy one to hit across. But yeah, excellent start by Asker and Rising Stars getting to the box seat now. That will be a wide though. It's not a bad spot to miss though. He just pulls it a little bit too far to the left. But yeah, if you're going to miss offside. See if he can bring it in a little bit further. Yeah, low full toss, and they only get one here. So, yeah, Yasir hasn't had too much of the strike lately either, has he? And this game just seems to be drifting away. Needs to do something pretty dramatic to get them back in it.
Yeah, well, he's got, well, those sort of deliveries you can't bowl to Yasir. I mean, that was a full toss. That, well, we know Yasir would have put away. But again, he hasn't got the pace to go behind it. And this one goes right through his legs. He misses out on this one. That is on the leg side. Just moves too early, doesn't he? Just watch him here. He's moving around rather than staying still. As a result of that, it goes through his legs.
Yeah, if keeper had taken that, I think there's a fair chance that he would have had a stumping opportunity, but wasn't an easy take. Yeah, he sets himself up. I don't think even he realises where he's trying to hit this. Yeah, so he's just swinging hard, loses his form. So you're really doing a good job here through the middle overs of keeping things quiet, the Arkan Rising Stars.
Well, they needed, put it this way, needed 30 of those last 2 overs. Looks like they're going to get, well, at the moment, they're on 10. And now there's the wicket. That's the big one. And for me, that's the match. And it is Ashkar that gets through Hussain getting frustrated. And then it's a straight ball. And it's through the defences of Yasir Hussain. He'll go for 26 off the 16th ball that he faces. And that is it for me now, because I don't see anybody else that can come out for PSV Arkan and keep them going at the rate they need to, because that rate also goes up to 19 and a bit required per over.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. The power of runs on the board as well when you need to make them second innings. And you can see just stringing together a run of dots and ones. Okay, the occasional wide in there as well, but just kind of taking the boundary away. And the result is a rash shot. Probably warranted, but it's good reward for Askar, who bowls a pretty good over there. And the score now is 67 for 3.
Well, let's see now where they can end up here. I suppose the one thing that could be pretty important, I mean, if this match is out of their reach now with the key players gone, and the key that they've got to do is trying to get close, because net run rate could be key. And watch out, because it's the captain who's going to come on to bowl here now. This is Mubashir India. Now remember, last time he went to bowl a ball, he went backwards. And no trouble this time. It's up in the air, but doesn't go any distance at all. And they'll take the single. It's a good time for the captain to come on. And he's probably thinking, right, time for him to pick up maybe a few wickets. Is the Rashid and Mohammed are the men out there now.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. That rate going up towards 20. And this is in the air. It should be caught as well, and it is caught. So, and they've held him when they've needed to. Here's Zainul Hassan with the catch. It's going to be a golden duck for Rashid as the wheels are starting to fall off PSV. 68 for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a golden. So, well, I know a lot of you, we're pretty keen to have a look at Derek come out. And it's going to be a golden Derek as well. There's a nice catch taken. And, well, here he comes. Well, he had to go for it. He doesn't get it right. I don't think it's the first time that he's gone for a first baller. So he's going to make his way back. And, yeah, I just a feeling that I had. It was saying it all along. They're on a team that have entertained us, have PSV Arkan. But the main batters are the top 3. Once they disappear, it's very difficult for them to get going. And we've seen that there. That was a Rashid going first ball. So the captain in on the at now as well. In the up.
Yeah, captain to captain action. But I think if this was a heavyweight prize fight, the referee would have stopped it, Rico. As Inyat comes in searching for another. Oh, it's a good little off cutter there. Gets past the bat.
Yeah, Wakasta here, and you can see already the mood out there, especially in the terms of the fielding side, has changed. As the Arkan Rising Stars, they know that they've got eyes on a victory here. With this one going to end up is going a long way up, and it plugs as the batters, they come back for 2. Oof. And there was nobody home at the wicketkeeper's end. So they chanced the arm. Direct hit. I think he's gone. Let's have a look here. Does he get in the picture?
You're right. Unattended stumps. Yeah, I think it probably would have been just out of it hit, but maybe the batter saw the throw wasn't going to hit. Ooh, he likes it for the catch here. Misses the stumps. I mean, you can't really tell from where we are whether there's a little edge or not, but I think the keeper feels there's an edge here. That was his initial reaction. And then I think he thinks it's an edge, and then he thinks twice and thinks actually it's probably not. Yeah. I don't think the foot ever really leaves the crease, but still, dot ball's a good ball for in out.
It is. They've come to a standstill, haven't they?
Again, he's really getting some bite with these cutters. They're like fast off spinners, really. End of the 7th over, and PSV Aachen fallen by the wayside here. 71 for 4 after 7.
Yeah, and this is what's coming up next. The final match of match day number 9. Match number 5 is Kern CC. Well, it's been good to see Kern back in action, and their captain Sasanka Sanka, and they're up against VFB Gunsenkirchen, a team that have been here all day, but they've had no joy so far. Can they finish with a win? They certainly be hoping that they can. Yeah, well, we set some make or break day for Gelsenkirchen. Well, it's been more break than make, hasn't it? So, yeah. I mean, they're on 9 points with 2 matches to go. The best they can do is 13. May or may not be good enough for the finals, but I think these last 2 are must-wins for them. But this result, if it goes this way, is super for them, helps them out a bit, that's for sure. A long chase here for the fielder. And a successful chase. It'll be a long single. Yeah, but you're right about that. So I said the magic number often is about 14 points to get in, but we've had some rain that's affected some results here. So 13 can sometimes get you in when there's a few lower teams winning games. And yeah. I suppose you'd have to class the Aachen Rising Stars, where they are at the moment, as a lower team winning a game. So that's where you can start to get in. As this is in the air, I think it's got just enough. It does. Maximo for Rahim as he takes Asker downtown. Again, they feel like empty runs at the moment for PSV, but maybe they're not, because let's just say that they're on the bubble. If they're tied for 4th place on points, let's say the net run rate's important, so they still got to get as many as they can here. Yeah, I'm with you there. I think net run rate is super cool. You've got to try and get as many runs as you can, so shots like this will help. And that's a nice one played there by Rahim Mohammed. And just flicks this off his pads. So even if they can, look, even if they get to, sort of like a 110 to a 120 score here, that will help them. So I often say, if you're going to lose a match, then try and lose it well, try and lose it so you help your net run rate. It doesn't take too much of a knock. That's what they're trying to do here. Oh, tight call here. I think maybe the ball just, no complaints there at all from Asker. But he never does seem to complain, Asker. Not that I'm saying you should complain. Yeah, fair enough. Very wide. The spin takes it away. Yeah. No, that's better. It's been really good here, Asker. Just shut the gate. Aachen Rising Stars. This is more what we expected from them, really. I mean, there's a lot of talent in their team. We know that. They've had success in the ECS before. It just hasn't happened for them this time around. Too short and blasted. And that is going to sail into the car park. Well, I'm glad we didn't park there, but that's the end of the over. Maximo! And, well, what's even worse is, upon review, it's not the end of the over. So I think Asker's going to have to bowl that one. Not that one again, but another one. Yeah. As Rahim moves into the 20s. Yeah, that one is not coming back. That's a biggie. Not the biggest we've seen in the day by any means. I think Yasser Hussain, in the last time we saw PSV Aachen, was the man who hit the biggest. Short again, but this time out in the off, and it's the same result. It's going to be 6 runs. And this one should be found. It's just on the edge there. There's the fielder. Usama Ali will find this one. And yeah, he does. He retrieves it well. But 2 boundaries at the end of that one. It was just his 3 overs that really hurt them, didn't they? It was the over number 5, 6, and 7. They hardly got any runs there. The lost overs, really. And yeah, the pressure built up and cashed in with wickets. It's been a pretty good effort from the Aachen Rising Stars, who look set for their crosstown rivals
to be conquered here as this is driven away. It'll just be a single first up. Yeah, the first ever Aachen Derby. We say Derby. I keep trying to adjust it, but in Western Australia we say Derby. Everywhere else in the world you'll say Derby.
Yeah.
Even though it's kind of spelled
Derby.
more like Derby.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, in the air, won't be an easy one. Basket catch, and he takes it. So Tahir's going to go. He didn't hit too much. In fact, that's Raheem who's going to go for 30 because they get a single off the first ball, and that'll be a wicket for Fahim Jan, who has been very good so far. As I believe that will make it 96 for 5.
Yeah, it's not a bad little knock there towards the end. Like I say, it's a quick 5:30, 3 6s and 2 4s. And it's unlucky ball number 13 that gets him in the end, but at least it means that the score should end up looking more respectable. And like I say, it's all about damage limitation, isn't it, this innings? They know they're going to get that defeat. It's great news, though, for VFB Gelsenkirchen. If they can win the last game here, then they will feel that the day ends up super productive, because this loss here for PSV Aachen is like them getting a win.
Yeah.
So it's almost like them thinking, all right, it's like we've lost 2, won 1, and we could win another, because this is a win for them.
Keeps him in the frame. Oh, is there a nick on this? Maybe. He looks pretty guilty, the batter. In fact, he is going to go. So Jan's on a hat-trick. Arif goes without scoring, and it's 96 for 6. Well taken behind the stumps as well by Pratik Harsh. I liked his day.
It's going to be, we're going to see a golden duck first, and you know what that means? That means that we could see another hat-trick here today. Yeah, he gets a good bit of edge, and this is a really good take from Harsh. So Derek's been busy today. He's going to go first baller. And so it's going to be a golden. Can we change him to golden quickly? Well, no, can't, because we're going to have a look at this first. And it's Hall of Fame. And we've seen plenty of action from the bowlers. I mean, the number of 5 wickets. Well, there he is. Yeah, it was a golden. Next page, let's have a look. Well, there we go.
Golden Derek's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here.
So Shahzeb was the last man.
Outside chance for 5 as well.
Yep.
For Fahim Jan. Needs 2 wickets in the next 3 balls. So it's Gopan who's facing up to the hat-trick ball. Can Fahim do it? No. And right on the carpet, Gopan will get off the mark.
Yeah, so he plays that one out. Nicely done. And well bowled though for John as well. 3 for 8. But like you said, he's not finished yet. He's still got a couple of deliveries here. He'll be looking for more. And well, not with this one. This will go the distance. That's a good hit from the captain. Well, look as to here. He hasn't had too many opportunities himself. So this is one that, well, he could end the day with a few hits himself. This was just there. He waits for it and he clobbers it well. It goes all the way. Nicely struck. Good hit.
Yeah, nicely done. Consolation runs, though. Could be important. Well bowled. That's where he's done his best work there, Fahim. I think full wide. He's hit his spots for the most part. He takes 3 for 15 in his 2 overs. And the score is 103 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? In fact, the slow bowlers have done the trick, haven't they? It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because I know that we saw VFB, Gelsenkirchen, they put their spin bowlers on right from the start up against when they were playing PSV Aachen. It didn't work because you still had the big hitters like Hussein, Hassan, and also Fahad Khan there. Whereas once those guys are out the equation, the spin has been really effective indeed. So well played, you've got to say, to Aachen Rising Stars. And it's going to be Yusufzai Bilal to finish off here, bowling the last over.
Yeah, could see him getting a bowl. A little bit short first up, and that's going to be hit offside, and that's going to be 4. So nice shot by Gopan. It's up to 107. This looks like it'll be more or less an average score. I think I mentioned that we haven't had too many first inning scores that have been average. They seem to be way above or way below. It's just been a funny kind of high variable or high variation tournament so far. But Gopan gets that away. Yusufzai needs to pitch it up a bit. Slightly missed time pull, get 1. So Aachen Rising Stars, when you're kind of out of the finals race, you're playing for pride, and they can be very proud of their performance here.
Yeah, it's something
complete performance.
It's something to write home about, isn't it? Because it's the Aachen Derby or Derby, whichever way you want want to call it, and well, they're going to win it. So
Yeah.
you know, it's they've got bragging rights.
They do. As this is hit up and over the top, Maximo. Well, almost a knock-knock on the production van, but it will be 6 runs. And yeah, don't forget the way they did this as well. Remember, they had lost 5 wickets really quickly in the first innings, and so it was looking pretty bleak for them. They were 38 for 5 at one point, but they rebounded through a good partnership and then got a few runs at the end as well to get up to 143, and they've never really looked back. Been good in the middle overs in both of the innings, and that's where the game's been won and lost. So it'll just be a single couple before this game is put to bed. Still one game to go though, Rico, tonight, and that should be another very important one. VF beat Gelsenkirchen, play their 3rd match of the day in Clone CC. We'll get to see them in their only appearance here in day 9. It is their last appearance in the tournament, Clone CC.
Yeah.
I think that one's okay.
It's a
It's sneaky.
bit of a nothing shot really here from Gopin. To sort of plays it really, really late. So last ball.
We'll just remind everyone as well before we go to the break that you can throw your random questions in. Last game of the day, we always love your random questions. As random as you like. Here's the last ball of match 44. And it's going to be a swing and a miss, and that will do it. So final score, 143 to Aachen Rising Stars, 115 to PSV Aachen. And it is the more experienced of the 2 Aachen sides that have the better of the derby in the end. And PSV, well, they just seem to keep hitting a speed hump, don't they? Every time they seem to getting ahead in the tournament, they get pegged back. And yeah, look, it wasn't their best batting performance, but you can't take anything away from the Rising Stars. Yeah, they will love that result.
Yeah, they will. That's nice there from Marta Maria, who's giving us the love from the tower. So big shout out to our girls and boys spring productions today. We've got Alvera, Martha Maria, and also Valentine. Well, that was good. I'm liking this. And then, what are you trying to do? And then, well, he said, this is what I'm trying to do. You said, put it there. I put it there. The thing was, though, he needed to do it on more than one occasion. This was a good stop. They were pretty tidy in the field as well. Fair play to the Aachen Rising Stars. Well, what we didn't see there was a stop, but we saw what happened when he went to bowl it in. The captain, Mubasha Inyat. The good thing was that when he came with the bowl, he didn't make the same mistake. And wickets just fell at the wrong times, I suppose. Pace off was a trick, and then this was the big one, wasn't it? And Yasser Hussain, who we know had a very good knock earlier on when he was the player of the match in the victory over VFB Gelsenkirchen. He wasn't able to find the same form again in this one. That was a good catch. Running in from Zayn, got there, takes the catch. Slow stuff working. Then we saw some nice little response. Good little innings there from the likes of Raheem Mohammed, who ended up top scoring actually. He just had 13 deliveries, and he scored 30 quick-fire runs. That was a really good sharp take there from Harsh. Nicely done. Getting a wicket for his El Capitan. And ended up a little bit short. We'll have a look at that scorecard in a moment. But just to remind you, the match that will be coming up in just over 20 minutes' time will be Kern CC. And they're playing the last match from them. Another team that really just looking to try and see if they can get another win on the network. Then we're not going to see them on Friday. And of course, they're up against VFB Gelsenkirchen. They're a team that we could see, but well, this result has done them a huge favour. If they can get a win against Kern TC, well, they give themselves a chance once again after losing 2 matches in the day already. The stat scorecard: 30 from Raheem Mohammed, and 18 from Muaz Hassan, a classy batter, but chased the wide, didn't he? And gets out, and Yasser Hussain and gets cleaned up by Abdeeb Ashgar, who bowl really well, the slow bowlers, and you'll see that when we have a look at the bowlers scorecard. Good tidy bowling, 3 for Fahim Jam. And we saw, well, Ashgar 1 for 27, 1 for 33 for Zain Al Hassan. And then the captain, Mubasha Inyat, came on to bowl there towards the end. He's one over, only went for 4 runs. A good tidy one right at the end from Bilal Yusuf Zai as well. Shazad, no joy, no wickets, but economic. 23 coming off he. So well done to the Aachen Rising Stars. They win this Aachen Derby, and they will be the team that will be doing all the bragging tonight, that's for sure, even though we know we're not going to see them on Friday's finals day. PSV Aachen, they're going to have to wait and see what happens in the next match. They'll be hoping that Kern CC can do them a favour. Well, let's wait and see that next match coming up in around about 22 minutes time. I'm Rico Full, and joining me will be Mr. Maximo when we return. And well, get yourself some drinks in and let's get ready to party for the last time on day 9. And it's the 5th match coming up in just over 20 minutes time.
Hello and welcome back to Germany. Time for the last game of the day. Should be a big one here as there's not too long to go actually in the group stage. There's 10 matches after this. It's match 45. Cologne CC make their only appearance here on day 9. They're taking on VFB Gelsenkirchen. Let's see what happens at the toss. Tyrone Peters has the two teams and let's see who wins it.
Gelsenkirchen to call. Tails is the call. And it is a head. They're going to bet.
So it is Cologne CC. Their captain, Sanka has won the toss. He wanted to bat. He'll get to bat. And Cologne CC haven't had a lot go their way. Let's be honest, they're 2-7. This is their final appearance in this ECS. We know that they're not in the picture for finals, but they'd love to finish well. And I will say this, when they've won big. A couple of sizable victories earlier in this tournament. For VFB Gelsenkirchen, this feels like a bit of a banana peel game for them. I do think they'll probably need to win both of their games to put themselves in the finals picture. So can they get the job done? Let's find out as we go over to Rico Full in the commentary box. The news from the toss is that Cologne CC, well, they're here. They've arrived on Tuesday and they're going to bat first after winning the toss in match 45.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final innings, the final match of the day. And the final last two innings to come, and Cologne CC are taking on VFB Gelsenkirchen. I think it's a brave move really for Cologne CC to be having a bat first. That's what's been their issue. If you look back to day 6, when they were having a bat, they struggled against the Düsseldorf Black Caps. The Black Caps 133 and Cologne CC 66 for 10, and then went batting first. They were 49 for 9, weren't they, against Porn Blue Star. So they've had issues with the bat. So it is brave that they're going out there to bat first. You've seen their captain is going to be behind the stumps as well. But I think it's important for the likes of Mana Panwar. This guy, and if he turns it on, can really get them to a good position. He's been good with the bat and with the ball. And I think something like Akshay Dani is going to be pretty key for them as well. And, well, he's going to be happy to have the likes of Rama Murthy in the side again. The bat versus Paul Wall is saying 110 in favour to 104 to VFB Gelsenkirchen. I can understand that, the way that they've been batting. But once again, you see both teams have had those issues with runs for and against always being more than them. Let's have a look at the top batters. I think the captain, Sanka, is going to be key here, isn't he, with Dani. Those two have been right up there with the runs. But like I said, Mana Panwar as well, when you look at those stats from the top 3 batters, you wouldn't think they're a team that have had the sort of struggles that I mentioned already. Over to the other side, well, Ace has been on song, hasn't he? 269 runs. Satapati, Ronit, has been finding his form as well. And, well, you've seen there that Madana Gopal as well. Though the last few times we've seen all 3 of those batters, they haven't really been able to click, especially here today. Yesterday was a different story. Let's see what they can do here. Top bowlers as well. You can see there that Bruce is right up there, though he did take 5 yesterday. 5 of those 7 coming in the one match as we go to the first ball of this one. And it's going to be a boundary to start off with. So that's a nice start. So runs straight away. Hello and welcome to everybody on the chat for this final match. And of course, as we always say, it is one that we welcome all of your interactions. So any random questions that you have, put them on there. I'm Rico Full, and well, joining me back soon will be Vinny Sandhu as well. And we love to, answer any questions that you have, or queries, whatever they're about, as this one's been well hit as well. And a fielder does come across, though. And this guy, well, he's a gun, isn't he? And that's Habiullah Stanigzai. He's a great fielder. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl again. I don't think we've seen the best of him. So the captain, Sanka, and Akshay Dani are the 2 batters out here. These 2 get going. You know, I know I've been saying that all along with all the teams here today. They've made up with 2 or 3 batters. I said that between PSV Aachen, and it's the same with Cologne CC. These get going. Well, this one's hit beautifully down the ground, and oh, look at that bit of fielding. Yeah, well, Diana Oroz, I think she's putting her name forward to start to play for the Romanian national team. Nice one-headed pick-up and throw. Nice shot, though. He hits it on the up, gets it over the infield. So 4 more. Positive start. 9 off the first 3 deliveries. Rubesh hasn't had the best of days, but it could turn for the better. It's a long chase. Oh, well, does this plug or does this go over? I can't tell from here. The tree's in the way. It's going to be 4 runs. Ace is after this. Rubesh, both of the overs that he's bowled in the day have gone magical. One went for 26, one went for 24. And this one, well, you can see the feed of Ace was after it, but he can't get there. This goes to 13 so far. 2 balls to go. Well, where's this going to go? Over the top of the keeper and 4 runs. You know, sometimes it's just not your day. I'm loving the look there of the wicket keeper who just turns around and is having a look and saying, what's going on here? That's Jay Tamakuwala. He certainly wasn't behind the stumps last time either, was he? So there's a bit of a change in personnel. And the look from Jay there as he's looking around at his captain, probably wondering, okay, what am I supposed to do with that? Well, not a lot. Okay, 17 from it. Are we going to see another magical one for the captain? Well, it's hit down the ground. It could be a wicket. It's going to be dropped. Well, that's when you know it's definitely not your day. Because when Ace puts the catch down, all right, it's not an easy one. It's a difficult catch. But when somebody who's been catching everything that's come his way puts it down, then you know it's not your day. At least the one good thing is it's not going to be a hat-trick of magical overs for the captain. Great effort from Ace. He comes a long way, gets down on it, but not able to take the catch. And that is the end of the over. 18 come from it, and well, it's a good time to welcome back in to our cube, right on cue, because if you've got any questions, anything you want to ask us, you can go onto our social media. Welcome back to Mr. Maxima.
Nice to be back. You know, I think I might do an Instagram Live, because I know there's a lot of viewers that might not be able to get into the YouTube chat. It is random question time, last one of the day. So, yeah, why don't you get involved? And don't forget, there's lots of moments that are going viral from this tournament, particularly involving teammates hitting teammates with the ball. I saw that made an appearance on Australian TV tonight already. That's been sent to me as we get the start of the second over. And it's going to be Zadran to bowl.
A good stop there from the fielder. Has to get down, has to get a hand onto it, and he does. He makes the stop. And I'm loving the look of Jay here behind the stumps. Jay Tamakuwala. He's got that Jesse James look about him with his cap. I reckon after this delivery, maybe you can have a close-up of him. I just love the look. There he is. Oh, yeah, I like it. Oh, how about this? But he could be out. Oh, it's another one that dips viciously on the fielder. He does. It's a great effort from Stanikside to try and take the catch. Well, it's the old, sort of the half a chopper shot. Where here we go. Yeah. And here's the effort from Stanikside. Almost takes it. Ball just bouncing before him, though.
Yeah, it's good effort. I think he's fielded really well today, hasn't he? But he couldn't quite scoop under that one.
This is going to be 4 runs. It's a loose delivery down the leg side. And adios. There's going to be cuatro carreras. And, well, this is one for Dani to put away. It's a good start from both the openers.
Yeah, it's just an error in line, isn't it? But, yeah, I did spot something on the Logie award winning. Now, Logie won't mean much to you, but I know from growing up in Australia, Logie is kind of like the Australian version of the Emmys, like the TV awards. So the cheap seats, I think it's the most popular program there. I think this is the 3rd time that we've featured on it in their sports segment. And unfortunately, it's often for those suboptimal reasons.
Some of the bloopers, I suppose.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all part of the story, isn't it?
Yeah, this one gets past the infielder, and I think if he's not stopping it, that's going to go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. The thing is, though, we always say, Vinny, okay, you're going to see some... Look at yesterday. Yesterday when we saw that century, 100 of 22 deliveries. I mean, that's sensational. Look at some of the hat-tricks he's seen 5 wickets. There's sensational stuff as well, but what we offer you is crickettainment, and that incorporates everything.
It is. It's kind of a blend of sport and reality TV. I think it's very relatable cricket. There's lots of mistakes made. There's Rico. He's behind me. So throw in your random questions, and we're both in green today. Yeah. This could be... Oh, no. Well, just got over the bowler, didn't it? Zadran was a bit slow to get the hand up.
He was slow to get himself up. Look at him. He was like doing a squat. He just couldn't get up. And well, he tries to time this and gets it wrong.
I just saw that Jared Wilson from the Island 11 is in the chat. He said, "Can he join us in commentary in a few weeks?" Yeah, love to. If you're at the ECC, Jared, will you be there?
It's going to be a wide delivery.
Okay, so throw your random questions in. Yeah, Jared Wilson, very good player. Sabun Davitsi is in at the moment as well.
Hello.
From the Czech Republic as well, from
Yeah.
Czechia. And yeah, Czechia having a good time and a not so good time in the ECIs this year. But, I mean, it provides invaluable experience going into Group A of the ECC in just 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, there was a random question actually. And I know you got the Instagram on there, and
Yeah.
I'll raise it. It was from It's a great question.
Oh, yeah, I like this
He's
one.
saying, what is something you predict will exist in 10 years that doesn't exist today? Oh, that puts your thinking cap on, doesn't it?
Well, that's really good. Okay, end of the second over. It's 30 without loss. Something that will exist in 10 years that doesn't exist today. Well, I suppose things like self-driving cars, they're already kind of coming in. So I
Yeah.
suppose they do exist today. So something that in 10 years, I might go something like, we were talking about this the other day,
Yeah.
like hypersonic kind of air travel. So they're talking about having like a plane that could get you, say, from England to Australia in like 3 hours, something like that.
Ooh.
It goes really high and takes off.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to be the first one to try to get in one of these, but yeah, that's something I've heard of. So that's my pick. We're still waiting for flying cars. I mean, if are you Back to the Future fans out there, and we have discussed Back to the Future quite a few times on the broadcast. I like 2, 1, 3 in that order.
Yeah.
But yeah, flying cars by 2015 didn't really happen. Still a few prototypes. And now, I mean, if they require a lot of fuel, probably don't want them to happen for the environment.
Beautiful shot, this. It's a cracking, proper shot. I mean, this is pucker from Sanka. Beautifully played. Yeah. I tell you what I reckon. I reckon we're going to have, because technology is changing so quickly.
Okay.
I think it's going to be top of the range technology, which is going to be on anything like line calls, like for foot faults for bowlers. I think the boundary technology will be better. We'll know when it's a 6, it's a 4, if the
Yeah.
fielders touch the line.
Cricket
I reckon
related.
all of that will come in.
You had one of the best ideas. Do you remember what it is?
Yeah, the glowing boundary line.
Yeah,
line,
a boundary rope that lights up when it gets touched.
Right? Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Nobody's picked up on it though. What am I supposed to do?
That's a millionaire's idea right there.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. So every time, I mean, we see it all the time. Does the foot touch the rope? Well, it does.
Yeah,
because
it
look,
just lights up.
the light just
I had
zoom.
the idea of the electric rope.
Yeah.
So that if you touch
them
it,
a
it
bit
gives
of a
you an
spark.
electric shock. That's another way you could tell if the fielders touch the rope. Hello to Billy Whitlock. Well, Billy's only a teenager, and I know they won their final the other day with the under-13s team.
Oh, classy shot this. We're starting to see some really good shots in these two, and Darley's starting to turn it on here. So, yeah, so which team was that? Let's give them some congratulations.
That's Hornchurch 13s.
Oh, congratulations.
You can tell me, Billy, did you do the treble? Because I think it was the league, the cup, and there was something else, so we're waiting on another result. But I actually watched one of their games. Day one of this tournament, actually. It was during match 1 and 2. I had this on my phone, and I was watching the Hornchurch Juniors live 2020. Really great game, and yeah, nice to see them in boundaries in, so the kids can hit 4s and 6s. They were really enjoying it. Played some good cricket. This is well bowled by Stanik Zai, who's certainly made a bit of an impression as the 4th spinner for VFB Gelsenkirchen. He's doing a really good job.
Yeah, he is bowled well. I just liked him in general, and especially in the field as well. He's a burst of energy. So he's good out there. He's bowled really well. Let's see if he can finish his over well. Floats this one up there. It's another really nice shot. That's the only thing, though, isn't it? When you have something like Stanik Zai bowling, he doesn't have to bowl a bad ball, but when the power play, the batters can pick and choose. And when you got proper batters like this out there, they're just picking and choosing the areas where there's no fielders out. So it's difficult to bowl a spinner in the power play.
Yeah, good shot selection, though.
Yeah.
46 without loss after 3, and it's turned out to be a pretty good start for Clone CC, who only have 2 wins, but their 2 wins were 2 pretty big wins. So, yeah, I want to thank everyone for your comments and your questions. We've got Mossam saying, no questions, just want to say thank you for bringing so much energy in ECN. Well, that's very nice of you to say, Mossam. And so Billy said they didn't quite do the treble, but they did do the double on a count back. They didn't get the treble, but still a great season for you.
Yeah.
Of course, he's Mark Whitlock's son, the flying bus from Hornchurch. And so, yeah, Rajbir is saying maybe smart glasses will do everything for you in 10 years' time. So, yeah, hello to Charlie Hunt as well. I'm going to wave to Charlie in there. And it's good that there's a lot going on. Also, I know that Jeff from Grizzly Bear Sports he said that he'll buy me a drink. He's with Ravi Panchal at the moment, if I mention him. Well, there you go, Jeff. I'll mention it twice, and you can buy me 2 drinks. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Jeff. as we get ready for the start of the 4th over. And Anand comes on, so they're going to continue with the spin attack.
Yeah, Ravi Pancho. Well, I don't know if Ravi's managed to take a catch yet.
Did he ever get
He
home?
was trying very hard to take a catch.
Because remember with the air traffic control going haywire, wasn't he stuck for a while?
I think he had to spend the night in Frankfurt.
B20, gate B20 for the hot dogs. So if you ever get stuck in Frankfurt Airport, there's a few of them. B20.
Well, Frankfurt Airport's the place to be for Frankfurt, I suppose. That's in the slot. Doesn't quite carry to ace.
Bring a lot of money because airport hot dogs, they're not the cheapest hot dogs in the world, but they are known for them. Frankfurters, of course. Bit of food chat there. So it is random question time. Throw the random questions at us. That was a really good one by Kroom, who actually does play in the same competition as Hornchurch as well. He plays for, it was Upminster, he was telling me. And they went out the other night. They went peacocking.
Nice looking shot. Fielder's got to get down, got to get dirty, but when he tries to chase after it, and now, well, they get into each other's way there, don't they? Well, that's a Cameron Khan. So looking forward to seeing him bowl again. Remember, he did pick up 3 wickets, but somebody did suggest that he did pick up a bit of an injury, so might not be able to bowl in this one.
Yeah, well, that'd be a shame. But yeah, he's also provided a few big blows with the bat when he's had an opportunity today. Sasanka, though, who's 16 off 7. Haven't quite seen the best of him in this series so far, but he's a very good player.
Oh, well, we wanted to see what the umpire signals here. I get the feeling there might have been something on this.
Was that wrong? Didn't seem to break right to left. Yeah, a little inside edge, I think.
Yeah, there is. This is a chance here from well, Jesse James doesn't get this one.
It's more of an overspinner than anything, you see. Yeah, I mean,
He's moving too early, isn't he? He's just moved and got out of position.
The keeper can't necessarily be expected to take those when they deflect that much.
So played away out on the onside. They will just take the single.
Well, now Ravi said that Jeff has said, if I'm a better dancer than he is, he'll buy me 2 Guinnesses. Oh, dear. Hello to Kate Svilling as well. Nice to see you. And I know that the Netherlands women's team, they've had a lot of success. I know one thing we're working really hard on, again, we can't say too much about it, but we would love to have a European Cricket Championship women's as soon as we can, as this is going to be lifted up and out of the ground. Sanka cashes in. A rare bad ball from Anand. It'll be the end of the over as well after the Maximo. It is 60 without loss after 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Well, I'll tell you what, that part of the ground has been targeted today, and there's no wonder when we get into this beautiful complex that all of the parking spaces there have been cordoned off. And if you're silly enough to park there when you're going to go back to your car, there's going to be a busted windscreen or something because there's been so many balls hitting that direction. Well, hey, what's going on at the far end there? You reckon they're bringing ice creams round to us again?
No, I wouldn't complain. I enjoyed my ice cream.
There's the cart at the back. There's some ice creams in there. We'll have some over here, please.
I heard you, I overheard your conversation. One of your ice creams was there were 3 colours but no flavour. So you draw the short straw. I had a good one. I just had a simple orange kind of ice lolly. Beautiful. Yeah. What did you go for?
I don't know. I just picked one. Just take one, and it looked like one of those space rockets. Had a bit of pistachio on top. That was quite nice, but multicoloured, but
tasteless.
It was cold.
Oh well,
that was good.
1-star review from Rico on the ice creams, but thanks anyway, everyone here at the Bio Oudingen Club. Now, Akmal Shahid's got a question. Will we see Nabi at ECC for France? Great question, Akmal. I'll keep you hanging for a second. First, let's have a look at this. Should be 2 if they run hard. They do run hard. Dani certainly looks good when he gets going. Despite the direct hit, he will get a couple of runs there. Breaking news today. It's not 100% confirmed, but the whispers, and the whispers so loud I had to put earplugs in. Nabi will be playing for France at the ECC in 3 weeks' time.
Woo-woo.
Game changer.
Yeah.
Game changer. Of course, Nabi made headlines for Dreux, leading them essentially to the European trophy, the ECL, Champions League of European Club Cricket.
Okay, this guy we haven't seen much of. Have you seen Johnny before?
Johnny, yeah, he's made the 11 this time. He was 12th man earlier, and well, this is going to be knock. Oh, almost hit the production van. Well, gave him the heads up. They know when I say knock, the girls in the truck that the Grizzlies on the way, and it normally comes without warning. But that's 6 runs, and yeah, really nice shot inside out. Johnny just offering a bit of length there.
Yeah, tremendous hit. Now they're waiting to find this one. It couldn't have gone that far deep. I don't think it would have gone all the way back. It might have gone under the van, under there.
Maybe.
So, they found it.
Well, we saw a bit of limbo earlier. You need to get limbo, get low, and get under the van. I was going to say that Ravi's saying that Jeff's asking, will we ever bring a series to Ireland? I mean, we'd love to. I mean, one of the issues we've got is heading outside Europe, but I suppose a fair bit of Ireland is in Europe.
Yeah, John Gray asking a question. John, I can tell you they have. They cut the grass. Oh, dear. Let's focus on this first.
Uh-oh.
This is a blooper, and it's from the ace. Well, I tell you what, sometimes they say the ace is the best card. Some games you play ace is just one.
You read my mind. Sometimes the ace is high, sometimes the ace is low. In the end, he's not low enough to stop that. Oh, look, even the best fielders, they make mistakes. You know, that's one thing you got to realise. Even the best fielders in the world, they make mistakes. You just got to shake it off.
Though, isn't it? Rare error. We've seen put a difficult chance down as well of the bowling of his captain, and then that error. It's going to be a wide, so this partnership keeps going. Yeah, so going back to John Gray, yeah, what they do, they did cut the grass this morning, and what they did also, they moved the rope to one side, cut the grass, and put the rope back. Because what happens sometimes, because especially when you're in a ground like this that has a lot of dew in the morning, the rope also starts to sink. So
in.
that's why you can see it pretty well.
Some of our cables around here that are now underground cables.
Yeah.
They didn't start as underground cables.
You cannot see those to the right of you now.
This will be 4. This gets a fair bit of bat on this. Well, there is what we hoped was the ice cream truck. But meanwhile, Darnie, he's brought up his 50 and he's done it very, very well so far. Cologne CC only 2 wins in the series. And he gets a good ovation from his teammates as well.
Oh, look at that foot fielding from the boys out there as well. Oh, dear. You're on camera. You can't be doing foot fielding. It looks like they're putting a banner up there. I thought they were coming around with some ice creams. Anyway, great knock. Great half century. 52 of 19 deliveries from Akshay Darnie. It's going to be a wide. It doesn't want to change what he's done. He's batted sensibly. He's played proper good shots. I want to ask a question to Ravi. Ravi, how the proposals coming? I put a shout out when Ravi was doing a little bit of umpiring there in Dresden, and I said, well, he's still single. And Ravi was telling me that his Instagram hasn't stopped with all the potential wives to be coming on board.
Well, they got it again. What, heads up?
Well, I tell you what, that ball is a bit of a magnet, isn't it? And if the ball is following it.
It's Vinesh, I think. Just says, hey, can you settle down, please? But it'll be 4 more. Ouch. Azar Andani's in the live as well. Who else have we got? Oh, we got Olivier Ellenbaas as well, who I think we'll see as part of the Netherlands 11 this weekend. Hello to you. Hopefully you're going well. Akmal's got another question. Will Corey be coaching Spain or be on the commentary box? Well, he'll be coaching Spain in their group, but apart from that, he'll be in the commentary box.
And this one we go all the way, I think, will it? The fielder gets back. Well, I can't tell if he's taking this or not. I reckon he's taking this outside the field to play. I'm sure he has. I reckon this is a little bit of bolle. I think he might be okay with the height. Is it coming down? I think it is. But yeah, that's 6 runs. We couldn't see from behind the tree. But yeah, he has taken the catch, but he's taken it beyond the boundary rope.
Yeah, really nice shot. Timed it very, very well. Takes us to the end of the over, and the score is 88 without loss. Well, what a start this is for Cologne CC, a team that have only ever won, not ever, but the only team that won 2 matches this year. But the 2 they've won really well.
Yeah.
They're a confidence team right now. They're looking full of confidence. And on a make-or-break day here, Gelsenkirchen, they've had a shocker so far. They're 0-2, and they're staring down the barrel of a big chase here in match 45.
They certainly help. Put the lights on, will you?
Yeah, it looks dark, doesn't it? Because the sun's behind us. I prefer that at least. We were staring into the... I think got permanent retina damage from the start of the day.
Yeah.
And it was hot as well, wasn't it? But here's Ace. Shuffle to the start of the pack.
Oh, they're taking it on and...
Well, how are you going to describe this, Jay?
He's fallen off his horse. Jesse James has fallen off his horse. Have a look at
dear.
Oh, dear.
Oh, ouch. Yeah, got his foot caught in the stirrups. Are there any noises you can't do, Rico? Anyway, Rico's lost it here. It's a single now.
Oh, dear. Okay. Well, this is what we love, don't we? This is the European Cricket Network at its best. And, well,
worth sticking around for, wasn't it?
Tamakawala probably thought, well, if I have the gloves and the pads on, it'll be easier for me. Well, it's not. He's finding it difficult. As well bowled from the ace.
All right, so I'm going to wind up my live in a moment. Yeah, well, Richard saying hi to Rico. I think they all like that little behind-the-scenes look.
Edge chance. Oh, down it goes. And
well, that's the quicksand there, isn't it? They should get an overthrow if they're paying attention. They will. But nobody can hold their feet. In the end, an edge. Could have been gone. Instead, it's 2 runs.
Yeah, it should have been gone, wouldn't it? I mean, it was a straightforward catch. He gets his hands to it. Down it goes. So, just watch this again. It's well bowled. It's right in the right areas. And, disappointment for Ace. I like the way that the young man is not letting his emotions get away from him.
Well bowled.
Yeah, he's well bowled. And I'm just wondering if he stays in his crease here or not.
I think he does. I love, this is just a genuine leg spinner. And so, yeah, you're right about that. He's kind of flirting with the line, wasn't he? Sanka. Oh, again, that's a genuine outside edge. Of course, there's no chance of staying on your feet in that part of the ground as Gopal goes down. And just be a single this time. End of the over at 93 without loss. More people in here. We've got Umed Tariq, who, of course, started the season with our first and our second hat-tricks in the same game. Hello, Umer. Hopefully you're well. Rana Huzaifa is watching probably from around Bologna, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully you're well. We've got Toby and Jack, I think, from Cricket District, who are in the chat as well. What do you got there? What are you doing behind? What is that? Rubber snake. Ah, where do you get this stuff? Look at this. Again, lucky you're not on camera right now. But hello, everyone. Thanks very much. Yeah. And he's just reminded me, Mr. Double Hat-tricks in the house. He didn't have to remind me because he's giving me the snake. I don't know. We'll have to get this on the camera in a second. So this is what Rico's tried to scare me with. The old, here we go, the old rubber snake. Where did you pick this up?
Oh, well, you know.
You know what it's good for. There you go.
No, you know what that's for? That's for karma. Don't spoil it, because we know somebody who is very, very frightened of snakes, don't we?
So, well, there you go. Well, you can have your rubber snake back.
Yeah,
we have had a few. Remember, we had some spiders before. Remember the Spanish supporters gave us a little spider. It wasn't little; it was huge, actually. Anyway, we're back, and we're good to go with 4 overs remaining. 155 pace at the moment. They're flying, aren't they? Hello to Atul Patel as well. I noticed in the YouTube chat, Nico Fernando's there. He'll be part of the series next week, playing for Kent Lanka in Rome.
Nice looking shot, but they've got the field well placed now. There was a few times that they went through. So the boys are doing well with these banners, aren't they? They're putting them up all over the place. They're
pretty good job.
Yeah, they're.
I've got a good random question from Kroom.
What's that?
Does your family or friends have any weird traditions? Good question. Any weird traditions? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I've got quite a few. Mine was like, one thing was that you never cut your nails in the night time for some reason. You can't cut your nails at night time. Yeah, you can't cut your nails at night time. And
can't cut your nails at night time.
Yeah, you can't cut your nails. I never know what that was about. So maybe somebody knows that in the chat why you don't. Okay, this is going to be taken surely. Yeah, no mistakes this time. So the first wicket finally goes, and it's going to be Akshay Dani who will fall for 63. But what a good knock it's been from him. And well, the ace, he goes back to hiding behind the tree, but he comes out, he pops out. It's like a little creature that's hiding in there. He's camouflaged and he pops out to take the catch, and he goes back in hiding. There he goes, takes the catch. Nice one, but a good partnership that comes to an end of 94. But well batted to Dani, gets a half century.
Yeah, the ball chases the ace, and it's a simple catch that time, really.
You know what I'm going to do? Okay, I'm going to put this. You know those guys are coming this way. I'm going to put it in the grass over there.
Yeah, do it. That's a good idea.
See what it gets.
Go and do that.
I'm going to do that.
I was just going to say that seeing we spend all day at the cricket, all the daylight hours, he's just gone to hide the snake and try and spook the guys putting up the banner. Maybe we can show the guys setting the banner up in a moment. Zanad gets the wicket. Now he's going to get 2. So Demiwal is going to go first ball, and it's a nice catch. Madana Gopal has had a few issues in the last few minutes in that area, but that is a golden duck. And again, it's just a thick outside edge. Easily taken, even though he was kind of looking into the sun there. And so 1 brings 2. That's 94 for 2. And Panwal will come out number 4 to face hat-trick ball. Here comes the duck noise. He's back. Mike Jones there, number 14. Don't forget, he took a double hat-trick last year as well in Croatia. 4 and 4. Whoever gets the next hat-trick, they'll be the bottom of the second page.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go.
All right.
And it's Mana Panwal, who's played some good innings himself as well. And, well, that's a genuine lead. But nice bit of movement there from Anand.
Steph Solomon is in the chat as well. Anna is asking me where's the next tournament. We're in Rome, actually, next. So we are back in Italy. And should be an 8-team tournament there. I know that Nico Fernando is in the YouTube chat right now. Fast ball the 7th.
And this one will go all the way. Bolle, brrrr. Ginna sona shakalagia, and a nice way to bring up the 100. So the 100 comes up in this, the end of the 7th over. So they'll be looking here once again, Vinny. Surely they're knocking on the door of 150, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, if they keep it up, there's a lot of cricket still to play in this 3 overs. As we have a look ahead to tomorrow, and it will be day 10. Bias Spartans have a big day. They'll play 3 times. Clone Challengers, again, they've had an interesting time. They'll finish their tournament first up in matches 46 and 47. We'll also see the boosters again. But Blue Stars are here as well. Gelsenkirchen finish their campaign tomorrow as well. Join us same time as Ace bowls a leg spinner and gets driven away. This will take some catching. In fact, it won't be caught. It'll be 4 runs. Sanka has batted through at the moment. Hasn't faced a lot, but he gets 4 runs to start the over.
Yeah, it's a good positive shot. Hits it on the up. Maybe just a little bit short there.
I've got Shahid asking, did I eat samosas today? Haven't had the chance, but I'm certainly samosa curious. You did say it was World Samosa Day today.
It is, yeah, World Samosa Day. So we're going to have a samosas. What's your favourite? Chicken, vegetable,
Anything.
or lamb?
Ooh.
High up in the air, and it's going to be 6.
Well, I mean, we couldn't really see if he's inside the rope or not, but Rubesh had a chance to catch that and hand it off if he was going to fall over the rope. Again, it's in the sealed section, so we won't be able to see this on the replay. But, yeah, it was almost a catchable ball. Instead, it goes for 6. Maximo time. Corey Ruckers is in the chat right now as well. Hello, Corey.
Hello,
Hopefully
Corey.
you're well. And Richard Bird watching from Hornchurch is saying Adil's still fuming that I hit him for 4 in the golden ball. This will be a wide. That was when I played it was a sponsors weekend game. World Cocktail Day, Corey said today, which he's probably making up. I want to say hello to Piers Fletcher, who will be coaching the Netherlands 11 this weekend as well, I'm sure. Diana Orris is in the chat as well. Well, there you go. Any random questions you'd like to throw our way, feel free. And, yeah, Rana wants to know that, his leg before stumps here. Have a look at this at the end. And Ace has got pretty good hands. Unfortunately, they let him down this time. Don't know if we've got this right at the end. He just thinks, right, that's the end of the action. And the ball comes in and...
Okay, this is catchable. Fielders comes in and he puts another one down.
Well, we don't want to see that again. So can we go back to Ace getting hit in the kneecaps? Let's have a look at it. Punwa gets lucky there. And it's Usman Zadran that puts it down. Yeah, here we go. This is the one we want to see. Here it comes. And
Ow.
yeah. So he's had a bad minute. So that's happened. And then the next ball was a pretty easy catch down to deep square leg. And it gets put down. And we get both replays because our crew are amazing.
Well, this one is big. And I think it's going to go all the way. It does go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Qué grande, qué guay, qué genial. 6 más. Well, the runs are coming thick and fast. Yeah, it is World Samosa Day today. It's also National Cheese Pizza Day as well. So you're going to have a feast tonight,
Yeah,
really. And if it is, I'm sure it's not. Score is telling us a lie. If it is cocktail day, well, you can have a few cocktails as well.
Definitely got room for both. Last ball of the 8th over coming up. 119 the score.
Okay, up in the air, chance, and of course he takes it, but he takes it lying down, and that is going to be the end of the captain, Sanka, who unfortunately goes just short of his half century. It's not the first time he's missed out on getting to it, and he'll go for 44 or ball number 20. Good catch taken, because once again, it's that area. It's got to be called the sticky corners. I mean, down he goes.
Yeah.
But he holds on to it. That's a nice catch, well taken by Madagonpal.
Yeah, Manana Gopal. Yeah, did you get him with the snake? Yeah, all right. So, you see, he always pops in there. Well, it's all happening here. Last game of the day. Did you get him with the rubber snake? Yeah, got him pretty good. Sounds like. And hello to Uzair Shah. Nice to see you as well. And yeah, Rana wants to know when we're in Rome. Starting Monday, so for 2 weeks, starting September 11, and we'll be there until September 24. So yeah, come to the Roma Cricket Ground, home of Roma CC, and yeah, get involved. All right. So, we missed the reaction when the Bayer guys have been spooked by the rubber snake, but it sounds like, Rico, for once, a practical joke has come together.
It worked. They, they saw the grass in the snake in the grass, and they were slightly frightened in the same way that the fielder was frightened of this one coming the way. That's the 120 that goes up on the board. So a good start to this, the 9th over. It all happens on the 9th, doesn't it? Stanek Zai comes back and he gets blasted for a 6.
Mozam's asking what's the most loved sport in Germany. He's put a whole list of them. Probably football is going to be number 1. He wants to see cricket in the top 10.
Goes for another. This is a good hit. Well, 2 out of 2. Well, this is fantastic hitting here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just muscled, isn't it? Just reaches, doesn't dance, keeps his back foot in the crease, but he's such a powerful guy. Hello to Mark Best as well. He's watching from Ireland, and we know that CIYMS, his club, have qualified for ECL 24, so big congratulations to you,
Watch out for the
Bestie.
snakes. Watch out for the snakes.
Yeah, well...
That's where I should put one. Just there.
How's he got there? What's the implement he's got? Little.
It's a poop scoop or something like that.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. These balls are so hard to find in these bushes.
Oh, look at that. There's some action there for you. There's Zorro in action.
It's like Tarzan, isn't it? You won't want to swing from those vines. And Vasi, he's actually lost a few balls. Nice look at the old draws there as well from Vasi Karan.
Bit of action for you. Anyway, that's what we have to go for to find these balls. It doesn't manage to get this one away, does Panwa, but 2 really nice strikes. Stanek Zai just keeps this one to the 1. It all happens in the 9th, and it has so far 6-6 and a single.
A few people arguing on the spell. Wow. Well,
I'm going to say, Diana, take the snake over there. Just throw it in there. Just throw it. I want to see you on your camera. Go on.
They must see it.
Go on, do it.
If you're going to try that hard, you must see it. This is going to get past the back. So, yeah. Hello to Sorab. Top 4 teams for the semis of World Cup 2023. Oh, tough. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say... I'm going to say Australia won't make it. There you go.
Oh, yeah, really?
I'll just
you have a feeling,
throw that out there in India. I'll go India, Pakistan, England, New Zealand. There you go. Throwing that out there. But I don't know. I only really get to see highlights of matches that are ECN matches because of the schedule. So, I kind of go on the results. It doesn't always give you the full impression.
Even that's hard to do, right?
Yeah.
Because when you have a full day of cricket, there's so many other things you need to try and do.
Yeah.
That sometimes cricket is the last thing that you want to watch. I must admit, I'm enjoying watching some of the football these days. The Premier League has started again early days. So enjoying the football. Watch some of the German football when it was off as well. Okay, high up in the air, Jesse James after it, and he...
Oh, no! Boy!
That is a big-time wipeout, but he's taken a catch. And it's not Jesse James that's taken it. Oh, this is a crazy catch, and it's Stanek Zai. Habiola Stanek Zai. And Jesse James, you saw him fall off his horse once before. This time he's been, a sniper's had him. That is a big... I'm glad they're both okay. But have a look at this. They crash into each other. Oh, and how does he keep the ball in his hand? That is a tremendous hit. And Stanek Zai, well...
There's not much of Stanek Zai either. He's not the biggest human being. But, I mean, it's actually Tamakuala, despite having more padding, that has come off worse for wear in that collision. I mean, you could see it happening, couldn't you? They both went for it.
Yeah.
Neither one was willing to give up. And it looks like Tamakuala's injured his shoulder slightly, but I do think he'll continue. But what a catch. And I think we've got our HCL software player of the day, Rico.
We certainly have. I mean, just have a look at this. They absolutely crash into each other. And Jesse James was after it. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up on the Iba. And then, this happens. Stanek Zai, bang. And look, he's been absolutely hit proper. He's been sent a mile. And he holds onto the catch. That's quite an amazing catch. It really is because... Well, he got the full force of Tamakuala there. But well done to Stanek Zai. So 133 is the score. That's 9 overs. Well, we say it all happens in the 9th, don't we? Nobody believes us when we say it all happens in the 9th. Well, it does. 1, 3, 3 for 4. And how many came off that 9th over? 14 off it, including the wicket. A couple of sixes it started off with, but he came back well, didn't he? did the bowler. And, what? That's quite an amazing. How did he even get? How did he
That
get
was unbelievable, actually. I want to say quick hello to Ilias Bartas, who's watching from Greece. Very good spin bowler. Rubesh is back, and he almost misses the widest pitch in European cricket. They're going to take the extra one. Some of our South African viewers have lip-read what Ace said when he got hit in the shins as well, and it's not fit for broadcast. I want to say hello to Atul Patel. Nice to have you joining us as well. Rob Levers watching from Romania, and FSV is enjoying the commentary. That's very nice of you to say.
Be a wide, I think. Oh, it's got to.
He calls it.
Okay.
Good call.
Yeah, it has to be a wide, and it gets called. Rubish doesn't like the call. Rubish is saying that rubbish. It's not rubbish. It's a wide.
Saurabh is saying, Team India desperately need a wicket keeper. Can I join for the spot? Believe it or not, despite having two Indian grandparents, I don't think it's that easy for me. And I'll give that as the reason that I can't. Not just the fact that I'm 42 years old and haven't played for over a decade. Rubesh, again, struggling with his control, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's slowing it down a little bit just to try and get a bit of control. But, of course, now in the 10th over, he's not getting the same kind of swing. Hello to Billy Palmer as well. And it's been fun. We'll have to wind it up in a second.
Yeah, I don't know if you touched on a question if somebody was asking earlier, will Ace be playing for Germany? Yeah, he
Regan,
will be. He's on the list. He gets this one through.
Weekend. Yeah, we'll get away with this one. Yeah, so Ace certainly wants to play cricket for Germany. And he does qualify on account of his father being German, even though he was born and raised in South Africa. But yeah, he's enjoying his time here.
Crunched. And Gia, Shaka, Lugga, and one of the batters who's due to come in. Looks like he wants to take the catch, just Nagaboka, and then he says, nah, I think I'll leave it. Of course, we won't see it because the tree's in the way, but that's a good hit.
It was pretty amusing, I will say that. Yeah, Naga bailed out of it. Hello to Stan, who I think we'll see this weekend as well for Netherlands 11. Hello to Sean, who's in the chat as well. All right, this is coming our way, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo Shazad has lifted them up, and it seems that 150 is a certainty now. They're 149 with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, good hitting this, and Kern CC, well, they came up here knowing once again that really hopes of finishing and getting into Friday's finals on, but they put on a show, haven't they? 149 for 4. And it's going to be wide. That brings the 150 up. And one man who's had a dismal day today is the captain, Rubish.
I'm going to have to address something, which I know it's been suggested that we call Derek something different in every country. But here's the thing. It's the same cartoon, and we've bonded with Derek. So I like the idea of it. Unless we were going to have separate cartoons where like they wear a beret when we're in France or whatever, then I'm for it. But otherwise, I think we just know him too well. All right. Well, this is going to bring rain. There's no chance it's going to be caught. And it's so high, they'll probably get 2. Good throw, might be interesting. And they are going to get back for 2. So that's why, as we see the 150 coming up now, I think Derek's Derek. We just, it's like saying you're going to call your child something different in different countries.
Yeah, it's been suggested that we should.
I like the thinking of it. And if we can get more animations, sure.
Yeah.
But we all know Derek
Speaking of, there are a couple that we've got to work on, right? Are we going to get them ready for... Because Derek will make his debut.
Well, here's the thing.
ECC,
we don't actually know where Derek came from. So...
Do we not?
No, we don't. Stork brought him. So I'm unaware of who to ask to do it. But I do like the idea of a Royal Derek.
Yeah.
The laughing Derek, I mean, we'll see him pretty much every game because it's just wicket off the last ball.
That's true, actually.
But I guess for a duck.
What about Peacock Derek on a Friday?
I like that.
Yeah.
All right. This is the last ball of the innings, and it's going to be coming down with snow on it.
Oh, he takes it. He takes it.
I mean, look.
I love it.
I mean, he's more hair than man, isn't he, out there? But he has taken the catch.
Look at that is a proper... he thinks... But first of all, congratulations for taking the catch because he put one down earlier.
Yeah.
It comes out of his hand and he holds on to it. And that's the biggest smile that we've seen on today. Do you love the European Cricket Network? Of course you do. Well, he loves it. Look at the smile. But look at the hair as well. There's a bit of the... what was it? What would you say here?
Well, you said, we were talking about horses before. He's got a full mane, doesn't he?
Yeah. Adam the Ant comes to mind. Adam the Ant.
All right. Well, that will be the end of the 10 overs. And Clone CC are going to finish 152 for 5. Well, VFB Gelsenkirchen, they do have some batting. If it clicks, there's a chance. We have seen some pretty high scoring games where we have seen 300 runs scored. Will this be one of them, or will VFB be staring at a winless day on their biggest day in the ECS so far? Still to come as we look back at the highlights of the first innings of match 45.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's in their hands, isn't it? Because they did get a big result that went their way in that Aachen derby when the Aachen Rising Stars beat PSV Aachen. So get a win here, and it will feel like they've had 2 wins in the day as opposed to just the one. But of course, the last thing that you need is another defeat, because then you think the chances for making it to Friday's finals day is not going to go their way. And one team that will be happy with the result going this way is the team that we saw lose last time round, and that will be PSV Aachen. They're all to play football. Once again, I'll say this, I've said this all the time, 3 players have to perform. I think Ace Pras, who is due a big knock, he's got to come good in this one. The likes of Runit Satapati has, and well, Madana Gopal, who really couldn't get going last time round when he made I think a runner ball 23. He's got to get going as well. If they can get going and one of those 3 go big, then we're going to could finish with a really good, exciting run chase. That was a nice catch there taken from Madana Gopal, a man that I'm talking about that has to come good with the bat. But there was some good hitting here, and I like the way that Kern CC were well led by the captain. But what about that for a catch? And we saw some sensational things, didn't we? But that was where we saw the wicketkeeper Tamakuwala collide with Staniksai. But Staniksai, off his own bowling, held on to the catch, but the boundaries kept on coming. And then there's a lovely moment there at the end. A young man, Milan, I think it was Milan Jani was that who takes the catch there right at the end. What a wonderful moment there as well for him. So, you have a look at the scores. 152 for 5, 44 from Sanka, and then Akshay Dani, I think he batted beautifully for 63. A very good opening partnership from the openers. That one was worth 94. And well, after Deepak Demiwal gets a golden duck, Mana Panwa, he came and scores 20. Watch out for him with the ball as well. If he gets his line right with his spin, he could be pretty dangerous as well. And then the Shazad there right towards the end gets a valuable contribution in as well as he scores 14. Let's have a look at the bowlers here. 2 wickets for Vishu Anand, 2 for 21. And expensive was the captain again, 37. But he does pick up a wicket this time round. And well, Milan Jani, first time having a look at him bowl, didn't bowl too badly. Just didn't have the best of luck, did he? And there was a couple of catches there that could have gone his way. And Ace Pras, he picks up 1 for 23. But Ace has got to be the top trump when it comes to the batting this time. If he bats well, and the likes of Satapati and Madana Gopal bat around him, then they could go on and get a good score on the board. They've got 1 or 2 others there, and I like to see something like Alom Dali. Get him up the order. We've seen that he can give you something with the bat, so I like to see him up there. And Kamran Khan, remember, he came in, he was batter was retired out, and that was Madana Gopal was retired out to let him come in, and he scored 11 quick fire runs off the last over as well. So everything to play for. Are we going to see a cracking run chase? The last match of this day, number 9. Match number 45 in the balance, I feel. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy when we come back in less than 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the last match of the day. Hello everybody, and you can tell from the long shadows that it is the last innings of day 9, and it is the last one, of course, of match number 45. Kern CC just coming just to play the one match, and it's their final match as well. 152 for 5. We've seen their captain bat well. Well done to him, to Sanka. Get some good valuable runs on the board for his side, and also Akshay Dani, 63 for him of 24 deliveries, helps his team to this score. And looks like they're going to go with maybe a little bit of spin to start off with. It's going to be Vinay Kashyap. I don't mind it. The thing is, though, you've got two dangerous batters out there. Madana Gopal, let's see if he can find his mojo again. He sort of went a bit off the boil, didn't he, last time round? It was just like a runner ball, 23 or 24. He ended up with almost bats. Well, he had to be retired out in the end when he batted all the way out to the last over. Going to start with a wide. It gets chased by the batter. So a wide to start from Kashyap. And Ace is the non-striker. Well, he goes for it. High up in the air. Could be a wicket. And it could be a start with a golden duck, and it will be the first legal delivery. So the first ball of the innings gets the wicket. He just gets floated up there. He tries to crunch it as hard as he can, but he doesn't really get the footwork in. And that's going to be the end of Madana Gopal, and that's a disastrous start, isn't it? So it's going to be a golden duck. And, well, we'll catch up with him. There he goes. Well, I suppose he had to go. And I think, I just get the feeling, though, he's probably better off sort of doing that, getting out for nothing, than staying there and using 24 balls to get 24. So, in a way, I don't think that's a bad result. You've got other batters that can come out there. And we've seen many a time where we could go first ball and then the team go on and put a massive partnership together and win the match. And this is going to be play for a boundary. Yeah, it gets it over the infielder, and it's going to be 4 to run it. Satapathy, so he's not hanging around. Nice shot. So Satapathy up and running. Just a little bit short there, if anything, from Kashyap. And because he's on the stumps, he allows the batter to play on that side. Goes wider this time. It's a better delivery, but probably a better shot as well. From Satapathy says, okay, with no fielder over there, I'll go for this. I wonder if we're going to see a change here now. Maybe we are. There's a lot of fingers being pointed to say, hey, we probably need 2 on that side. The captain, what's he doing here? I think he is deploying that move, so one man goes across, but they still leave just the one on the boundary. Don't really, this move doesn't really make much sense to me because he's hitting over the top of the 30-yard circle. So just putting another man across in the 30-yard circle on the leg side achieves nothing. And there he goes. Oh, fingertips on this. A good-looking shot. Well, after getting the wicket, he's gone for 3 boundaries on the spin. And 4, and now another 4. So just a little bit too short. And that's the way it goes. See, that's what I was saying. Sometimes a wicket goes early. And, okay, it wasn't meant to be for the opening batter, Madana Gopal. He gets out the way. And that means that Runit comes out earlier. And he's on it straight away. And this one will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, this is ending up being just another normal over on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to everybody as well. A lot of conversation in the chat. And remember, it is the final match of the day, the final innings as well. So any random questions you got on there, fire them through. And myself and Vinny Sandy, who will join me shortly, will do our best to answer them. A few people wondering, well, what happened to Derek? Well, he is there. Oh, this one's a bit of an inside edge. I don't think it has the legs to go to the boundary. They will take just the one. That will be the end of the over, and that one means that over, well, it gives us a little bit of everything. We see a wicket. It also goes magical. So 20-1 after the first. So though they lose that wicket, they're on touch with where they need to be. In fact, they're ahead. As we have a look at this, 247 matches since a golden ball. If this ends up being one, well, it will be the best ever. With the scores, what they'll be. We could have one here. Why not indeed? I don't mind it. 152 to 152. Bring it on. What a finish it will be to the day. So a great start. Satapati, 19 of 5 deliveries, and with that single, he'll stay on strike as well. So they're now going to go to a little bit of pace, and it's a Sharifola Shazad to bowl. In comes Sharifola. Oh, well, that's a good delivery. He's in the right areas. That's the thing here. We saw a lot of deliveries there. That first over from Kashyap was just, he's flighting him up, but it was too much into the body. Allowed the batters to play on the onside and play freely. But that one gets it in a good corridor. That corridor off the off peg. So dot ball to start for Sharifola Shazad. Short again. This guy's is away. They want the single and thinks about the throw and doesn't. And that's a good thinking because there's nobody there at mid wicket. If he throws this and misses the stumps, it's just going to go all the way to the boundary. Field now has to change because they bring him up long on to give extra protection where they've gone a wide third, so sort of, I would say, a backward point really, and a wide, a long off on the boundary. That's a good delivery, good areas, and you can see why this move has been made. He's gonna target that. He's gonna bowl that heavy ball, isn't he? So get it, bang it into the deck, short of a length, and Pruss is going to try and just guide it down maybe to third. But he doesn't shy away from the shot, so he will have a go. And the chances are, if he does get a little snick on this, it'll go finer than the man that's been set there. Shazad. Good delivery. But so far, it goes exactly to where the player is. So good field set here from the bowler and the batter combining. Of course, the wicketkeeper is the captain, Sasanka Sanka. So he's got a good place to be, I think, to set the field when you're in that wicket-keeping position. He's happy with it at the moment. They'll take the single. And it doesn't change to Ronit, which surprises me a little bit. Ronit is more likely to target the long on stroke mid-wicket area, but they keep the field the same. Yeah, okay, well, this is a pat, I think. It's a shake of the head from the umpire. So you can see where he's giving it a rub. He said, if you like, I'll show you the bruise. And yeah, a little bit too high as well. Sasanka starts the appeal and then withdraws. I think he realises straight away that is not off the bat. But the good, sharp delivery as well. What an over this is. And, well, when, as a captain, you see the first over go for plenty, what do you need? You need a good one. And this one, only 2 have come from it with this. The last ball off the over. Satapati, you get the feeling we want to try and get a half to one of this one. And he's not able to. It's a really good, a very, very good over. And you can see a big smile on the face there from Sanka, the captain. He's got the gloves on today because that's the perfect response that he needed. 22 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. We can have a look at where the teams are here. And you can see why this is such an important match for VFB. Gunson Kirsten has a welcome back into the cube. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Well, it is, because if they lose this, it's hard to see them getting through. The best they could do is 11 points, and you already got, you know, the 4th place being 10. So it's a real tough one. But on Blue Stars, again, they could end up on 13 points. You can just see it's far from settled, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, Buyer Boosters and Golden Star Bond looking pretty good at the moment because they're in the top 2 with, you know, game in hand over, at least a game in hand over who's underneath. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Ace's shoulders here, I think. as we get ready for the third over. He's facing Dani.
Oh, this is a good shot. He backs himself. It's almost like he's preempted this shot. He says, I'm going to play it. I don't care what. And he gets the ball that he wants as well. Smashes it away. Good hit. 6 runs. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ken has some length to work with. He's got real fast hands. He's got a really solid technique. It's been great to watch him. And yeah, I'll be really curious to see how he goes this weekend. I hope he gets some opportunities in that ECI against 2 of the strongest teams in international European cricket, in Belgium and the Netherlands 11. Belgium, don't forget, they made the final in 2021 in the Euros. The Netherlands won it last year. So he's going to have to take on some of the best players in Europe, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes.
Yeah, he's certainly got the technique, and I think he's got the mindset as well as a young guy. And oh, he's going to go. That's really good bowling. I don't think, you know what, this is a surprise. That fielder was on the boundary, and I don't think that Price has realised that he's been brought in. So he plays his shot thinking the fielder's on the boundary, and he's looking to run and take a single. He can't believe that he's there, and he's put it in his hands. Yeah,
it's just a little dab, isn't it? You're probably right. You know, he's been brought up. He's inside the circle. It's a big moment in the game. It's a big blow for VFB as Ace is shuffled to the bottom of the deck, and he's going to have to go. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, good catch taken. A good reply there from Dani as well. He gets smashed for a big 6, and then he gets his man. Just bangs it in a little bit shorter outside the off. You can see what Ace was trying to do. It's one of those, isn't it? I think a lot of people, when you're talking about this shorter format, would say, well, why don't you just swing hard at that one, be more aggressive? Because as we've seen so many times, if you're aggressive on it, you get an edge, it flies over that man. But sometimes, if you are naturally a correct player, then that's the sort of shots you play, and he's just unlucky. He just forgets where the fielder is. A good wicket for Dani into the pads, and well, you can see what this means to Kern CC. They want this victory, and he gets their smiles on their faces at the moment, and so they should be, because they've got 2 dangerous batters out.
Yeah, well, Dali has done some good things, and so Satapathy, but they need a big partnership, don't they? Because otherwise this is drifting away, and you just get the feeling that their finals hopes are drifting away with them. And PSV had a stumble, but I think that if that was a minor stumble, VFB have kind of wiped themselves out today.
Big swing. Gets a little bit too excited here, sees it short, plays it far too early, and doesn't really get himself in a good position either.
Yeah, Dani's a good player, isn't he? He provides a lot at the top of the order for Clone CC. And look, for Clone CC, they're a team, we saw them make the top 4 last year. They're a pretty good cricket team. Just hasn't really happened for them this time around. It's a heartbreaking loss in the Clone derby that kind of hurt them. Hurt their chances a lot. No, now we'll see the bowler threatening to field it, which is enough to stop the single. Dali starts with 3 dot balls.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to back yourself to go here. The bowler's not going to get it. Even if he does, he's got a lot to do to try and get it back to the keeper or hit the stumps. But they just stay rooted in their creases, both the batters. Okay, hits this pretty well and should get a boundary, and he will get a boundary. So 4 runs into that vacant mid-wicket area. So it will be the end of the over, but still, even though that boundary comes off that one from Dani, he'll finish with just 10 coming off it, and just 2 boundaries, the big 6 from Ace before he was caught very well by Deepak. And now that one that goes for 4. Doesn't this ground look absolutely amazing? And we because we're so used to it, we don't really focus on it so much. Just look how good it looks. It's picturesque. It's a beautiful ground, and well, I think if you're playing on that anywhere in the world, you'll be more than happy to turn up every morning to play cricket on that ground. It's just fantastic. It's made for cricket lovers. It really is. It's a little bit of everything there. The pitch plays so well for the batters. That's why we've seen 3 centuries here. Bowlers have enjoyed it as well. We've seen plenty of hat-tricks and 5-wicket hauls. Fielders like it. You can dive around.
Yeah.
Make some stunning catch. It's just a great pitch. It's a great venue.
It is a really good venue. That's why the German national team are doing a lot of work here. As we see this blasted away. Well, what a shot. They need something to happen, and that happens pretty quick. Satapathy lasers it over deep point out of the ground. Maximal 6 runs.
What a shot that is. And I'm liking the look of Ronit Satapathy as well. Look at the shades there. Oh, yeah, he looks like a man on a mission, doesn't he? He's got the shades on. It's like he's got the Speedway shades on.
Actually makes sense when you're basically looking into the sun. We have seen some international batters batting in the shades. I mean, it kind of makes sense if you field in the shades, and I can understand why you don't necessarily bowl in them because they might fall off or bounce around. But if it's bright enough to field in the shades, I'm surprised we don't see more batters batting in the shades.
Yeah.
Asanka Gurusinghe was one guy that used to always wear them for Sri Lanka. In fact, he started wearing them in the night matches as well. True story.
Seriously?
Sometimes.
Good pace to the fielder, no run.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So basically, our message to our friends from Belgium and the Netherlands is to bring your shades.
Bring your shades.
Yeah.
And it's good that they'll need them, I think, because the weather forecast is pretty good. In fact, tomorrow we're expected to hit 30 for the first time. I don't think we quite hit 30, although right now it's still 29, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, so the weather for the rest of the week, 30, 30, 29, 29, 30. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. And I
Short
know,
sleeves.
listen, when it's 30 here, because it was 30 in Dresden, up in the 30s, well, he loses his run there, so we carry on talking for it. When it got to 30 plus in Dresden, as it did, probably 3 or 4 days on the spin, it was
Yeah, because there's not really a huge wind here. When we saw a bit of wind earlier, but a lot of the time it's been calm.
Yeah.
So the heat just hangs.
I think we need a toldo here for the mornings when it's sunny. You know?
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Nice hit.
Just
But
put the
there's
front
sweeper
down and do
there.
it off the TV. I mean, half the ground's behind trees anyway. What do you think?
Yeah, we got to do something, I reckon. And
It is, yeah.
Get a chiller in.
I mean, the thing is, often it's basically an office. And don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful office. And people that are stuck in cubicles, they'll be saying, oh, you know, don't complain or whatever. But if you had to try and look at a computer screen and the sun was behind it for about 2 or 3 hours in the morning, it's not particularly easy.
It's so difficult to see anything, isn't
Yet
it?
to see what what colour my forehead is at the end of the day.
I'm just about to make reference to that. You've got a glow about you today, definitely. Okay, this is high in the air, and it's Panwar gets under it, and he makes no mistakes at all. Nice catch there from Manav. It's another wicket that goes. And Alam Dali, who played a very good and very important innings earlier on in the day, never got a chance in the last match, but he gets an opportunity in this one. But you see here, he's leaning back.
Yeah.
Because he's leaning back, that ball is only going up in the air.
And he didn't really fight the instinct to hit it up. He just thought, hopefully I can hit it far enough to get it up and over the rope. But it wasn't really that close, as Panwar did well and kept his nerve. I suppose we saw a bit of wind earlier. I remember that Ace Pross actually took a catch down long on where it was kind of blowing all over the place. But this one, although it's high, doesn't really move around in the air. And so it'll be the third wicket to fall, 39 for 3. This will bring Vishu Anand to the crease. But yeah, Gelsenkirchen had a promising partnership there, but it's nipped in the bud. Sharafullah Shahzad with the breakthrough.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? He's bowled with a bit of pace. He's got
bowler.
such a good, lovely, smooth run-up. If you watch his run-up, it's so smooth. He doesn't miss a beat, and he puts all of it into his delivery as well. So he bowls really well, and that's the result of it. Absolutely beautiful. He's just too quick, too far. I get the feeling here, the batter, yeah, look at this. You were spot on. He's saying, should have bought me shades.
Yeah.
Should have bought me shades.
He hasn't seen it.
Yeah, have a look at this again from the batter. He reckons he loses these. Now, it's quite possible. Look at the shadow of the tree. Look at the glare. He has no idea where this is.
Yeah, well, he knows where to go now. It won't be a problem that persists, as it's just, it's seen back of it. It's a pretty good ball to a new batter. But yeah, you can see there, I think everyone's pretty clear what his excuse is. There's Derek.
And Derek, well, he walks right onto the Hall of Fame.
Gonna keep walking.
Yeah, let's flip the page over.
How big is it's the last game of the day? Can we make a huge Derek? What's the biggest Derek you can make? Go on, this is...
We want to see a big Derek.
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Even after this ball, which is a hat-trick ball. Could this be hat-trick number 30 of the season? Here comes Shahzad.
Oh, it's a good delivery. It's right on the block hole. And look at this.
Wow, how do you misfield that? All right, this is Elvira in the truck. I want to see the biggest Derek you got.
Yeah, next up. Well, there we go. He does well. He doesn't come out with the shades, but he sees that one okay.
We're about to see the worm, but I want to, again, not quite sure how you misfield that. I would like to see Derek on top of the worm. because the early duck gets the worm. Everyone knows that. True? Where's the worm gone now? Don't worry. They're up to something. I know that because they like. I mean, look, we are into what, the 10th hour of the broadcast. Well, that's pretty big, Derek. I'll give you that. That's pretty good. I mean, that's like it's a premise for a movie. Attack of the Giant Ducks.
Yeah, that is big, isn't it? Well, that Derek has certainly enjoyed the some of the potato salad you get here.
How deep would that quack be?
Oh,
that'd be like a dinosaur.
That'd be a roar.
Right.
You could.
It would be like a lion's roar. Great work by our crew as well. Aren't they brilliant?
They're superb. They're absolutely brilliant. And they not just make our day. I think they make all of our viewers' day as well. Spring Productions, that's Elvira, and of course Helena and Valentine, and also Maria. Simply the best.
How about Cameron, who's currently on 0? Imagine if he caught a whiff of one of the TV screens here and he sees a giant duck walking at him. Oh, well, speaking of our crew, there's Helena. From her day off, and she has brought the van back.
At least the crew know that they're going, hey, there's Helena.
Yeah, so she's not pushing the buttons today. She's been out doing a bit of shopping. There she is, so she's been spotted.
Yeah.
Where is she? I can't even see where she is. She's coming around.
She's over there.
Is she?
Straight.
Oh, well.
Behind the wicketkeeper. Come on, behind the wicketkeeper. See you now.
Let's have one more shot of Helena. Come on. Let's see if we... Helena, can you see us? She's a long way away. These cameras are very good that we use.
There you go.
She looks lost, doesn't she?
Flights it up there. There's Panois. And he's starting to find his form, isn't he, Mana Panois? I mean, he's been a good introduction to the side. I've enjoyed watching him. A good bit of spin. And he's made some important knock to the bat as well.
Panois not going for too many at all here with his leggies.
And is he going to get this in the gap? Yeah, he is. That's a nice looking shot. Finds the gap. It's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Nice looking shot. Well, there you go. See.
Breaking news. Helena's picked something up, and I don't know what it was. Let's have a look. What is that in her right hand? She picked up a bit of trash, has she? That's really nice that she does look lost, though. Maybe someone has to go out there and save her.
Yeah, she's
lost in the meadows.
Enjoying her stroll.
Something about watching an unsuspecting spectator through a telescopic lens doesn't feel quite right. But anyway, this is just going to be a single to finish the 5th over. And I think the moment's passed for Gelsenkirchen. He'll need 100 plus in the second half of this innings. It's 46 for 4 after 5.
Yeah, I mean...
Els boys called it Derek Zilla. I love our community. They're hilarious.
Nice one.
All right.
That's a nice one. Well said, Els boy.
Well, Rico, do you want to come to Rome with me? You can't, because you need some rest, because you've been going pretty hard in Germany. I know you'll do 4 big weeks. This is your 4th week on the trot. So we'll give you a breather, but you got to come back. Promise me you'll give me 110% in the ECC.
I'll give you 110%.
More.
Don't you worry. I'll give you that and the rest. I know why you want me to come to Rome with you, because you need somebody to stop you eating the carbonaras.
Yeah, well,
but I've given up.
If I thought that you would stop me, then I wouldn't invite you, because I love the carbonara in Rome. And I have to go find that rooftop.
Helena's back. Hello to
Helena's
Helena.
back.
Hello, welcome. We saw you walking around the boundary. And well, that's what Helena's picked up.
She's come back. Look, what did she pick up? Here's
show
Helena.
us.
It was
What
a
did you get?
feather. Very good.
You've got a
How was
feather
your
in
day?
your cap.
You had a good day shopping?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I went to Netherlands.
Went to the Netherlands. Okay. Well, this is great, because Helena isn't on the clock today, so she can be in the commentary box. Normally she's locked in the truck, waiting for a knock from the ball.
Yeah.
I want to know if you bought anything.
I did.
What did you buy?
Oh, so many things. I can't even remember what I bought.
High up in the air, this one.
Many.
And a catch has been taken. Well, Helena, you might have brought some luck to the fielding team. NCC pick up a wicket, and that's the end of Khan. Well, at least Khan gets a run. Otherwise, he would have seen the giant duck.
We want all giant Dereks. Derek Zillas for the rest of this game. But Naga, remember, he jumped out of a ball that went into the dugout in the first half and didn't want a bar of it. But when the pressure was on, he does take the catch. So Helena's bought more than you can poke a stick at. And you've got a nice feather. That's probably lucky, isn't it, to find a feather?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Well, look forward to being back tomorrow. I think it could be the first time that we've had one of our TV crew on, because normally they're so busy bringing you the pictures. But isn't that nice that we had Helena join
It's
us?
very nice indeed.
Helena's
Yeah, I
from
mean,
Latvia.
normally we're like, can we see this? Can we see that? I mean, when you had Simon in here the other day,
Yeah.
I spent a bit of time in there, and it's quite the multitasking that's got to be done.
unbelievable.
It's quite incredible.
Unbelievable.
And I mean, I know I couldn't be able to do it because there's concentration on the screen all the time. Press this, move that.
We're
mouse, do that.
barking
It's
instructions
incredible.
at
Yeah, incredible.
them.
So top draw from Helena, the likes of Elvira, Ballantyne, and also from Marta Maria.
I just hope she's running at a profit now in Krefeld because it sounds like she did a lot of shopping. Demuel getting a bowl.
Oh wait, that's ours.
That's you. Oh boy.
Oh.
Well, that's the worst case scenario.
Whoa,
What's that hit?
That was
That didn't make it
sensational.
Good. Did that get you?
No, it didn't. It came.
Oh,
Here, look, there it is.
Oh my word. This is Rico's notes, and it bounced on his notes. Look, that's the ball.
Whoa.
That's got a skid mark.
There's no way. I thought about it.
That's just bounced on
no
the
way.
table.
Wow.
Oh, wow. And then lucky Helena was out of here.
Oh, yeah,
That was worse
can you
than a knock
imagine?
knock. All right, meanwhile,
this
is
one
gonna be
is
6
going
more.
the other
Wow.
way. Oh, that was spicy.
Oh, boy.
I'm glad I got your attention. I don't know where you were. You were. Yeah, okay.
Unbelievable. It literally landed on the second, third, and fourth batting positions of your scorecard.
Look at the. Did I get the? I didn't get the
Yeah.
seam on there.
Oh,
Watch
yeah, this is
this.
it. I was like,
Oh, look at that.
I was pressing my equipment. Look, I immediately go for my equipment, and then I realized, I've left Rico exposed. And I thought that might have just gone through you. And I'm so glad it didn't hit that tablet because they're exposed. How far has that missed by?
You can see the angle of it.
I thought it hit that. I was
No,
fully
no.
expecting. So actually, I don't want to criticize you, but you dropped the ball there because
I dropped the ball.
Well, figuratively speaking, because that's your tablet to protect.
Yeah.
Right?
Is it damaged?
And what did you do? You did a Corey.
I tell you what I did.
You dived into the table.
Let me tell you what I did.
You have one piece of electronic equipment to protect. I'm responsible for like at least 5.
Yeah.
So Rico full, that's a first and final warning.
Hey, listen. First thing I did was I said to you, it's coming our way. I made you aware because you weren't aware.
Maybe.
Then I'm assessing the situation here and I'm thinking, no way I'm going to try and catch that
Your
there. So I
assessment was,
just get out the way.
Get out of there.
Then listen, look,
I'd like-
didn't I do well? Went from here
I'd
to
like
here.
to
That's like,
superimpose when Helena was our guest commentator versus where that ball ended up.
Oh.
Because I think that would have gone straight through the middle of Helena if she was here.
that
Oh,
was,
well, we've survived.
yeah.
I can't believe that hit your score sheet. Is your score sheet okay?
The score sheet's fine, yeah. That was travelling.
Oh, yeah, you're
that
right.
was travelling.
That was... Who hit that? I can't remember now.
Uh,
But they're in trouble.
well, it's got to be. Well, it could have been Tamawalu, I suppose. Swing and a miss. As,
I think this
Munrock
game has
comes
gotten
back on.
too dangerous and we should probably call it now. I don't think we've ever had such a great shot of the ball bouncing into the back wall.
Yeah. Listen, that's a good shout for danger money. I want one of those shields that those umpires have. You know, I could just get me shield here and just protect myself.
Yeah, but again,
What?
you're saying protect yourself. You need to protect the equipment.
Did the equipment get... Only my paper got damaged. Only my paper.
Well, I must have instinctively known where it was going. And then I looked down and I fully expected that to be smashed.
No.
Remember in Rome a couple of years ago, one hit my second monitor
Yeah.
and I was grumpy for the rest of the innings because I had to order another one.
Well, we both had equipment damages. I had it in the Croatia, remember.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you look at the line of that ball, it has missed the tripod by
Because I thought
a
it hit the,
smidgen.
yeah, I thought it hit the tripod, but then it never moved.
Well, this is why I went out of the way, because I'm expecting it to smash into that, and I thought, I'm not getting my hands anywhere near this. But,
You don't need your hands to commentate. You just need your face.
all
So
right, you
just
think about
remember
this. If you know how ball that was hit, if I went to move this out of the way, what do you think would have happened with me?
Yeah.
I would have been taken out.
Well, see,
There was
you're-
a split second to do anything. All right, in the air, that's going to go all the way. 6 runs.
Yeah, that'll be a 7-up, I think. Wait for the no ball call coming. Yeah, but see, you'll heal. Yeah, you'll heal.
yeah,
You'll
sure.
heal. That's got to be a no-e. That's an easy call. So no ball, +6, 7 up. Yeah, well, people think Charlie would have gone for it. I mean, it's not one of those ones we had
Nah.
time to try and catch.
No,
it was definitely into the equipment. Like
Yeah.
it was desk high. It wasn't above.
Charlie would have, if he wouldn't have taken it, he would have probably worn it.
I will say something though.
Huh.
I think you're the only one of us to have not taken a catch yet.
I have taken one.
When?
I took one in, where was I?
Fake news.
No, honestly, I took the catch. It was on camera as well.
Okay.
Took one up here. Where was I?
In your dreams?
In Hungary? Was it in
Recently?
Hungary?
No.
It was in, this year.
All right. Okay.
It was up
You've done
here.
your
Took
best
one
work.
up here. I can't
Okay,
remember. Where
I'll
was
give
it?
it to you.
Hungary.
Probably
It was
Hungary, 'cause I
Hungary.
wasn't
In
there.
Hungary.
Coming up tomorrow, if we survive the next 3 overs, it will be day 10, and the Bayer Spartans will have 3 games. Big day for them. But Blue Stars as well, pushing their way towards the 4. Can they do it? But they've got a big game against the Spartans in match 48 that could decide their fate. VfB Gelsenkirchen will play their 10th game as well. PSV Aachen, that could be a really important game. Last game of the day as well. So the finals picture will become a little bit clearer after tomorrow. Join us 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India. 1:15 in Bangladesh. 3:15 p.m. in the west of Australia. 5:15 in the east.
And this one will go all the way as well. There's been some good hitting. Well, I tell you what, eventually we'll be able to see past that tree because we keep knocking leaves off it and branches. This is another one that goes into that.
Still can't believe. How many pages deep is that? There's only 1 page deep.
Yeah,
It's actually got a bit of a grassy hue where that ball's hit your sheet. Lucky you're not scoring on a computer because that would have smashed it.
Swing and a miss. That's Demi Wild doing the bowling here. It was a little bit expensive in his first one.
That was something else. All right, we've covered.
Yeah, but you're right. If Helena was still here with us,
Yeah.
I think, okay, where's this one going? It's going to go for 6 as well. 6 more.
Well, that's why we carry a spare director. And so, yeah, it would have been, life goes on. We just would have sent our condolences to Helena's family and so on and so forth. But the cricket goes on. No delays. Maybe a 5-minute delay to tomorrow morning. That's what it would have cost us.
A bit of talking.
That was a bit worse than a knock-knock.
That one.
Knock-knock scares you, but it's not going to do any actual danger.
They're lying. I'm still here.
Helena's still here, but we've ushered her out of the cube. For your own safety, you might want to go sit down.
See, it's a dangerous job. Dangerous job.
All right, this is nothing. So the ball came here, and I think the Hawkeye had it going like straight through the middle. She's still standing, though, so that's good. And smiling. Well, you won't be smiling when you look at your bank statement. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. There's another collision waiting to happen. Luckily, I say luckily, they don't collide. I don't think the run makes a difference one way or another. But Tamakwala getting something going in a losing cause here. Moves to 28.
Yeah, it's very much a losing course. And, well, Ronit Satapathy, 43 of 21. Looking good with the shades on. And this one is...
I just come off the tree and almost hit us in the
Well, have a look at this. Look, if we see how quickly this goes back to Sharif here, the ball smashes the tree and comes back.
Well, my ears pricked up when it hit the tree because I knew that could be going anywhere, including towards us again. Anyway, Max. Oh, that one's broken the tree. Oh, jeez.
What is going on?
We're going to have to
here
abandon this
today?
game. It's too dangerous.
Oh.
Too dangerous. 94 for 5 after 8. The only problem with Helena taking the van today to the Netherlands, hope I can say that out loud, is she didn't get to come. I expected her to come back with all those shopping bags. You know, like when you've gone on a shopping spree and you're carrying all those things and boxes and bags and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like Pretty Woman style.
Yeah, but you want to see what's in the back of the van. That's what you did the van, I think.
There's room. Anyway, 12 balls to go. Darnay's going to bowl the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th, but, I mean, we already had a lumberjack shot last over. Pretty good hitting. This is the partnership they wanted. I suppose there's an outside chance. Supersonic stuff is what they'll need. 59 off 11 now. VfB just lost some key players early. Top order fires. I think they win matches.
I'm just still trying to work out the angle this ball
I can't
comes
believe that
down
has.
to.
You know, you angle that tablet more than usual as
Yeah,
well.
that's it.
If you had it standing
If
up
it's
more,
upright, it's gone.
it's
yeah.
gone.
Okay. Is this another one that goes all the way? Well, they're getting some good
Play another
shots in
shot.
here.
Hit somewhere else. Why? Leave us alone. Yeah, that tablet. I've actually had that one since before ECN even started. I donated it to the company. I think I've had it for it's about 8 years old, and that was almost the end of it.
Almost.
But still standing. 100's up now for VFB Gelsenkirchen.
Nice. Looking short. It's bobbling around. Nice work done there by the man who bowled very well at the beginning of these innings. Serifullah Shazad. He's had a good day. He bowls with a fair bit of pace.
Can we go back to the fact that you almost knocked the table off next to you, which has another computer on top of it? It wasn't a graceful
Hey,
weave.
how about
was it?
It was very.
It was like a bouncer where the batter ends up on his backside.
How about saying that this one's going to be 4? How about saying it did very well to actually get out of the way of it?
Yeah.
First of all, I warned you of it. See, I put your safety first, and then Matrix style, I went side on, which I had to like this. And
Yeah, it was about as...
it was never a catch. I'm thinking about catching
no.
it. It was never a catch. That was my first reaction.
It
But I
was
thought,
a classic Rule 1, protect the equipment, but still. I'm just so happy we got away with that.
We did.
Anyway, Ujwal, he better be on notice in the next few days. Of course, tomorrow's my last day before I have to head off, but Ujwal's going to fill in for me. Better bring a helmet.
Yeah.
50's up for Satapathy, by the way. Brings up his 50 off 23 balls. It's been the knock they needed, but it's just a little bit too little too late, unfortunately. But he's hitting the ball really well, and that's going to be 4 more. So, yeah, it's going to take him to 57. It's a cracking cricket shot, that.
It's a smashing shot. A great effort also from Shazad, diving full length. And, I think he's thinking that Diana Ores has got the camera, but she hasn't, so that was in vain. Diana's not taking any photos at the moment. And, a few people, houseboys saying Charlie Hunt would have gone for it. Nah, he wouldn't have. Charlie would not have. And there's no way. Okay, where are we at here now? So it's been, I mean.
Well, I'm only counting one number there, and it's 7. Let's just get out of here in one piece. This is a backwards shot. That is going to be pretty much impossible to catch, despite some pretty cool-looking sunglasses. That'll be a single, and we'll go to the last. It's 110 for 5.
Yeah, it's been, I suppose, a valiant effort. They've lost key batters early, didn't they? And, you know, we had a first baller with Magna Gopal going early, and then Ace went for 7 when he guides the ball into the hands of Deepak. Only run it.
I just realised that on your score notes, it's in an area that you should have filled in, but you were too slack to fill it in the first innings. It was overs 3-4-5 of the first innings, or about a 3-4-5, and you filled that in. We would have seen if it would have smudged or not.
Yeah, would have checked out.
Because you only filled in the first innings. There's a bit of the Corey score sheet about this. You wrote in the openers' names, and that was it.
Yeah.
You've only put the bowlers and their numbers. So
I think I was up to mischief then.
you could auction that off. Anyway, cash up to finish this and send us home. 5 balls to go. Hell's boy saying, are there any other sports where the commentators need danger money? Yeah, I mean, we get pretty close to the action here, don't we? Yeah. Dangerously close sometimes.
I suppose a few times a referee gets knocked out, doesn't he, in the boxing ring? Okay, high in the air, catchable if anybody can get there.
Need to get the dive in. Made a big plop when it hit the ground. Normally commentators, now this is the rumours I've heard, they have these offices that are kind of like air conditioned, and they have a little fridge for refreshments, and these are things that I think in 10 years.
Did Leonard tell you that?
Yes, I think so.
That's not what Leonard
he actually
has
some pretty rough gigs as well.
Does he?
I think sometimes. Yeah. He has a real mixture, Lenny. Yeah, Switzerland was pretty good.
Oh, yeah. If we were going to get hit by a ball into it, first let's have a look at this. That's a really good catch taken. Sharp catch.
How's Naga going?
The shades. Look, he's got it. Look, batters, bowlers, and fielders with shade. What's going on here now? What's this?
Yeah, loving it. Well, Naga, for a guy who ran like
wonderful.
Like a scared little princess in the first innings when the ball got hit towards him, he actually has turned out to take a couple of really good catches. So it's time to party for Clone CC, who haven't had too much to crow about in this series, but they're going to run out big winners here, as we'll see Habibullah Stanikzai coming out for the last 3 balls.
Yeah, Sanka goes a long way, the captain, to congratulate Naga. That is a really good catch. But yeah, look, batters wearing shades, bowlers with shades, and fielders with shades, umpires with shades. It's all about the shades here today. Well, that batter's not wearing shades. Trouble. And it doesn't carry to...
Yeah, so give it a bit of extra flight, because you can put it into the sun here.
There was one ground in the UK. It was at Harrow Town. And Harrow Town, if it still exists there, that was the same as this. And you never batted second. Because if you did, the sun was right in your eyes. And they always had one guy, an old guy, just used to toss it up.
Yeah.
And you had no chance of seeing
Little
it.
grenades. Well, Satapathi's batted well. I mean, you got to take your hat off to him. But, I mean, they're going to end up, again, it's going to be like an average score, isn't it? Around that kind of, I suppose, 115 to 120, depending on what we see here. Last ball of the day.
And he's going to be out because he doesn't even want to get back in his crease. He just said, I'm done with this. I'm out of here. And you know what? Oh, no. I was going to say, not only does he make, he does get a run. I thought we were going to have a big Derek at the end of the day, but we're not.
I mean, I'm not even, I mean, does he ever go back? I'll say once.
No, he just keeps going.
He says, okay, well, if you, Sasanka's going to take a cheapie. And Sasanka rarely has the gloves, so he'll enjoy getting a stumping there. But, yeah, it's a bit of a mauling in the end, isn't it? VFB Gelsenkirchen, oh, they'd love a mulligan on today because they had 3 big games. I said it was make or break. I think it's their hearts that break because they don't get any points out of day 9 and they can't get over Cologne CC here in match 45. Final score, Cologne CC 152, VFB Gelsenkirchen 113. The final margin of victory is 39 runs. Well, it should be an interesting highlights package, Rico. Let's have a look back.
It will be, yeah, but you're right. It's going to be a very disappointing day, isn't it, for VFB Gelsenkirchen. I think they came here with high hopes. And that's disappointment when a top batter gets his wicket away like that. He thought he was playing a bit of smart cricket just to take the single after hitting a boundary. Gets his wicket away. This one goes a long way up. What a good catch that was taken there as well. They've tailed their catches as well, you know, under pressure. That was one of Panois that does, and then that was just a superb delivery. And you can see the batter, if we stay on this, he turns around and says, I have no idea where that one went.
Yeah, need to put a bell in the ball for him. But how about Naga? It was Naga time, wasn't it? He's showing everyone. So look at that 62. Naga Boka, well, Helen, she brought a nice little intruder into the cube. But we had a pretty unwanted intruder soon after, as this one almost ended us.
Yeah, well, it was a good job that Helen, who was standing just there, moved, because that's what happened next. And yeah, there's the mark on my sheets.
Go back and fill that in later.
Yeah.
But then even the trees weren't safe as we had a broken branch special. Also had a few mishaps in the field, but a couple of good catches taken as well.
Yeah, I think this might have been the tree one, was it?
Yeah, late hitting, but it was too late. Yeah, that one almost bounced back onto the cube as well. Yeah, late in the piece, this one was skied. But really, the damage was done, wasn't it? The top order didn't fire for VFB, and they never found a way back into the game, despite the efforts of Satapathy, who put together a pretty nice half-century. Naga had his second catch. Yeah, the Grizzly Bear Sports ball. We saw it. It's pretty close up.
Pretty close up.
And an unwanted close-up, actually, in that innings. But, you know, congratulations to Cologne CC. They had pride to play for. They are a proud side. A team that did make the top 4 last year. And they do get a pretty decent win here. Like I said, despite the efforts of Satapathy, 60 off 28. And Tamakawala also batted pretty well, 35 or 15. His best knock so far. But they didn't give too many away for free. Cologne CC, just the 5 extras in total. And yeah, it's an average kind of a score, isn't it? Whereas Cologne CC batted exceedingly well in the first innings.
Yeah, it's disappointing because once again, you needed the top 3 to click. One of them did click, and once again, well done there to run it, Satapathy. And also, I think a good innings there towards the end from Jay Tamakawala. But while the time he was in there, they were at the point when they needed something like 30 runs. I know, but that wasn't going to be happening. But they batted well, but a disappointing day for them. And really, like you said earlier, I mean, without them getting anything in the day, it's going to be very difficult for them to make it into the top 4. One team that will be happy with that result will probably be PSV Aachen, because I think that result going their way means that they got the opportunity to sneak in there in the 4th spot.
Yeah, I mean, it throws it wide open, really. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. We've got Bias Spartans versus Clone Challengers first up. Clone Challengers can kind of play spoiler a little bit, potentially. They'll play both of the Bias teams, and I believe that's their last couple of games. Also, we'll see Bob Blue Star try and play their way in. Gelsenkirchen, I mean, and PSV, a lot of these contenders, they're around the mark. So tomorrow is going to be a really important day. Join us 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 p.m. in India. Let's welcome you into the Cube. And yeah, I think there's a white cherry on the back wall now where that landed. It's interesting timing, wasn't it? But look, it's been a great day again. We've green to be seen, but we've also seen a lot of great cricket action here on day 9.
It's been a fantastic day. I mean, we've seen a lot of excitement. We've seen high scores. We expected to see that. We've seen some tremendous catching. Some very good batting again as well. But also, I think, some good bowling displays. What more do you want? And, well, cricketainment again. We've seen some funnies as well.
Yeah, that's true. The good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. Yeah, it should be a really interesting day tomorrow as that top 4 continues to take shape slowly. Big breaking news today in ECC news is that Nabi looks like he'll be playing for France. Again, official squads to be released, but the strong whisper is that he'll be in there, which is a bit of a game changer in Group A. And of course, now we are actually, tomorrow we're 3 weeks away from the Group A final. Never mind Group A starting, so that should be really exciting. For more information, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. As soon as those squads come out, they'll be there under the ECC page. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket. And also, if you haven't already, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Tell your family and friends about the European Cricket Network. Okay, we made it.
We made it. We survived. I will enjoy my samosas tonight, or samosa day, and also
cheese pizza.
Cheese pizza.
Cheese
you
pizza.
can combine the two together, and well, if Corey's right, we'll have a cocktail or two as well. But it's been a wonderful day. You guys, as always, have been absolutely amazing. Hasn't the chat been fantastic?
It's been great. Thanks so much for the interactions. Well, tomorrow I'll have mixed emotions because it is my last day here before I have to take off a little bit early. I was late to the party. I have to take off early, but after tomorrow I will be back in Rome. But Ujjwal will take over for me, but I'll be looking forward to watching from a distance and seeing how this goes because it's still wide open. Some teams in form, but there's always a few surprises in Krefeld when it comes to the finals. Well, on behalf of Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, as well as Rico Full and our friends here, including Helena, who has brought her own snake as well. We did actually get some people with that. Let's get ready for some highlights today. Thanks to our great crew at Spring Productions, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on the European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Un abrazo fuerte.
Bye.